Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator, actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, you wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. This is umineko, when the seagulls cry. Only Maria was completely unchanged and looked just like normal. When she wasn't playing pranks, she was basically a kid who played wordlessly by herself. So even if she was dazed, she would probably look just as she did. But as she turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, it looked as though nothing about her had changed from normal. Did Rosa think anything in particular about this attitude, which was clearly different from normal people? She stared at Maria's back as though looking at something that wasn't quite heartwarming. Eventually, Kumasawa came to say good morning. Her cheerful manner was clearly out of place, and she couldn't help but be bewildered by the strange atmosphere in the room. Then, when she heard the details from Goda, she reacted loudly with shock. Of course you've contacted the police, right? What should we do in a time like this? Ooh, what should we do? Please calm down and listen. It seems a machine somewhere was somehow done in by lightning last night. Because of that, we haven't been able to use the phones. What? Then, until the typhoon passes, we can't even contact the police. Maybe Kumasawa's exaggerated surprise was a little comical. Even in this kind of situation, Rosa giggled. Because of that, the fog of confusion that had covered her head cleared up a little. I've got to stay strong. It's not just Maria. I'm acting as a parent for George-kun and Battler-kun, too, so I have to stay strong. Rosa had been the youngest sibling, with a large difference in age between her and the others, so she had always been treated as a child. Every time she learned something new, it was something obvious to her siblings, and she had built up a complex, becoming convinced of her own incompetence. So she had developed a passive personality, asking her siblings for advice every time something happened. But she no longer had any brothers or sisters. Now Rosa was the only one of the 4 ushiromiya siblings left. Furthermore, if Kinzo continued to shut himself away, even in this extraordinary situation, Rosa would have to surpass this crisis as the head's representative. I'm not a child anymore. Not a child. Rosa slapped her knees lightly and stood up. She must not wait for orders now. She had to start moving herself. She picked up the receiver of the extension phone on the side table. Then she immediately remembered that the phones were down. Genji and Shen, whom she had sent to see Kenzo, hadn't returned yet. She had a good guess at what was going on. He was probably yelling something nonsensical again, and becoming unmanageable. His precious chapel had been defiled with blood. That was easy to imagine. She had planned on using the extension phone to call the study, but unfortunately the phones were down. Rosa decided to go to the study directly with her own 2 feet. Her old self would have been too frightened to go see Kenzo, and in fact, if she did meet him, she would probably be blamed somehow and insulted. But this was no time to be frightened. As his true daughter, she had to make him aware of the current situation. Kumasawa-san, I'm going to see father. Take special care of George-kun and Battler-kun. I'm sure they're on edge right now. Yes, yes, that may be true. It is truly pitiable. I shall make them something warm to drink. Thank you. Rosa went out into the hallway and headed towards Kinzo's study. The atmosphere in the mansion which she had spent her younger days and should have been full of memories seemed somehow different. She began to climb the stairs in the entrance hall. Just then, in the faint darkness down the stairs behind Rosa's back, something glowed. It was a single fluttering gold butterfly. It fluttered around and sparkled. That butterfly danced about without a sound. It was only natural. No one can hear the sound of a butterfly's wings beating. And then it came to rest on Rosa's back as she slowly climbed the stairs. Rosa didn't notice it. If somehow not in the know saw it, they'd probably assume it was just a single sheet of gold leaf in the shape of a butterfly that had been stuck there. Without noticing a thing, Rosa continued heading towards Kinzo's study. So, how will you entertain me with this next one? There are still many, many pieces left. Cackle. In the parlor, which had fallen silent again, the only sound was that of the TV that Maria was watching alone. If there was anything audible besides that, it was the sound of the rain, which had continued on and on since the previous night. Every one of those who had witnessed that unearthly and horrible scene stayed silent, as though praying that the events of that morning had all been a dream. Because Kumasawa alone hadn't seen it, her reaction was slightly different. The silence itself seemed more unbearable to her, and she was anxious to encourage everyone somehow. However, she was aware that she must avoid saying anything careless, and she seemed to be pondering how she could be most helpful. Normally it would be time for breakfast. However, possibly because something so outrageous had happened, Goda seemed to have forgotten to prepare a meal. Or maybe everyone was so beaten up that they'd forgotten their hunger. Kumasawa wanted to bring up the subject of what they should do for breakfast, but it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so she really couldn't. But she really was hungry. So, she casually made a proposal. It seems everyone is tired after all that has happened, and in times like this, I think the best thing to do is heat yourself with some warm black tea. Indeed, that is an excellent plan. I agree as well. Ho ho ho. How about some delicious black tea with biscuits and jam? Ah yes, I hear Halloween will be here soon, and we have some delicious looking pumpkin-shaped cookies on the shelf. Kumasawa-san, that's... Of course, she had said the wrong thing. She had reminded Battler and the rest about that horrible and tragic Halloween party in the chapel. Nanjo hurriedly whispered into Kumasawa's ear, Perhaps it would have been good for her to know certain details. Battler-san, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Truly, I didn't. No, don't worry about it. You didn't know. I'll definitely turn this boiling anger back on the culprit. I wonder if that culprit is still on the island. Probably, at least until the typhoon passes. No boat will come. Yes, that is true. After all, the boats stop coming even when it's just a little windy. They certainly wouldn't come during a typhoon, yes. It creeps me out. You think so, Aniki? Me too. And that's even putting aside whether the culprit that mystery guest or not. Indeed. We have naturally suspected the mysterious guest who calls herself Beatrice, but we still cannot be certain she is... We read a letter where she admitted it at the scene of the crime. There should be another letter of her outright admitting it on Jessica's corpse. There is still the possibility she's a victim whose corpse still has not been found. When I think of it that way, there's something I just can't understand. What do you mean by that? It's simple. It's just like Kumasawa Bachan said a short while ago. Right now, this island is right in the middle of a typhoon, and escape is impossible. The same thing goes for the culprit. In that case, having the crime come to light should have been the thing the culprit wanted to avoid the most. I see. So there was no need to draw that creepy magic circle on the entrance to the chapel and show off the fact that the corpses were there. Yeah, that's it. And if they were able to take the time and effort to do something so horrible to those 6 people, it should have been possible for them to hide the 6 corpses where they'd be impossible to find. I agree. That brutal Halloween party probably wasn't directed at those who died. It was directed at the people who would eventually discover it. Us. It's probably safe to say the magic circle was there to help us find it. The culprit knows they won't be able to escape from this island for a while, and yet they acted as though they wanted to make us find the corpses in the middle of this typhoon. What does it mean? If I were the culprit, I definitely wouldn't play around and make us find the bodies. Beatrice-sama was not in her room, and the room did not seem particularly disturbed. Ah, no, my lady did disturb it quite a lot, though. Come to think of it, what happened to Jessica? Canon-san is looking after her. They are probably in my lady's room. That isn't good. The culprit is definitely still on the island. In this situation, I don't believe it's a very good idea to isolate ourselves in small numbers. What do you mean by that? You don't mean to say the culprit plans to kill all of us? Let us remain calm. That is not yet certain. But unfortunately, we can't deny that the possibility exists. This letter was in the chapel. According to this, the culprit is the witch. And if we don't solve the riddle of Grandfather's epitaph and find the gold, they'll massacre the whole family, or something like that. Is that true? Would you allow me to read it as well? Eek. As they read the witch's letter, Godo, Kumasawa, and Najo's faces grew even paler than they had been. Kumasawa could no longer hide her shaking. If you don't want to die, try finding Grandfather's hidden gold. Is that it? Screwing around with us. I'll bet she can't solve the riddle, so she's trying to make us solve it. However, I wonder what the truth is. Madam always stated the legend of the gold was nothing more than an illusion created by the master. It is doubtful whether it actually exists. True. Supposedly, they thought it would be nice if it did exist, but only half believed it. The relatives started believing in the legend of the gold only after Kinzo's health worsened and the inheritance problem came up. Until then, hardly anyone believed in it, I understand. Oh, so maybe that's why. Do you remember? On the table in chapel, there were 3 gold ingots. That alone would be worth quite a lot. Doesn't that prove that the legend of the gold was real? Excuse me, please, wait. Just now, did you say there was 3 gold bars? Yeah, there were definitely 3 of them piled up. So what? I happened to hear Kraus-sama say something once. Yes, I just happened to hear it, you see. It's not like I was trying to listen in on secret discussions. No, indeed. Don't worry about that now. So then what? Is there something wrong with there being 3 of those gold bars? Yes, according to Kraus-sama, there was only 1 bar ever found to support the legend of the gold. That is correct. I believe Kinzo-san showed the president of Murasu a mountain of gold and let him take 1 bar back with him, or so the story goes. That 1 bar came to be in Kraus-sama's possession, and he said that no other gold supporting the master's legend of the gold existed. You're talking about Uncle Kraus here. So, what does that mean? No, wait. 3. Wait. Where did they come from? That's too many, right? Perhaps there is another explanation. Maybe the other relatives also found 1 each, and they each brought 1 of them there. No, I cannot believe that. When all of the relatives came to the mansion, I was entrusted with their luggage. I did not feel the suspicious weight back then. I think those would weigh about 10 kilograms. If that much weight was in their bags, even I would notice, but it didn't seem that way. Same here. At the most, there was some changes of clothes, a first aid kit, Kairi-san's makeup, stuff like that, I think. Aunt Rosa's luggage also looked pretty light. In that case, those 3 piled up gold bars were being shown to them, or maybe to us. The legend of the gold is definitely real. It isn't an illusion. They're telling us to try and find out the secret if we can. Could they be scheming to have us solve the epitaph which points to where the gold is hidden, and then try to snatch it away? Yeah, that does make some sense. But there are a couple parts that don't fit. To start, our parents who should have been the most likely to solve the epitaph were killed first. That seems to create a contradiction right off the bat to me. And something else makes even less sense. If the legend of the gold is actually true, then how were they able to pile up all that gold? It's almost like the culprit's already found the gold, and is telling us to try and find it too. Maybe the culprit found those 3, like Uncle Kraus did. Maybe that convinced them that the legend is true, and they're trying to make us search for the rest. I think that way fits the best. The pieces on the chessboard aren't lined up at all. We don't have a clue what the culprit is planning, what they want, or what they want to make us do. Is there any point? No matter what we think, is there anything we can figure out right now? It was written down, what she wanted to make us do. Couldn't anyone read it? Maria suddenly laughed in a creepy voice. I'd thought she'd been concentrating on the TV, but apparently she'd been listening in too. Without turning away from the TV, she very simply told us what we're forgetting. Beatrice hasn't said once that she wants the gold. All she's asking is whether you're all capable of solving the epitaph's riddle or not, though I'll bet she's pretty sure you could never do it. So, are you saying you can solve it, Maria? I don't care. After all, she'll take me to the Golden Land, so I won't get in Beatrice's way. I'm pretty sure she's just going to murder you. Like, the only reason why she's not outright killing you off the bat every time is because you're basically just a little sycophant. And, well, Beatrice really likes having her ego licked? I don't know. What's the best way to... That being said, at the end of the day, she has no loyalty other than to herself. And at anytime it's even remotely convenient to her, she will discard you or even torture you, Maria. At the end of the day, she has no loyalty to you. She does not care about your well-being other than how it might serve her. If making you happy makes her happy, then she'll do that. But if making you incredibly sad or scared or dead makes her happy, she'll do that too. She doesn't care about your feelings or well-being, only how it affects her. And if she decides, hey, I'm kind of bored, But, chopping Maria up into little bits would be really fun. Well, I think we all know how that math, works out. At the end of the day, if it be boredom or just straight up spite, it doesn't even have to be like Beatrice is backed against the wall and she's sacrificing you to save herself. No, she's in a position of absolute power and she'll sacrifice you because she's bored. Or because you might accidentally say a wrong thing without intending it and she decides to punish you for it. She's vindictive, cruel, in probably the truest sense of the word narcissist. I could say she's a control freak, sadistic, and has a superiority complex or god complex that probably even Aizen would find impressive. Does anyone know what anime Aizen is from? Ouch. In any case, it looks like we'll have to ask Maria if we want to learn anything more. Maria, tell us. Who is this Beatrice? What is she planning? You know Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her strange powers. The power of magic can do anything. It can even create gold or bread. And of course it can create sweets too, right? You saw, didn't you? Laughter noises. At that time, everyone jumped at the sound of a door being slammed shut. When we turned around, we saw Rosa had suddenly returned, bringing Genji and Shannon. Then she rapidly approached Maria, her heels squeaking, and hit her on the cheek. Stop talking about that. Battler-kun and the rest will take it badly. Ooh. I assume Kenzo was an asshole. What a shocker. Without waiting for a response, she hit Maria's cheek once more. Everyone could only stand there, stunned. I don't know what ooh means. What about yes? Ooh? She mercilessly hit Maria's cheek again. Maybe Maria didn't feel like resisting after being hit twice. She weakly said yes. Rosa-san, there's no reason to be so harsh. This is my daughter's education. Do not interrupt. The atmosphere around Rosa, with Genji and Shannon standing at attention behind her, was somehow cold and yet dignified. Completely different from how she had seemed before she left. She was holding something that looked like a gun. I couldn't imagine that she'd be holding a toy in this situation. Aunt Rosa, what is... This is father's. Do 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 do. Because of the current situation, I borrowed it specially. Everyone should understand the culprit is still nearby. We don't know what might happen. I agree. Rather than trying to figure out what the culprit is planning, it might be better to first think about our own safety. Father was fine, but he was considerably shaken by these sudden events. Fortunately, he said he won't leave his room, so he should be safe. For now, we should all try to stay together as much as possible. I agree. We don't even know where the culprit's hiding, and, after all, there's no proof that there's only one of them. Even though I'd said it myself, I shivered. That's right. Could a single person kill 6 people and set up such a horrible scene all alone? Isn't it natural to assume that this crime was carried out by multiple culprits? I agree with Rosa-san. It probably is good for us to stay together. Yes, I think it's good too. Yes. Maybe it's about time we called for Milady and Canon-san. That's right. Let's have them come down. George and Nikki tried to grab the extension phone, but Goda-san shook his head. That's right, the phones are down right now, aren't they? I'll go with a couple of people. If George and Nikki and Goda-san come too, that should be enough. No. Let's all go together. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. If we're in a balance, while gathered together like this, then maintaining this situation will be safest. A wolves and sheep puzzle. Ooh, smack. I've got it. There is a Russian game where you have to figure out who's the witch and who are the villagers. Though there's a neat little, or it's rather called werewolf. And heck, there's a video game called Raging Loop. Heck, it's actually the main concept between games of, say, Among Us or Nosia. Who's the imposter? Does the imposter even know that they are an imposter? Ooh, I've got it. I'll show you. Maria turned off the television. Genji-san, please tell me where Jessica Chan's room is. Let's all go together. Yes, I will guide you. Come on, everyone. We'll move together. Follow my instructions. We stood up. Maria alone. It looked like she had some regrets about the TV, but she decided to go along with everyone for now and got up. Shannon, thank goodness. I was a bit worried when you took so long to get back. I am sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to transcribe something for him. Transcribe? Shannon? I am sorry, excuse me. We headed for Jessica's room with the armed Aunt Rosa and Genji-san in the lead. Jessica and Kanon-kun were a boy and a girl about the same age. It'd sure be a shame if we barged in on them at a bad time, or at least that's what we'd be joking about normally. However, Aunt Rosa was on edge and constantly exuding a sense of tension, so it definitely wasn't the sort of atmosphere for careless remarks like that. Hey, don't fall behind. Everyone moved together. We don't know when or where the culprit might leap out at us, right? No, maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude was more appropriate. Since Grandfather hadn't come down, Aunt Rosa was our leader. This wasn't a situation where she could smile like she always did. And Aunt Rosa was a mother too. She probably also thought that if she didn't get a hold of herself, some harm might befall her beloved daughter. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. The method they had used was unknown, but there was a good chance this opponent could take down a large number of people in a flash. Would that be with weapons, or with numbers, or with the magic of a witch? In any case. Oh, you're out of spells, Beatrice? Well, I'm not out of shells. I couldn't think of any reason why it'd be okay to let our guards down. The rest of us had better take much, much greater care, just like Aunt Rosa. Everyone, stop! Aunt Rosa spoke in a sharp voice. Wondering what this was all about, we peered forwards. And immediately realized the reason. Well, what is this? Eep. Everyone get back. Goda-san and Genji-san approached the door. Beyond this door was probably Jessica's room. This seems to be the same paint that was scribbled on the door to the chapel. It appears so. It seems not much time has passed since it was drawn. What the heck? Is that another magic circle? It's the first magic circle of the moon. It has the power to open unopening doors. Drawn on the door to Jessica's room was the same kind of creepy scribble that had been drawn on the door to the chapel. That strange pattern must have had some occult meaning, but it didn't matter what the meaning was. We were worried about whether those two were okay. That doesn't matter. Are Jessica Chan and Kanon-kun safe? This does not bode well. We should quickly bring those two downstairs. Milady? Milady? Are you there? Please answer me. Goto-san knocked violently and yelled, but there was no answer. He gripped the doorknob with a clatter, but the lock just resisted him. Rosa-sama, it seems to be locked. There's no helping. I'm shooting the fucking doorknob. Please open it up. Genji nodded, and Goto quickly unlocked the door with the master key. In the back of my mind, horrible images floated up and disappeared one after the other. After another, a magic circle had been drawn on the door to the chapel. Behind that lay 6 corpses. So if there's a magic circle drawn on the door to Jessica's room, then beyond it must be Jessica-sama. What happened? Is she there? Jessica, what happened? It was truly heartless. The expression on Goto-san's face and his cry as he opened the door prepared us for the brutal fate that Jessica had met even before we saw her. Everyone rushed into Jessica's room at once. That scene told us everyone that their worst fears were spot on. Jessica! How horrible. Did Dr. Nanjo? Inside the room, which seemed elegant for the bedroom of one so young, Jessica lay crumpled on the ground. There was a large pool of blood on the floor, and there was a knife or something sticking deep into her back. Was it a knife? There was a design on the handle that just had to symbolize something demonic. It had to be a weapon with some kind of occult meaning. This is horrible. She has passed away. This has probably reached her lungs. Not much time has passed since she died. Jessica! Damn it. But Battler-sama. I was naive, I knew it. Since the culprit couldn't escape the island, they were definitely close by. So why didn't I get cautious sooner? I was naive. I just assumed that a culprit would commit their crime and then just sneak away and hide. We were stunned then. We thought Jessica-chan giving in to rage and running off was just something that couldn't be helped. But we were naive. We should have stopped her. Goto-san, why did you leave those two alone? If only you had been with them, something like this. No, that is, I said it was dangerous, so we should return. It's just Milady said that she wanted to be alone. Kanon-san told me to leave it to him, and... Speaking of which, where is Kanon-san? That's right. What in the world happened to Kanon-kun? Kanon-kun? Where? Kanon-san should have been with my lady. Where in the world did he go? You don't think they got him? Quiet. Someone might be hiding in this room. Search under the bed and in the closet. There was a chance that Kanon-kun's corpse had been pushed away somewhere. At Rosa-san's order, everyone searched throughout the room together, but there wasn't a single human hiding anywhere. He's nowhere. Could the culprit have taken him out of the room? Then we'll have to search for him quickly and save him. If we're slow, something awful might happen. Aunt Rosa, let's search all over the mansion. Let's search for the culprit. Let's save Kanon-kun. Quiet. When Aunt Rosa yelled at us, we fell instantly silent. She was probably contemplating something. However, what in the world could that be? Aunt Rosa walked around the room as though looking for something, or as though she was collecting her thoughts. Then she found something on the side table by the bed and picked it up. If anyone knows, tell me. Which key is this? Aunt Rosa showed everyone a key with a cute mascot attached to it. Judging from its cute appearance, I didn't doubt that it was Jessica's key, but I had no way of knowing for sure. It is probably the key to this room to Milady's room. After hearing that, Aunt Rosa made a point of going outside the door and checking. Without a doubt, it was the key to this room. I wonder why it was set in a place like this. Wouldn't you normally keep such an important key in your pocket? Milady wasn't in the habit of locking her room. It seems she would only do it when she went to school, because she didn't want someone like Kraus-sama to look inside her room. I see. She wasn't at school, so it's natural Jessica-chan would set the key down here. How many keys can open this door? Just the one Milady had? Can it be opened with your master keys? They can open it. How many master keys are there? Are all of the servants holding them? Are there extras? Yes, we all have one. As for extras, I wonder. There used to be several, but Madam scolded us harshly for saying that was careless, so they should have been dealt with. That is correct. There is only one held by each servant. There are no more. Wait a sec. I think we talked about extra master keys in the last game, right? Indeed. Well, regarding that, I have noticed that several master keys whose locations are unknown is quite disadvantageous to me. That's probably right. Since you want to make me believe in magic using closed rooms, it'd really hurt you if there were more master keys than we thought. After all, every time a trick involving locks shows up, plan to resist by arguing that the culprit had a master key that someone lost in the past or a duplicate. Yes, that's correct. So I've decided to make a move to defeat that. I'll update our setting. The only master keys are the ones held by the servants, one key each. Which simply means the key that Cannon did have, the culprit now possesses. Messing with me. More importantly, what kind of move is this? What's Aunt Rosa talking about? Who knows? You should try listening in. Thank you. I have the situation sorted out. And I've been able to pinpoint the culprit who assaulted Jessica Chan, or at least one of their accomplices. What did you say? Who is it? Aunt Rosa, you don't mean Cannon-kun, do you? Huh? What? But why Cannon-kun? This room was locked, and the only keys that can unlock it are the master keys held by each servant and the key Jessica had. But Jessica Chan's key was closed up in there, which means it's only possible that one of the master keys locked this room up. It is also as you say. In that case, someone killed Jessica, then locked the door. That person has a master key, and there are only 5 people with master keys. Okay, it just means they have Cannon's master key. Doesn't mean Cannon used it. Heck, Cannon forgot the inhaler in his room that he's supposed to bring for her. There's a good chance he may have left the master key behind too with everything happening. Oh my, it wasn't me, not me. No, I could never do such a thing. Kumasawa-san got up late. After we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we did meet you there, but it's impossible to prove where you were and what you were doing until that time. You watched us from the shadows, chased after Jessica Chan and Cannon-kun when they were isolated, and stealthily attacked them. Are you saying I visited Millie's room and did something so horrible? I did not do such thing. Yes, no such thing. What about you, Goto-san? You said you left Jessica Chan and Cannon-kun's care and returned. But I wonder if that's true. Maybe you actually killed the 2 of them and hid Cannon-kun's corpse, and then came back with an innocent look on your face. Nothing of the sort happened. I go to swear that I did not do anything like that. It wasn't us. We were following the master's orders, and yes, you and Genji-san alone are clean. That's backed up by what I heard from Father. The 2 of you were in Father's room the whole time, transcribing and witnessing for him. Father and I can guarantee that. Thank you very much. In that case, the argument becomes, who was more suspicious, Goto-san or Kumasawa-san? I thought that myself, right after entering this room, but still I found it strange. Look at the state of Jessica Chan's body. Doesn't everyone think it's strange? Strange, you say. Jessica Chan was struck in the back. Come on, they say it all the time, right? That in crimes where the victim is struck in the back, there's a high likelihood the culprit was someone whose face was known to the victim. She definitely wouldn't invite a person she didn't trust into her room and defenselessly expose her back. Rosa-sama, you don't mean to say that was Cannon-kun, do you? I do. We're all fully aware of the state Jessica Chan was in right before she was killed. After seeing her parents' tragic bodies, Jessica Chan was very panicked. It's easy to imagine that after she regained her composure, she'd be in a horrible slump. It would be very understandable if Jessica's frame of mind led her to shut herself up alone in the room, and those particulars match with Goto-san's story. Jessica Chan said to leave her alone. Then, Cannon-kun, who is of similar age and who may have some adolescent relationship with her, said to leave this matter in his hands. That feeling is also very understandable. So, for that reason, I think Jessica Chan welcomed Cannon-kun into her room. But what if it had been Goto-san or Kumasawa-san? Would she have let them into her room? I believe I have gained Milady's trust, but even so, Okay then, I guess you're still a suspect after all, Goda-san. I assume Jessica-chan probably didn't like you very much, so I didn't think she would have let you into her room. I was convinced that you couldn't possibly be the culprit, but maybe I was mistaken? No, I am sad to say that I may not have been accepted by my lady. What about you, Kumasawa-san? Oh, we are far too separated by age to understand the feelings of a young person like my lady very well, and for some reason, perhaps my lady never opened up her heart to us. Right, Goda-san? Yes, that's right. It would have been quite difficult for her to open up her heart to the likes of us, and it would have been inconceivable of my lady to let us into her room when she was grieving. Goda-san and Kumasawa-chan each rubbed their hands together, affirming each other with forced smiles on their faces. It was a truly unpleasant rondo. So, it was a person who might be allowed to enter Jessica-chan's room while she was grieving, a person who might have been given access to her defenseless back, and who had a master key. That only points to one suspect. It was impossible for anyone except Kanon-kun. But please wait. Kanon-kun definitely wouldn't do something like that. Okay, then is there someone else? Is Goda-san or Kumasawa-san suspicious after all? Who do you think is more suspicious, Shannon-chan? Come on. I could never. It wasn't me, Shannon-san. Yes, it was not me. Of course, it wasn't me either. The ones who had a close relation with me were Kanon-san, and after him, you, right? Yeah, isn't that right? Jessica-chan might also let Shannon-chan into her room. You were supposedly with Father, but in reality, could you be the culprit? Shannon couldn't be the culprit. Didn't you just say she was doing some important work with Grandfather? Yes, I know. Neither Shannon-chan nor Genji is the culprit. Father confirmed that they were together the whole time. Well then, what do you think, everyone? After being told, no one could respond, and even if someone did manage to argue back, they'd then have to offer the name of a different suspect, and no matter who that suspect was, it would have been to be someone right there. No one could do something like that. Aunt Rosa glanced at everyone in turn, fingering the gun like it was a toy. She seemed so different from the kind Aunt Rosa I knew. No, it's probably because I'm not fully aware of the danger we're in. Maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude would seem natural if I could truly sense the peril surrounding us. It looks like no one has an opinion. Then I'll give you mine. Of course, I can't deny the possibility that Kanon-kun's a victim without a corpse. But until we find that corpse, I certainly can't rule Kanon-kun out as a suspect. There's a chance he'll suddenly appear again, claiming to have been attacked by the culprit and confined somewhere. But take care. Most likely, no, there's no doubt about it. Kanon-kun killed Jessica-chan. No way. I can't believe it. Kanon did that to my lady? That's too much. I feel the same as Shannon. I'm opposed to labeling Kanon-kun as the culprit. Then is the culprit Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Tell me who's more suspicious. It wasn't us. If it wasn't Kanon-kun, then who could have locked this door? How about it, Shannon-chan? George-kun? Huh? Ha 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 ha. Aunt Rosa closed in on Shannon-chan and George Nikki, laughing unpleasantly. Of course, they couldn't say anything back. They wanted to believe in Kanon-kun. But if they did, they'd have to suspect the other servants. The simplest culprit was the mystery guest, Beatrice, but she was nothing more than a guest and didn't have a master key. So if Beatrice is the culprit despite lacking a master key, then do we have to accept the argument that she really is a witch who locked the door with the power of magic? Well, the way I look at it is this. What if... Because here's the thing, Beatrice wasn't in her room, right? So what if Beatrice was already in Jessica's room before Jessica even got to her room and was just waiting for Jessica there? At that point, it wouldn't be that hard for her just to sneak out from underneath the bed and stab her in the back. Heck, at that point, if Cannon's also in the room, it wouldn't be that hard for her to sneak out, get a quick stab into Jessica, and then stab Cannon in the stomach, and then carry his corpse out of the room, and then use his key to lock the door afterward. Which means it just makes it extremely easy. There. Problem solved. I already solved how you do this. It's a dirty arm. Dirty, dirty, so dirty. What are you worried about? Make it my fault. You can just make it the fault of the 19th person. She's a mystery guest, right? If you do, you won't have to watch this ugly battle of humans blaming each other, right? Cackle. So then what? The culprit is the 19th person, the guest Beatrice, who was hiding in Jessica's normally unlocked room, waiting for Jessica to come back to her room. Then snuck out from underneath her bed, stabbed her in the back, and then as Cannon was like, oh, then you just like stabbed him in the stomach. Heck, Beatrice could have had a little machine set up to pump anesthetic gas into the air and could have been wearing a gas mask. And then steal Cannon's key as well as his corpse, and she's a witch, so she could lock the door without using a key using magic. Are you telling me to accept that? Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Cackle. In the last game, I learned all your weak points. So what will you do? What will you do? You said you definitely wouldn't accept me, right? Then you can use Cannon as the perfect sacrifice he is. Cannon killed Jessica. If you support Rose's theory, everything is settled here, right? Cannon is already dead. There should be no need to show concern for the dead, and you won't have to suspect anyone in this room. Cackle. Damn it. I won't accept you. But Cannon-kun being the culprit is impossible. I don't want to suspect anyone. However, at times, there's no smoke without fire turns out to be true. Anyway, you can never be too cautious. To Dr. Nanjo, what do you mean by that? Please. Do not misunderstand. I do not wish to label Cannon-san as a suspect, culprit. However, until we understand the situation, there is a possibility that he's the culprit, and I believe thinking that way is safer. Ho-ho? Yes, that's right, you cannot be too cautious. The general consensus certainly didn't seem to find fault with Nanjo for what he said. True, no one actually thought Cannon was the culprit, but unless they suspected him, they'd have to suspect one of the servants here. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to suspect, and we didn't want to be suspected. That's correct. We cannot be too vigilant. I take it no one objects to that, right? Understand? There is a very high likelihood that these murders are connected to Father's Legend of the Gold. And that means the crimes must have been plotted by someone who wants to keep a vast amount of gold or several 10 billion yen all for themselves. With that kind of money, you could play around for the rest of your life in any country. And with a motivation like that, they might even intend to kill all of us. Because she didn't have a master key, the 19th person, the guest Beatrice, has removed suspicion for the murder of Jessica Chan alone. No, that doesn't work that way, because here's the thing. Jessica only locks this door when she goes to school. The door was already unlocked. Beatrice wasn't in her room, the VIP room, so it stands to reason she was hiding inside Jessica's room. And then when Jessica and Cannon came in, locked the door, Beatrice snuck out from under the bed, stabbed Jessica in the back, and stabbed Cannon in the stomach, and then took Cannon's corpse, used his key to lock the door, and left. Heck, again, she could have had a little thing pumping anesthetic gas, knocking the two of them out, and then both of them are unconscious, and she could have just stabbed Jessica in the back and then just suffocated Cannon, or took Cannon unconscious with her, knocked out from the anesthetic gas, and she's like wearing a gas mask. And maybe running around in a bikini, too. Now I'm imagining a woman in a bikini with a gas mask. That's... stay focused. But we cannot conclude that she's unrelated to the crime. After all, it's a vast amount of gold we're talking about. We can't deny the possibility there are multiple culprits. Right now, one of the people here among us might have been bought by the culprit. As Aunt Rosa yelled, she looked all around, her gun still raised. Don't believe anyone, suspect the person next to you, that's what she was saying. But no one wanted to suspect. They didn't want to suspect anyone here. That weakness in their hearts demanded an answer from those not present. There are only two ways you can be sure someone isn't a suspect. If it's yourself, or if they're already no more than a corpse. The same goes for Cannon-kun. Until we catch sight of his corpse, he is most likely suspect in Jessica Chan's murder, so take care. Even if he's still alive, even if he smooths things over with some explanations, you definitely mustn't trust him. Got it? No one gave an answer of their own initiative. However, those who met Aunt Rosa's eyes had to nod their heads. Humans are beings who live by molding themselves to fit society. In other words, from the time they're born, trusting each other is genetically imprinted on them. It's unpleasant to go against that. They never want to suspect someone, but if they're forced to suspect someone, they find it safest to choose someone who isn't present at the moment. For the purpose of safety and nothing more, they half-heartedly chose Cannon to be the sacrifice. That's ridiculous. I definitely don't want to believe that Cannon-kun is the culprit. I'd heard it from George and Nikki just now, but not only were those two close in age, they also had the kind of adolescent relationship Aunt Rosa had mentioned. It might be a little late now, but yes, they really did have that kind of air about them. After seeing her parents' tragic corpses, Jessica, bearing deep wounds in her hearts, would only have trusted Cannon-kun. It was very easy to imagine, and that's why I don't like it. Cannon-kun was the only one she trusted, so she wouldn't have let anyone but Cannon-kun in. So Cannon-kun was the only one who could have killed Jessica. I just can't accept that kind of argument. Understand, even if Cannon-kun appears, don't let your guards down. As long as we cannot prove Cannon-kun's innocence, we will assume that Cannon-kun is the culprit who killed Jessica Chan. That was Aunt Rosa's claim. By using that vague word assume, she managed to convince everyone in the end. Everyone nodded weakly, and with the excuse that they were just assuming it for the time being, they concluded that Cannon was the culprit who just killed Jessica. I wonder what the dead Jessica and Cannon would think if they could hear this exchange. Jessica was crying. She was crying into the chest of the person who had put his life on the line to fight for her, Cannon. It was frustrating, so frustrating that it felt like her chest would explode. She grieved and resented how far the dignity of the dead had been trampled. How can those guys treat Cannon-kun like the culprit? Question. If this is the case, because this is the first time we're seeing something like this, we're seeing the ghosts. Then again, if she can revive the dead, obviously it makes sense that their save file would still exist there, right? I'm speaking of people like their fucking memory cards for a PlayStation. But here's the thing. Does that mean in the chapel murder, the ghosts of the 6 parents were still there too? Does that mean when in the previous game, when we found everyone dead in the utility shed outside, that they were watching everyone's reaction? Does that mean when Kinzo's corpse was found in the boiler room, or Cannon's was found in the area behind the boiler room, they were watching everyone's reaction to them? Are the ghosts stuck next to where, their bodies died? And of course, at the very end of the game, everyone died. Even Maria and Battler. Battler kind of went to another dimension. But here's the thing. Does that mean in that parlor room where Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa were all dead, does that mean their ghosts were there watching? Does that mean when we found Natsui's corpse, for when she had been shot in the head with a shotgun, she was there over her own corpse? Because there's no corpse. How can they treat you like the culprit just because there's no corpse? You risked your life to fight for me, right? Then that witch erased the corpse for fun, for them to call you the culprit after that, and it's horrible. It's too horrible. It's okay. I wasn't able to protect you in the end. but I was able to be of use to you in our final minutes. Why doesn't everyone understand that? Stop it, Aunt Rosa. Don't call Cannon-kun the culprit with that messed up logic. She isn't saying I'm the culprit. She's just saying I'm suspicious. No, she's saying to be careful. She is saying it. These people are saying you're the culprit because they can stop thinking. They aren't thinking about who the culprit who killed me is anymore. They aren't thinking of the possibility that you aren't the culprit. And after this, every time something happens, they'll use the excuse that Cannon-kun did it, since we don't know where he is. I can't stand that. It's okay. At least you know the truth. If only I know the truth, that's pointless. I know it after dying. Truth belongs to living humans. If the truth doesn't remain, the dead won't be rewarded. They won't know what Cannon-kun risked his life for. Cackle, cackle, ha ha ha. Truly a splendid sight. You hardly ever find a sweeter honey than the laments of the dead. Lament, lament. No matter how much you lament, the voices of the dead never reach the living. Damn it, damn it! It doesn't matter who. Hear my voice. Cannon-kun isn't the culprit. Cannon's Kun's corpse was just erased. Why don't you understand that? Milady? I can't stand this. It's too sad. I hate it. This way. It's like Cannon-kun died for nothing, right? The honor of the dead means nothing unless it's acknowledged by the living. It doesn't matter who. Notice it. Notice it, please. Cannon-kun isn't the culprit. Ah, don't go, everyone. Please don't let it end like this. Don't go. Rosa announced that this room would be sealed until the police came. The rest didn't want to suspect each other, so they happily accepted that. For now, they accepted that Cannon was the culprit. Without even imagining how much disgrace that gave to the dead, they accepted it. Milady, you've done enough. Thank you. Don't go. Don't go, everyone. I'm begging you, come back. Don't leave us behind like this. Don't keep treating Cannon-kun as the culprit. Ooh-ah. It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach. You make me laugh. Yes, that face of yours makes me laugh. Did you think your voice would reach them? It won't reach, will it, Jessica? It's all useless. Huh? Battler-kun, did you say something? Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. Just as everyone was about to leave the room, Battler stood alone with his back to them, still looking down at Jessica's corpse. What do you mean it's all useless? Do you have some objection? I agree that we've got to stay on our guards. But sorry, I'm not buying that about Cannon-kun being the culprit. Ho? So you're speaking up at a time like this? If Cannon wasn't the culprit and it wasn't my doing, how do you explain this closed room that Jessica's room has become? To be honest, I don't even have a clue on that point. Seriously, why'd I have to go and say it's all useless? At the same time, again, that's also part of faith that, okay, you don't know the answer yet, but you're going to try to figure it out. But it's also being able to accept something even if you don't have the answer yet. Guess I'd better take responsibility for my own words. I'm empty-handed with zero weapons to argue with. But I'm not going to sit around on the sidelines anymore, Beatrice. But Battler-sama, is there some proof that Cannon-kun isn't the culprit? The expression that rose to those two faces was definitely one of anticipation. They didn't want to believe that Cannon was the culprit. They really believed in Cannon, so they were expectant because they wanted me to strengthen their belief in him even more. Then Battler-kun, which of the other servants do you suspect? Goda-san, or is it Kumasawa-san? Quit it, Aunt Rosa. I know the person called Kumasawa Ba-chan well. She'll sometimes slack off while on the job, but she always makes things fun for people. Even in her eyes, we're dazzled by money. She isn't the kind of person who'd kill for it. But Battler-sama... And I just met Goda-san yesterday. Honestly, I still don't really understand him. But there's something I do understand. I've never seen anyone who cooks as happily as he does. He's the same as Kumasawa Ba-chan. Goto-san likes to make people happy. As if a person like that could kill those who praised his own food as delicious, even if money was piled up in front of him. Then who do you think killed Jessica-chan, Battler-kun? Who do you think shut Jessica up in a room that could only be locked by master key? Wait, before I argue about that, there's something I want to make clear. I don't want to talk about if so-and-so is not the culprit, then so-and-so must be the culprit. I just want to talk about how it's completely impossible for Kanen-kun to be guilty. You say you can prove that Kanen isn't the culprit. How? It's actually simple, and it's something I almost overlooked. Beato. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. Kanen-kun had a master key on him. Ho? Kanen-kun doesn't have a master key on him? How could you possibly know that? A short while ago I heard from Goto-san about what had happened. About how Jessica went to raid the VIP room. Right before she and Kanen went off on their own. Goto-san, you did a good job remembering it. You protected Kanen's honor. I did? I heard him say the same thing, but I don't really understand. Could you explain it, Battler-kun? That's right. When Jessica unlocked the VIP room, she borrowed the key from Kanen-kun, but didn't give it back, so Kanen-kun doesn't have a master key on him. Laugh. Is that really so? True, Goto has no recollection of the master key being returned to Kanen. However, she might have returned it to him when Goto wasn't looking. How does that prove it definitely didn't happen? If you could search the pocket of Kanen's corpse, you'd be able to say for sure, but you can't. It's impossible to prove. It's all useless. It's actually pretty simple, isn't it? No way. So you're saying that's why Kanen-kun didn't have a key on him? Yeah, and to prove it, all you have to do is search Jessica. Kanen-kun's master key should be in Jessica's pocket. Dr. Nanjo, would you check for us? Indeed. Nanjo dashed up to Jessica and searched in her jacket pocket. Everyone was expectant. Moo, please, be there. Here it is. Is this it? Yes, that is a master key. Without a doubt. At Genji's statement, there was a small ooh of joyful voices. Well, at this point, it still remains the mystery of the locked door, but at least it shows that Kanen doesn't have a master key. So if anything, it would show that if he wasn't let in the room, either he was trapped outside the room or murdered and taken out. That's Kanen-kun's master key. I'll say it again. Kanen-kun doesn't have a master key on him, so there's no way he could have locked the door. It certainly does appear that way, but Kanen-kun was the last person to meet Jessica-chan. The fact that he's suspicious hasn't changed. Let's give that stuff a rest. Huh? Fundamentally, humans are supposed to be creatures that trust each other. But because we live in a tough world, we learn how to be deeply suspicious. So we suspect everything. We're sad creatures. I won't deny that's our nature. But the one thing I won't let you do is reach conclusions without proof. If someone looks suspicious, that doesn't make them guilty. It makes them innocent. Of course, the world is filled with wolves. I'm not saying you should carelessly believe everyone. But if you're going to conclude that someone's guilty, you'd better have some perfect evidence. Unless you do, don't go around accusing them based on speculation. I was the one who brought up there's no smoke without fire. That was careless of me. I apologize. Battler-sama. Well, wonderful reasoning, Battler-kun. Thank you to Goto-san. Because of what you remembered, Kanen-kun's been cleared from suspicion. No, I... Clap, clap, clap. It was the crisp sound of the witch applauding. Well done, well done. Not a bad job. Crap. Did I fall for that bait piece just like you wanted? You magnificently proved that Kanen at least couldn't lock the door to this room. The servants should all have master keys. With that as proof, Cannon was treated as a culprit, but you've at least managed to clear away that suspicion. Cackle. In that case, how did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door? So that's the problem we have now. Tish, I got drawn into exactly the flow you wanted. I got you, didn't I? Furthermore, you said something outrageous about not doubting any of the other servants. Well then, I can't wait to see how you try to smooth that over. Shut up. Let's start right away. You'll probably just deny it anyway, but first let's check the definition of this room as a closed room. Very well. First, there are absolutely no types of hidden doors. This door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by each servant. It is on the second floor, but it's probably possible to enter through and leave through the window. However, the window is locked from the inside. I can spin the chessboard around already. If I start by arguing that the door and the lock, I'll probably be stuck dancing on the palm of your hand. Do as you like. Well then, what should I repeat? Repeat it. Cannon-kun was killed in this room. Well, here's the thing. While that technically is true, what if she says that she refuses to say it? Which then makes you think it's untrue. Very well. Cannon was killed in this room. But I erased his corpse of magic, right? Again, repeat it. Cannon-kun's corpse is in this room. I refuse. I can't repeat it, because I erased the corpse of magic. Yeah, figures you wouldn't say that. There's got to be a secret hidden in there somewhere. Damn it, where's the mysterious point I've got to find? Did they lock it without the master key? Or did they somehow kill those two while they were inside the room and it was locked? Or did they kill those two and then somehow escape? I hate to say it, but I'll have to cover up the moat first. Repeat it. The last time it was locked was due to a master key. I also refuse that. This refusing thing is really vague. I don't know if you refuse because it's impossible to repeat or whether you can repeat it and you're refusing on purpose. Back when discussing the locked door of the chapel, you completely turned the tables on me. When I have an advantage, there's no need to go out of my way to use red when it might be risky. That's all it is. I guess that makes sense. Originally, the point of the red was to counter my strange theories. Naturally, I'll use it in a way that works to my advantage. Now that I know I've got to worry about you twisting it around, I won't use it pointlessly. Laughter noises. Well then, what move will you use next? I imagine a move placing suspicion on Goto or Kumasawa will be easiest, yes? Damn. It feels like you're leading me by the nose, and it pisses me off. Stay quiet a bit, I'm thinking. Of course, this door is the same as the chapel. When locked, it does not permit any form of entry. I'll say more, no trick could have had the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. Tish, damn you for always using red when I don't ask for it. Time to step back to square one. For now, I've just got to think. I'll lay out everything I know. First, there are two victims. Jessica and Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun's corpse isn't here, but Beatrice admitted in red that Cannon-kun was killed in this room, so even without a corpse, he's included as a victim. There are a few questionable points, and depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. First, after the culprit committed the murder in this room, how did they lock it? If we assume the culprit's someone with a master key, it's extremely simple, but I'd like to avoid that if I can, because I'd have to suspect Goto-san or Kumasawa-san or maybe even Shannon-chan and Genji-san. Here, I noticed something. I was contradicting myself. I was strangling my own neck. Well, here's something to check. So, okay guys. Rosa, there's a couple things I want to state. First, as much as this might sadden everyone to hear, I'm pretty sure Cannon is dead. That he's already been murdered. That being said, I don't know exactly how the person locked the door since the master key is inside. That being said, one thing I would like to confirm though is, does everyone else still have their master key? Like, we know Genji and Shannon were in the room with the master, with, Kenzo, but do both of them have their master keys? Does Kumasawa have hers? Could the servants had their master keys stolen from them? I want to deny Beatrice no matter what. Why do I feel like Beato is like just a really mean DM or game designer for a video game? Like, I feel like it's one of those things, like it's either a tabletop game or a video game where like she's like the dungeon master and she's giving you just enough rope so you can creatively find some way to hang yourself. Like she's just creating odd little puzzles with the intention of fucking you over. I want to erase the existence of that brutal, fickle, ridiculous witch, so I have to explain everything with humans, not magic. But that also means suspecting some human. I don't want to suspect anyone. Of course, if there's some clear proof, I'll have to believe that the person in question is the culprit. But until that happens, I don't want to suspect people. I agree with that. Like, in general, it's better not to suspect people, but obviously if we, like, walked in and saw go to holding a knife, stabbing a person, covered in blood, I'm like, you know, 99.99% certain that Goda might be the killer. Be like Columbo. Imagine like a detective like Perry Mason or Light Yagami walking in and saying like, it's like, huh. Am I just naive? Am I just a kid who doesn't want to have my feelings betrayed when those feelings tell me that this person at least could never commit murder? I want to deny that a witch did it, and I also want to deny that a human did it. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Cackle. In the first place, the only victory condition in our game was whether or not you could deny my existence. Even though that alone put you at a disadvantage, you've increased the number of victory conditions all by yourself, making your own victory harder. It's just as she says. If I just argue that someone with the master key did it, this closed room can be broken easily. However, the number of keys that can open this door is limited, and since it's clearly known who has them, using that argument means I'd be suspecting someone I know well. In fact, have I just been averting my eyes from the truth? Again, did we really confirm that all the old master keys were actually properly destroyed? And again, we're dealing with someone, even if we say Beatrice is not a witch, we do know there is a physical living human here who might have brought other people with them, and this person is literally at the same level of Kenzo. And I mean, heck, even if Kenzo himself were to have extra master keys, would he even tell anyone? And if he's going to give his fucking head ring to Beatrice, who's to say he wouldn't give like 100 fucking keys to Beatrice? After all, he basically built the chapel to marry her. So all this shit could be just explained with the fact that, oh, it's not magic, it's just they're really fucking rich. It's like that saying, any sufficiently advanced technology is just indistinguishable from magic. But at the same time, anyone who's just sufficiently fucking rich has enough money to have anything that can be indistinguishable from magic. It's like, oh, sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Yeah, but enough, zeros in a bank account's also indistinguishable from magic. If you're rich enough, I'm sure you can find loopholes around everything. Even while attacking that classroom trick in the chapel, which was exhilarating to destroy, I propose that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. If that theory is right, then the question becomes who could have stolen the key from her handbag. Maria's handbag was probably most unguarded while she slept. In that case, in addition to me, George, Nikki, and Jessica are also suspects. So George, Nikki, or Jessica is the culprit, or maybe an accomplice. All of our parents have been killed, right? And yet one of us consented to these and assisted with the crime. We all lamented, mourned, and shed tears together in the chapel. And yet, one among us was lying. Now, of course, like I said, I don't know if the culprit stuff is the same in every version of the story. And of course, in Higurashi was different timelines where different people were having the sickness happen. But like in certain other games like Raging Loop, like it's, or the, Among Us or Nausea, the roles in each game are divvied up randomly. So you could be, not the imposter one round and the imposter the other round. That theory is of yours, taking the key out of the handbag and putting it back in, cast a pronounced suspicion on the cousins, did it not? And despite that, you acted like you didn't even notice, announcing a theory like that so happily. Giggle. Damn it. That doesn't guarantee that one of the family or the servants is the culprit. If you snuck up on us while hiding in a cardboard box, for example, she's Metal Gear Solid! There's a good chance you could have slunk into our room when we were fast asleep and stolen the key, right? Perhaps that will do for this situation. But suspecting the guest, the 19th person, you won't have to suspect the others. In that case, how is Jessica's room locked? It's no trouble at all for me to open the lock with magic, but of course I don't have a master key. If you deny my magic, you also deny that I'm a suspect, correct? No, because you're really fucking rich. Because after all, you're either someone trying to steal the gold, at which point someone else would be willing to financially back you to get that gold in return, or you provided the gold, at which point you have unlimited money, and you are literally have infinite resources, and the person responsible for this entire island basically would do anything for you. Like at this point, I'm pretty sure if she wanted to, it's like, hey Kenzo, open the door, I'll suck your dick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Kenzo would open the door. As long as he could see that smile one last time. Wrapped around his cock. So in other words, that means suspecting one of the 18. Thanks for the help. I've managed to sort things out a bit. My goal is to figure out how the 19th person, the human guest Beatrice, committed the crimes. If I do that, I won't have to suspect anyone. Laughter. If you can do that. Foolish man, this wasn't a closed room from the beginning. After all, there are a total of 6 keys that can open it. And several people possessed such keys. You can suspect any of them. Suspect as much as you like, but you went to all the trouble of denying all of them, making it a closed room yourself. Understand? This is a closed room born from your mental contradiction. Nope, just me not willing to walk into a plain trap that you set for me. You and no one else sealed the door. So you're trying to say that I've got 2 options, except that a witch opened it with magic, or except that someone I know is the culprit. Damn, are you trying to fork the rook? I just wanted to show you that moves such as this can exist as well. So, what will you do, Ushiromiya Battler? Isn't it actually simple? Don't you just have to make sacrifices of that overly self-confident cook and that hag who wouldn't be a loss if she died? Damn it. Well, I suspect Goto-san and Kumasawa-san, everything will be fine. That's useless. I can't think of Goto-san as the culprit. I can't think of Kumasawa-san as the culprit. But I won't accept you no matter what. In that case, they'd have to enter the room without using magic or a master key. Again, all he has to say is that he doesn't accept it and he's still trying to figure it out. It'd be like saying if Penn and Teller couldn't figure out the magic trick on their TV show that someone in the audience had to be murdered. Like, no, they don't have to know how it's done or say it's supernatural. They can just say, okay, this could be legitimate magic, or it could be, a really clever trick that we don't understand, even as professional Las Vegas magicians. Doesn't mean you have to have oh, well, you can't come to a conclusion, so now people have to die. No, that's not how that works. Kill Jessica and Cannon, and even erase Cannon corpse magic without magic. How could it be done? How could it be done so you can deny me while still not suspecting anyone else? Well, obviously, if they're able to unlock the door, they're able to take out Cannon's corpse. Now, again, like I said, my excuse isn't that you're magic, it's just that you're a really rich bitch. That also the very rich, absurdly rich person who owns this island, built this entire house and everything with you overseeing the plans. We have no way of confirming the old master keys were even destroyed, or that Kenzo didn't have a literal 1,000 more of them somewhere. Heck, this island's big enough we have no real confirmation that you don't just have a house somewhere on this island. Heck, you can have your own airport here. Because it's not an issue of, oh, do you have magic at Pass Typhoon? No, it's an issue of, you're really fucking rich. Either you have magic to make gold, or you literally have a shit ton of gold. And even if you don't have a bunch of magic, people could be backing you because they want to get the gold. Or it's just the fact that Kenzo literally Either you'd be the daughter of the woman he wanted to fuck some more, or the fact that you could probably, like, in this situation, like, there is no, like, let's say there really was a Beatrice in the past, where there was no Beatrice and he's just having dementia because he's really fucking old and drinks absinthe all the time. You could be someone who just heard about it and you were dressed as Beatrice, and you're just able to convince the really old Alzheimer's patient that you are the person he remembers. Why am I imagining Lewis Black yelling about a Starbucks across from a Starbucks? I resign. Huh? Battler? What did you say? I give up. I was able to prove that Cannon-kun couldn't have locked this door, but that doesn't mean I've managed to figure out who killed Jessica. No, that's more than enough. For Cannon-kun's sake, thank you very much. Well, I appreciate that much. We'll say this, can I at least confirm that all of you still have your master keys? If you are missing your master key, that means someone stole your master key. 2, even if you all do have your master keys, I still think there's a good chance someone else must have a master key. Then again, didn't Beatrice say that in red? No need to thank me. After all, this means you're under suspicion too, Chan-chan. And sorry, Aunt Rosa. It's not like I wanted to resist you. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, and I don't want to find Dad and the rest... And I want to find Dad and the rest true enemy. Sorry for saying something that wasn't cooperative. No, it's okay. I was also a little rash. Let's make up. As an aunt and nephew, we have to stay on good terms. Right? Aunt Rosa shifted the gun to one hand and held out the other. I reached out, and for the time being, we shook hands. Then Aunt Rosa, who had terrible hand-eye coordination, dropped the gun and shot me in the face. Aunt Rosa's gaze was sharp. In order to deny the witch, she would sacrifice anyone. That's what her eyes told me. And me? I denied the witch, but I wasn't prepared to lose anything. I was probably the one who seemed to be fighting the most, and yet the one who was the most separated from reality. Oh. So is it lunchtime, Nat? You're probably really hungry by now. So I sound dumb. You guys ever try like putting that Mike's Hot Honey stuff on pizza? With Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby, and that they'd come for our lives if they had a chance. According to Genji-san, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. The boat had a radio. We'd probably be able to contact the police directly with that. All of us gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. I proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Aunt Rosa rejected that, saying that if we managed to corner the culprit or maybe provoke them, it might lead to a third murder. That was probably the right thing to do. If a bunch of amateurs like us investigated, there's no way we'd find anything. It would be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessary and leave it to the police starting tomorrow. We'd been tense at the beginning, but other than Aunt Rosa... Oh, that's depressing. Why am I just imagining him, like, sitting reading a bunch of Warhammer books? Imagine if this wasn't 1986, but, like, 2026. We'd be like... It's like, Kinzo, you want to come out of your study? I'm doing my live stream! I'm playing... I don't know. Whatever the most recent game that's popular to stream, I guess. Either that, or he'd be like, so what are you doing? I'm donating money to Chibidoki. I think I forgot to read everything that was just there. I was too busy being an asshole. We'd been tense at the beginning, but other than Aunt Rosa, most of us had spent all morning watching TV and getting bored, so our sense of danger had faded considerably. That's understandable, because if you were on edge all the time, you really can't. It'd just be too stressful. When we thought that, yes, 6 adults certainly had been killed together in the first murder, but that it made it seem like some backhanded method like poison had been used. And for the second murder, we figured that those two became sacrificed because they had been unfortunately isolated from the rest of us. From this, it was possible to imagine the culprit wasn't a large number of adults, and that they wouldn't be capable of killing us in this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now, in this parlor, there's George Nikki and me, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, Shannon-san, Kumasawa-san, and then Dr. Nanjo for a total of 9 people. So we have 9 people here, and we have one dude off playing, like, video games in his room. Furthermore, Aunt Rosa was even armed with a gun. Surely, with this many people staying in this room, they wouldn't be able to touch us easily. That feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of the morning bit by bit. By the way, lunchtime had just ended for us. However, it had been a canned food lunch, a far cry from dinner last night, that Goda-san had skillfully made for us. Aunt Rosa also suspected that poison may have been used in the first murder, so we probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all that confusion in the morning and mixed poison with the ingredients there. Aunt Rosa gave orders to all of us, saying that until the police came, we mustn't put anything into our mouths except things like canned food. As a cook, Goda-san must have felt very let down. Apparently eager to display his skill anyway, he said he at least wanted to grab some plates and arrange canned food on them. At first, Aunt Rosa had been reluctant to examine each one of the plates that were brought, but she hadn't been able to find anything to complain about. And Goda's chef-picked canned food lunch combo was born. I wonder if it's possible to poke canned food with a syringe. I don't know. Goda-san said something about taste being savored, not just with the tongue, but with the eyes as well. I see it's the same as canned food we ate for breakfast, but it feels like something completely different. Ooh, Battler, look. This is the wolves and sheep's puzzle. Ooh. As I was sitting lazily on the sofa with no desire to watch TV, Maria came over, pulled over a picture book of her handbag, and held it out to me. What's that book? Wolves and sheep puzzle? Let's see. Wolves and sheep puzzle. It was a phrase that Aunt Rosa had said this morning when we'd gone to call on Jessica. At that time, I hadn't known what it meant, and right after that was the uproar of Jessica's corpse had found, so I'd forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book or something that had been translated. When I opened it, I realized that it was a book stuffed full of riddles. Ooh, so you have few wolves and few sheep. Okay? The puzzle is how you take them to the other side using one boat. I've heard of the games with rules like that. So this is a version with wolves and sheep. It was a very simple puzzle passed on from long ago. Let's try posing a question. On the right bank, there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep. There's a boat that has as many as 2 animals can ride on using it. You have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. That's the puzzle. There are 2 rules. The first is regarding the boat. Even a single wolf or a single sheep can paddle it, but it can only hold 2 animals. The second rule is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in number than the sheep in any location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, let's say 2 sheep get in the boat and go to the other side. Then 1 sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are 2 wolves on the first bank and a single sheep returns there. When that happens, the number of wolves is greater, so the sheep is attacked and it's game over. On either bank or even the boat, when there must be more wolves than the sheep. And you've got to shuttle them across under these conditions. By the way, the right answer is to move both wolves to the opposite bank in the first turn. Then 1 wolf comes back. On the second turn, you move 2 sheep to the opposite bank. Then 1 wolf comes back. Then on the third turn, you put the last wolf that was on the right bank on the boat and cross the opposite bank. And congratulations, transport successful. Partway, there may be some number of wolves and sheep in the boat on either side, but that isn't a problem. You only lose when the number of wolves is greater. This book uses wolves and sheep as an example, but lots of people probably know how this game uses different characters. It looked like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzle she knew how to solve, and she kept showing me different pages saying solve this one and this one's hard. So what was happening when Aunt Rosa first mentioned the puzzle? That's right. When we decided to go and get Jessica, we talked about how many men should go, and Aunt Rosa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle, saying we should all go together. Wait a sec. That could only mean one thing. She suspected one of us. Aunt Rosa was saying that there was a wolf among us. So was she thinking that we'd be safe if the number of wolves and sheep was in balance, but that the wolves would bare their fangs if the situation changed? At the time we found our parents' corpses, Aunt Rosa already suspected that the servants might be wolves. She'd sniffed out the possibility that, while she didn't know whether it was all of them or some of them, there were wolves hiding among them. That's no surprise. That murder scene was very elaborate. It's easy to imagine there were multiple culprits. And because she'd reached that conclusion, when we went to Jessica's room and learned that Jessica had been killed after being alone with a servant Cannon, it isn't hard to imagine why Aunt Rosa suspected the servants so persistently. You servants, Goto-san is going to the kitchen to clean the dishes. Just in case, would you please all go with him? My apologies, everyone. Let us go as a group. Shannon, Kumasawa, we are going. Yes, coming. Ho, 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 ho. Well then, George-san, excuse me for now. Yes, take care. Aunt Rosa, could I go as well? I'm sorry, but would you remain here, George-kun? There's something I want to talk to you about. Is that so? Sorry, Shannon. Anyway, take care. Don't be alone. Yes. I'm sorry, Dr. Nanjo. I wanted to consult you about something. Yes, what could that be? Huh? The servants put the dishes and the empty cans on the serving cart and started to head out into the corridor. Behind them, Aunt Rosa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice. Understood. I will go. Yes, I'm counting on you. Dr. Nanjo closed the book he had been reading, rose from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Aunt Rosa stuck her head out into the hallway after seeing that they were completely out of sight, and she closed the door and spoke. Listen up, everyone. With that, everyone here is an ushiromiya. Yes, that's true. So you're saying that you've chased out all of the wolves, Aunt Rosa. With that one sentence, Aunt Rosa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently she had picked up on the sarcasm. She laughed it lightly. Your mind sure works fast, Battler-kun. I like clever kids. Yeah, it is an admirable trait in anybody of any age. It means there's less to explain. Ooh, Battler's smart. Can you solve this? Page 64 is hard. Ooh. Maria, go watch TV for a bit. Mama wants to talk with Battler-kun and George-kun. Ooh. Aunt Rosa, I heard about the puzzle from Battler-kun. I don't think it's wrong to be on our guards, but I also think there is such a thing as being too suspicious. Whether the real culprit is Beatrice or not, there is a reason for us to suspect that the servants are in on it. In the first murder, where Nissan and the others were killed, they were treated very brutally, right? Did that look like something that could have been done alone? Maybe the mystery guest Beatrice worked all night and did it all? Again, Red Bull wasn't invented yet. And what about the master key in the door to Jessica's room? Isn't that proof that one of the servants was involved? Nah, only the master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room. So we can only suppose that one of the servants did it. No, wait. Spin the chessboard around. That's strange, Aunt Rosa. After killing Jessica, why would the culprit go to all the trouble of locking the door? The fact that it was locked made it inevitable that owners of the master keys would be suspected. There was no reason for them to go all the trouble of locking the door unless they wanted us to suspect one of the servants. That's right. It's just as Battler Kun says. There was no need for them to go to all the trouble of making themselves look suspicious. Yes, that's an interesting thought. Of course, I also thought that. If that's the case, then the person who locked it wanted to cast suspicion on the servants and locked it without a master key, but that's impossible, right? That's right. If there existed some trick that could lock the door without a master key, that would make this a great disguise for casting doubt on the servants. If the culprit's goal was for us to isolate ourselves from the group so they could attack us one by one, this trick would also be effective at giving rise to paranoia, but there was no way to lock the door without using a master key. How can you be sure that there's no way to lock the door without a master key? Isn't that a devil's proof like Rudolph Nissan was talking about earlier? Maybe it was locked by some method we can think of. Again, you were in that room with Beatrice and the 6 others in the chapel. Why have you not acknowledged that at any point in any of your inner monologues? Not even like you're like lying to us or admitting it from us. Like it's like you yourself don't even remember it. Like Tyler Durden. Even if we can't think of a way, we can't deny the possibility of some unknown magic trick being used. That's true, I guess. So is that it? No smoke without fire again. I don't know the practical details of the trick, but I have a general idea. My apologies, but if we make the assumption that Canon Kun was the culprit, it can be explained extremely easily, even as to why there was no corpse. Huh. But Canon Kun didn't have a master key, right? Putting aside the other servants, at least Canon Kun shouldn't have been able to lock the door. I see. So that's why you told us to search in the closet and everywhere else right after we entered Jessica's room. Aunt Rosa, your mind works faster than I would have guessed from how you normally act. The brain speed of a little sister is always the big sister's -1. Right now, there's no one I need to worry about offending, which is certainly a relief. George Nikki realized she was referring to Aunt Ava, and seemed a little uncertain about how he should take that sarcasm. I'm sorry, could you explain it so that even I can understand? Canon Kun's master key was in Jessica Chan's pocket, closed up inside the closed room. After the door was locked, it should have been impossible to put it in her pocket again from outside the room, no matter what trick he used. That's not it, Aniki. If it was done that way, Aunt Rosa's thinking of this trick could only be used by Canon Kun, plus the door could be locked without using a key, while the master key was still in Jessica's pocket, and it would also result in his corpse disappearing. How? How could he lock the door without a key? It's simple. George Kun, when you return home, you lock the door, right? You twist the knob, click, and you're done, right? Huh? Could it be? No, but Canon Kun was nowhere to be found. It looks like you've got it, Aniki. That's what Aunt Rosa was searching for in the room. She was searching for Canon Kun, who had locked the door from inside and stuck the key in Jessica's pocket, before hiding somewhere waiting for us to walk right past him. It was the simplest kind of closed room trick. It meant him hiding inside the closed room after the murder was committed. Then all he had to do was get out after those who discovered the body left, and closed room murder would work perfectly. When we searched that room, we didn't find anything. But for all we know, the room might have had a hidden passage that only the servants know about. We don't know where such a thing might have been hidden, but if we assume there was such a passage, we can conclude that it was impossible for everyone but him. Well, about that line of reasoning. I thought about that too at the very beginning. It's the very kind of reasoning I hate the most, so I wanted to destroy it right at the start. Cannon was killed in this room, right? You apparently suspected that Cannon was the culprit, so you made me repeat this to destroy that possibility right off the bat. Yes, I understand. So, this is what I thought next. I made a theory where there were actually 3 people in the room. Jessica, Canon, and Kun were victims, and the culprit, that guest Beatrice, was also there with them. You wanted to make it the human me who committed the crime without using magic. I see a bizarre theory that suits you perfectly. I guessed that you killed those 2, then locked the door from the inside, and that you carried Cannon's corpse away using some secret method that normal people wouldn't notice. In other words, you used a secret door to escape. But you told me in red, you said no kind of hidden door existed in that room. Indeed. I mean, she could have, dumped his body out the window, and then... I don't know, hit on the ceiling like Spider-Man. and then left and removed his corpse somewhere. There can exist no secret passages that you are all not aware of. Was it Knox who said it, or was it Van Deen? It seems that in mystery novels, there must never be hidden passages. I simply followed that etiquette. So even without having to go thoroughly search the room, a famous detective could conclude that no secret passages exist. Humans playing detective have it so easy. Damn you talking so big. Thanks. Thanks to the mighty witch being so diplomatic, I get to conclude that the room has no hidden doors without searching the whole thing. Indeed, there are no hidden doors in this room. There is no way to get in or out other than the door and the windows. Which means that the theory Aunt Rose is so confident in is wrong. Also, annoyingly, it's impossible to disprove her theory. If you, the witch, say there are no hidden doors in red, then it's settled. However, no matter how much a human like me tries to argue against her, Aunt Rosa probably won't accept it. Humans can't prove there's no hidden door. It's a devil's proof. Damn. It sure is convenient being a witch. No way. To call Cannon-kun the culprit because of a hidden door we don't even know exists? I can't accept that. If you can't accept it, then find me a different theory that's more convincing. There is none. I've been thinking this whole time. There's no other option. George-kun, you and Shannon-chan are close, right? I imagine that's why you find it so hard to accept that all the servants are culprits. Even I don't want to believe that Shannon-chan is in league with the culprit. But whether they are all in on it together or not, there's definitely a culprit or maybe an accomplice in that group. That point alone is something you absolutely need to understand. If you guessed there are wolves besides Cannon-kun, does that mean the uproar you caused by accusing Cannon-kun in Jessica's room was to gauge the reactions of the other servants? Yes, that's right. And as a result, I began to suspect them even more. There certainly is a wolf among the servants. I mean, I'd be nervous if someone was like having a, mental breakdown holding a shotgun. Certainly. So I think their responses were normal. And just like in the wolves and sheep puzzle, while they may be docile most of the time, they'll surely attack if they get the chance. Jessica-chan was a lone sheep on the boat. In Maria's version of the puzzle, they may not attack when there was an equal number of wolves and sheep, but our puzzle's different. Depending on the situation and the number of people, they'll attack even if there is a balance, just like when Jessica-chan was killed. And then there's something that makes me mad. If that's true, then when you made Shannon go to the kitchen, you put her in a dangerous situation, didn't you? We should go to the kitchen right now, too. No matter who may or may not be a wolf, if staying together means we remain in balance, I think we should keep it that way. Shannon-chan went to see Father along with Genji-san. At that time, she was supposedly isolated, but she wasn't killed. Was it because Genji-san wasn't a wolf either? Wrong. It's because they were both wolves. Shannon isn't the kind of person who would take part in a crime. I can't let a comment like that slide, not even from you, Aunt Rosa. I demand that you take back what you just said. I hate saying this in front of Aniki, but the way you're arguing feels just like something Aunt Ava might say. It's like you're automatically assuming that you're right unless we can counter your argument. Looks like you can't fight against your own blood after all, Aunt Rosa. Even I can't think of myself as very praiseworthy right now. But guess what? I'm a mother. I'd become even a demon to protect my Maria's safety. I really wish I could shut myself away somewhere alone with her. But I also plan to act as a mother to you two. Right now, you're practically my children. Even if you aren't my own, I won't forsake you, no matter what. Well, thanks for that. I just wanted to warn you not to be careless as your mother. Stay where I can see you at all times. I will protect you. And at the same time, you'll be observing us to make sure we aren't wolves? Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Can you, Aunt Rosa, prove that you aren't a wolf yourself? Yes, I can. That's a quick answer. How? With this. This is my proof. That's the fact that, I could have shot you guys at any time. Aunt Rosa lifted her gun and pointed the barrel at me. Well, that's not very... even to make a point, I don't appreciate this. but it was only for an instant. She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. But to me, the time I spent staring down the barrel of the gun felt like an eternity. How does that gun prove that you aren't the culprit, Aunt Rosa? Think about it. What if I were the culprit? Would I really give up the once-in-a-lifetime chance I got when the servants left? I could just shoot you, bang, and think of a fitting excuse later. Something like a Beatrice appeared outside the window and started shooting at us. I just need to leave 2 empty cartridges on the ground and say I fired back at her twice. Well, that's a crazily violent way to argue it, but it does make sense. There's something Kraus Nissan used to say all the time, long ago. Might is right. Maybe that really is true. I mean, from a philosophical standpoint, I disagree with it, but from the standpoint of reality, she's right. Because at the end of the day, reality doesn't give a fuck about your feelings or your sense of morality. Because at the end of the day is this. If you feel a certain way about something, the only reason you're able to have your opinion is there is not somebody stronger than you forcing their will on you. Which means regardless of your reasoning on anything, regardless of whatever kind of morality or philosophy you go by, if there's somebody with more power that chooses to tell you no, you're not allowed to have whatever right or anything, then, well. And a lot of times, when people look at certain people's moral arguments or who they are as a person, a lot of times people will just make base judgments off of, heck, even a person's appearance or how much money they have or their status in society. Like, well, that guy just works at a Wendy's and that person's a doctor. Obviously, the doctor's more trustworthy. And you're judging the person as more or less worthy as a person or more or less innocent based on their status. But whether it be power from status, power from money, power from violence, at the end of the day, reality does not give a fuck about your feelings. And at the end of the day, well, from a moral standpoint, no, might should not make right. But at the end of the day, the only reason you have, like, say, a country like America where you can have people that don't have power still have rights and not being forced to do things by other people stronger than them is because their society as a whole, as well as people that are even stronger than those bad people, that are willing to stand in and protect you, basically. It's like, well, why doesn't the Joker just kill everybody? Well, because there's Batman. It's not because random dude working at a Wendy's in Gotham, has a grappling hook. It's because the very rich billionaire who was trained by ninjas and Tibetan monks and somehow can survive a fall from outer space and fight Darkseid. You guys get what I mean. I'm sorry, you two. I've somewhat lost my composure after all the crimes since this morning. You know how I normally am, so I must seem desperate and a bit short-tempered right now. But please understand, I want to protect you from a malicious culprit. I will become a demon to do that. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry for saying something that's angered you. Battler-kun, George-kun. Let's make up. An unsatisfied expression rose to George Niki's face. He probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's honor. What about me? Several bits of circumstantial evidence hinted at the servants' participation. I didn't want to believe that one of them was the culprit, or possibly concluding with the culprit. But in our current situation, that was little more than wishful thinking. Whom should I believe? In the first place, who is the culprit? Are there accomplices? And if so, how many? It seems I've only been suspecting the people we know. I quickly forgot the 19th person, the guest Beatrice who arrived yesterday and boldly claimed to be the Golden Witch. In fact, I still haven't seen her face. I heard she greatly resembled the witch in that portrait, but since I haven't seen her directly, no matter how hard I try, it doesn't really feel to me like a 19th person is on this island. So I've begun subconsciously hallucinating that the culprit's one of the 18. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. If you're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy and show yourself, laughing in a high-pitched voice and mocking us. just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who, even when they're exposed as the culprit, aggressively says, "Where's your proof?" Cackle. Where's your proof? Shut up, no more talking. I didn't mean in my head. I feel like if Beatrice did show up, that Rosa wouldn't even wait to question her. She would just, like, shoot her on spot. And I can't say I'd blame her. There were 5 humans in the kitchen, but it was very quiet, filled only with the sound of the rain. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumasawa washing the dishes. Goda was using the leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for a soup. Okay. Rosa suspected that poison might have been added to the food, so they decided to eat canned foods, but it hadn't been too satisfying. But Goda thought she was being too cautious, so he was spontaneously creating a soup to be served only to those who wanted some. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, they thought maybe Goda should wash them since he'd been the one who wanted the food arranged on plates in the first place, but they left their complaints unsaid for the time being. Genji and Nanjo were facing each other across a crude chess set that had many years of experience. The game had still only just begun, and because the opening game of these experienced players had been honed to perfection, it looked like a ceremony where they just moved specified pieces in a specified order. That's a nice aroma. You wouldn't get this from canned food. It was made only from sealed ingredients, so there won't be any poison mixed in. I am making enough for everyone, so please eat. Of course, I will also taste for poison. Please feel secure and eat. That really is a nice aroma, Goda-san. The food you cook really is delicious. Being able to create delicious food when you buy delicious ingredients is hardly special. My master taught me that a true cook needs to perfect their ability to make delicious food from whatever is on hand. That was a good master. Thanks to him, it looks like we'll get to enjoy some truly delicious soup, although it is a shame that it was made from the ingredients intended for all of the family members to eat. I'm sure Rosa-san is tired after everything that happened this morning. It is only natural. But thanks to that, we get to drink some soup made from delicious ingredients. Oh ho 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 ho. Rosa had fervently warned everyone that they didn't understand the danger they were in, and that they must assume that poison was mixed in with the food. The mood at the time had led them to agree, but hunger wasn't something that could be swayed by a momentary emotion like that. Ironically, we've ended up with a soup we normally wouldn't be able to savor. If possible, I would like to serve it to everyone in the parlor, but seeing that it would violate Rosa-sama's instructions, you had best give up on the idea. It's enough that only those who want to eat it do so. Ho ho ho, skillfully taking a breather. When no one's looking is also an important skill for a servant, isn't it? When Kumasawa-san cackled, Shannon and Goda laughed too. It seemed that in this space, where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could relax quite a bit. Shannon didn't like Goda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor in his desire for people to enjoy his food. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment they were spending their time peacefully like this. Did the lights just cut out? At the time, several of the servants heard a sound like something being dragged, and then a thump. It seemed like the sound made by a servant outside the back door when they were carrying a mountain of trash bags on a rainy day. I assume it's Kinzo's corpse, or maybe when a servant was returning from work wearing a raincoat. So at first, the sound didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary to any of them, but they soon realized. Right now, everyone was either in the kitchen or in the parlor, so who could possibly be at the back door? As the servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each one of them knew what the sound meant. Who could it be? The servants knew that the mansion's layout very well, so they understood how incomprehensible it would be for someone for the parlor to actually go outside in this typhoon, go all the way around and come up to this back door. Then, was it Kinzo? They couldn't imagine that Kinzo, who never left his study, would dash out in the middle of the typhoon and come to the back of the house, where only low-class people ever entered or existed. That wasn't our imagination, was it? Ow, 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 ow. Shannon and Kumasawa drew close and fearfully looking at the back door. Who is it? As Goda fearfully approached the back door, he called out, and his eyes flashed towards the butcher's knife that sat in a nearby sink. He didn't pick it up yet, because there was still a possibility this was a member of the family. However, that possibility was impossible. There was no response from across the door to Goda's initial question. Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it hadn't reached through all the wind and the rain outside. Genji-san, you know martial arts, right? Yes. Stand back, Dr. Nanjo and the women. Who in the world could it be? Genji took a knife with a classical design from a stationary box placed near the chess set. What kind of game of chess are you guys fucking playing? It was something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes or statements of delivery and bills. But it was still a knife, so the blade on it could injure someone. Genji hid it in his sleeve. What are you, from Assassin's Creed? By the way, when it comes to Assassin's Creed games, I think if I had to list them, the top 5 best Assassin's Creed games, I would say the best Assassin's Creed game in the entire series is Assassin's Creed 5, Assassin's Creed Rogue. The second one would be Black Flag. The third one would be the second Assassin's Creed game. The fourth one would be the first Assassin's Creed game. And one I would rank 5th is Unity. Though the order I would suggest you play them in is play Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, then Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, Assassin's Creed 5 Rogue, and then Assassin's Creed 6 Unity. I don't like any of the other games. Then he approached the back door himself, giving Goda a silent nod. Goda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. We're going to see, like, Beatrice drenched from the rain. The shadow of a person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on his knees, and fell over. Goda fell backwards onto his backside and couldn't get up. That human shadow was soaked with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood. Cannon-kun? Cannon-kun. Cannon? Are you alright? Dr. Nanjo? It was Cannon. His breath was feeble, and the puddles of mud he left were quickly drenched bright red. When Nanjo held him and turned his face up, there was a deep, gruesome wound right in the center of his chest, as though he had been stabbed there by a spear or something. Even now, deep red blood poured out from there. This is horrible. What shall we do? Get a first aid kit? A first aid kit? Cannon-kun, place your hand against the wound. Please, push firmly. Let's carry him to the bed in the servant room. Okay, so did Cannon not actually die? And he just passed out, and then she didn't burn his body to nothing. She threw his body out the window into the fucking mud. And so he's just been unconscious in a little mini coma. And so he was like astral projecting. Still dying. Come now. Cannon-san. At the very least, he can be like, Beatrice did it. Say 3 words. It's all you have to do, Cannon. Say 3 words. Please, hang in there a little longer. Hang in there. It'll be okay. So don't take your hand from the wound. At any rate, let us carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, inform Rosa-san that we have found Cannon. Oh, wait. Not Rosa-sama. Please wait. Cannon-san said not Rosa-sama. Well, what do you mean, Cannon-kun? This is no time for that. Let us quickly carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, do not tell Rosa-sama yet. We will do it after we hear the situation from Cannon. Yes, he had told them not to tell Rosa right after appearing in the state. This could only mean something very disquieting. An eerie anxiety rose to their faces. Come now, everyone. Let's hurry and carry him. Quickly, quickly. Is this actually Cannon, or is it Beatrice using magic to pretend to be Cannon? Cannon's wound was unbelievably deep, and judging from Nanjo's pale face, it was a miracle that he was still conscious. This is horrible. He appears to have been stabbed by something like a spear. If it hasn't reached his lungs, I might be able to do something. At any rate, we must stop the bleeding. I don't know how to make those sounds. No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe off the gushing deep red blood, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't wipe it all away. And each time he did the wound aggravated, causing Kanon to cry in anguish. Kanon-kun, Kanon-kun, Kanon-kun. Hang in there, hang in there. Dr. Nanjo, here's a new towel. How horrible. What is his condition? In all honesty, this is so severe that I cannot believe he's alive. Maybe the location of the wound was fortunate, but the blood loss is too horrible. A blood transfusion is necessary, but that will be impossible until tomorrow. He is going to die. Like in 5 minutes. And like a Frieza 5 minutes or a actual 5 minutes? Cough, cough. Rosa-sama, to us. Uga. Don't talk, Kanon-kun. Your wound will open. Rosa-sama came to Milady and me and... What did you say? Rosa-sama did? Ooh, could that mean... Are you certain? Yes. I'm certain it was Rosa-sama. Come now, don't speak anymore. Kumasawa-san, please grab another first aid kit. Genji-san? Is it possible Rosa-sama did such a thing? I do not know. Disregarding Nanjo and Kumasawa-san, who were struggling hard and stained with blood, as they tried to stop bleeding, Genji and Goda faced each other. Because of what Kanon had said was the truth, Rosa was the culprit who killed Jessica. Curse you, Rosa. How could you do that to my lady? I'll kill you. I will kill you. Kanon screamed even more hatefully. His hate-filled voice made it seem like he was seeing Jessica being harmed right before his eyes. So certainly Rosa-sama may have had a reason to kill Milady. Okay? If everyone in the Ushiromiya family were destroyed, the inheritance would all go to Rosa-sama. If so, Battler-sama and George-sama are in danger. Not only is Rosa-sama holding a gun, but right now they are the only ones in the lounge. Genji-san, isn't this situation quite perilous? Huh. Shannon suddenly ran out into the corridor. Her expression was complex and tragic, as though she didn't know what to believe. Shannon ran. To where? The inside of the mansion had been scrupulously cleaned, so it probably wouldn't be easy to find. She might find it if she searched the rose garden, but they'd probably all been lost in this wind and rain. That's right, the boiler room isn't cleaned very often. If she went there, she might be able to find it. Shannon ran downstairs to find that in the underground boiler room. The hatchet? Did some medicine take effect at the brink of death? Or was Kanon finally beyond feeling pain? For the time being, at least Kanon's painful gasping had subsided. Nanjo apparently didn't view this as a very good sign, and he didn't let his eyes off Kanon for a second. Kumasawa-san firmly gripped Kanon's hand and kept encouraging so that the willpower keeping him alive didn't fade away. Genji and Goda-san seemed uncertain how to respond to the truth Kanon had risked his life to deliver. Rosa-sama's gun surely has 4 or 5 shots loaded. That is no small number. But loading cartridges into a Winchester should require a lot of practice. She might be able to get one shot off, but if everyone attacks her at once, we should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots again. We may have a doctor on this island, but we have no access to medicine and no hospital. If the location of the shot is bad, that person will die. I understand that. But more importantly, if we don't move quickly, there's a chance another crime will occur. It seems to me that Rosa-sama managed to cleverly chase us out. Maybe George-sama and the Battler-sama are being killed right now. Ho, 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 ho. If our foe is so dangerous, wouldn't it be better if we didn't provoke them too much? But tomorrow is still a long way off. We can't even imagine what strategy she might use. Genji-san, we should take action first. If we can at least steal the gun under some pretext, it might work out. There are 4 or 5 cartridges, are there not? That means there aren't enough to kill all of us. Actually, she doesn't trust the servants. And there's no way she's going to give it up herself. But she does need to sleep. And there was somebody recently that was sleeping who should have more energy, who she would certainly trust. So, in order for Rosa to sleep, after all, we have to make a long day for tomorrow, the suggestion could be made, Rosa, Battler there, I think we can trust him. She's like, what are you getting at? Give him the gun. You need to sleep at some point. You can't stay awake the whole night. So, Give him the gun. You go to sleep now. And then later on tonight, you can stay up during the night with the gun. That way there's always someone awake to watch out for whatever's going to happen. As long as we don't carelessly provoke her, surely even Rosa-sama wouldn't be that rash. No, she said it. She said she'll massacre all of us. Cannon, who they thought was sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly, almost as though he'd been awake this whole time and had suddenly opened his mouth. Cannon looked firm and steady, which relieved Nanjo a bit, but considering the depth of the wound, he couldn't wipe away a certain creepy feeling. Did Beatrice reanimate his corpse, and is using his corpse to speak? He knew because he was a doctor. After losing so much blood, Cannon might easily have lost consciousness, and yet, somehow he was still intensely aware of his surroundings. Was it youth, or was it tenacity? Sometimes, the power of human life surpassed common knowledge. Probably adrenaline, but then again, that's going to make your blood pour out faster. Like, there's times, like, if your adrenaline's pumping too high, that if you were, like, say, suddenly, like, accidentally cut off one of your toes, you'll just bleed to death within minutes. Because the adrenaline gives you more strength and you can certainly endure more, but it makes your heart beat a lot faster so you bleed faster. While stopping the bleeding, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, making sure there were no foreign objects inside the affected area, and the great depth of the wound had shocked him. It had certainly reached as far as his lungs, and yet, how is he getting air if he has his lungs? No, but the fact that he's still alive is wonderful. But Cannon had spoken clearly. He hatefully stated that one named Rosa made this wound, cursing and raging over and over and over again. Your eyes look a little bit different, buddy. She wants to kill everyone by any means necessary before the typhoon passes, so that she can have the master's wealth all to herself. She told me that clearly. Damn it. What a person. Genji-san, what should we do? Are there any more weapons we can have? I find it hard to think that Rosa-sama would say something like that. Genji-sama, it isn't a question of whether you believe or not, she told me. I heard it. Why won't you believe me? Why are you... Like, I can't remember if your eyes were always that color or not. They're also a little bit glossy, man. Probably from all the blood loss. Just saying, I don't remember your eyes. Like, were they always that shade? Don't get up. You'll harm your wound. Cannon sat up on the bed, speaking to Genji, who didn't seem to be willing to believe Cannon's story. She'll definitely kill us, all of us. She must have killed everyone in the parlor by now. If we don't kill her first, we'll definitely be killed first. Just like how I was killed first, everyone else will also be killed first. Kill her, be killed. Kill her, be killed. Kill her, be killed. Kill her, be killed. Cannon-san, does that really not hurt? Oh, this? This is not... You're literally holding your lung in your hand. Like, oh, I thought it was a... I'm trying to think of some sort of, like, hostess cake or something. It's like, Cannon, your liver is on the floor. Your internal organs, they're not a suggestion. Oh, this is nothing. What do you mean it's nothing? It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't even hurt anymore. That's not a good sign. It's really not. It's usually a sign that you're dying. As Cannon said that, he began to untie the bandages that had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed. Cannon-san, you mustn't do that. Lie down quickly. I said it's fine. Hey, see? This is nothing, right? Cannon showed off his gaping wound, which is still slowly spitting out foamy blood. Everyone averted their eyes reflexively. Look, I told you it wasn't a serious wound at all. So stop. You mustn't play with the wound. Why are you fisting yourself, Cannon? Right in your hole. Come on, see? It isn't a deep wound. I feel like Beatrice is possessing him right now. And she is being kind of creepy. Look. Look. I'm shoving my hand in the hole. Cannon held up 2 fingers and showed them to everyone, and slowly started to stick them into the gruesome wound right in the center of his chest. Okay, I don't know. Like, I'm saying bullshit to be, like, crass, but the fact that I'm one for wanting the fucking author of the game Makes me very concerned about my own mental well-being. Cannon, please stop fingering your hole. Plunging, slimy, squishy, wet. The fingers went in deep, all the way to their bases. I swear I'm not reading a hentai, guys. I swear this isn't hentai. Squish, glop, bloop. Oh, maybe it is. Cannon, stop it, stop it. Those fingers were sticking all the way into his chest, up to their bases. And then he slowly pulled them out in exactly the same way. And the fingers he pulled out were stained, sticky, solid, deep red color. And there was even a thread hanging. Okay, why is there a thread? By the way, I think what this means here, as far as... I can actually understand where Cannon's coming from on this. Because it's something I've noticed when I've lost a little bit of blood. That I become more energetic and more talkative. And I tend to be a bit hyper. But I think it's the fact that you're in such a state of shock that your adrenaline's affecting your personality to a degree. So I think it's one of the adrenaline is kind of killing the pain, but it's also the adrenaline is overwhelming his personality, so it's changing the way he feels emotionally. Kind of a euphoria feeling. The fingers were covered up to their bases in deep red. What in the world? Basically, I would say it's Cannon. I would say what Cannon's doing actually makes sense. Basically, I would say the blood loss and the massive amount of adrenaline is probably causing a state of delirium. It's probably something people that work in hospitals are probably very familiar with if they've seen a lot of patients that have lost blood. Now, of course, it wouldn't be all patients who behave this way, but obviously, if you're a doctor and you've had a lot of experience, you've probably encountered this from time to time, and it's probably something you want to discourage because even if the person's not really feeling pain, they are causing more damage to their body, but they're not in a good mental state to, not do such thing. See, it is not a serious wound at all, see? Ha! The laughter noises. Those sound like a certain beato. So, Beatrice is possessing the dead corpse of Cannon and is just making Cannon finger himself while laughing. Seems like something Beatrice would do. That moment the door was slammed open and Shannon appeared. Even after she saw Cannon stained with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't falter. Hey, Nason, where'd you go? I'm on the verge of death here, so where'd you go? That's right. I went to the boiler room. There was something I had to find. More importantly, there's something I need to ask you. Are you really Cannon-kun? Huh? What? It was only natural. Everyone believed he was Cannon, so they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed that Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy and looked like it had been used to wipe up some trash or dust, and while holding that, she approached Cannon, drawing closer to his feet. What is that? It's a handkerchief with a spider's web wiped onto it. Why would you bring something like that? If you're Cannon-kun, you should be fine. But if spiders are your natural enemy, I thought you might not like it. Are you kidding? Why would I hate spiders? Sorry, I'll try it. Shannon-san. When Shannon brought the handkerchief close to Cannon's thigh, something happened in an instant. It happened all at once. The human eye couldn't have followed it. Cannon jumped like a wild goat, fleeing from the thing Shannon was holding. Then, from his arm, some kind of afterglow flashed purple and drew a curve through space. That arc, which drew 3 beautiful purple curves, traced across the throats of Nanjo Kumasawa, who had been tending to him. And in an instant, Nanjo Kumasawa's throats opened like gaping mouths. And then the blood really started spewing out. The third purple curve should have traced across Shannon's throat, but Shannon wasn't there because Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. This all happened in an instant. Alarmed noises. In the instant it took Goda to think fast in attempt to understand the scene, the frozen moment in time shattered. Blood was gushing from Nanjo and Kumasawa's torn open necks. Cannon jumped and kicked off a picture frame that had been hanging from the wall behind him, springing forward just like a cat and aiming for Shannon's throat again. But Cannon's target once again disappeared from in front of him because Genji had pulled Shannon again, and the two of them had fallen to the ground in a defensive crouch. Nice reflexes, you senile old furniture. Goda. Oh. Even Goda was no fool. Even if he couldn't fully understand what was going on, he at least realized that if this cannon wasn't seized, his own life would also be in peril. He sprung at Cannon with his huge body, pushing him up against the wall with all his weight and physical strength. Ooh, whoa, let go, fat ass. Another purple curl was drawn from the tips of the fingers at Cannon's right hand. And when he raised that hand like a sword, aiming for Goda's back, there was a loud thunk, because Cannon's raised hand had been pinned to the wall. He couldn't tear his palm away from the wall. Sticking out from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Under normal circumstances, it would have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully, but in this abnormal space, no one paid it much mind. Genji-san, take this. Indeed. Genji took the handkerchief with the spiderweb stuck to it from Shannon, and he approached Cannon, who was pinned to the wall by Goda's massive body and the knife. Stop! Stop it! Keep that away from me! Stop it! Stop! Yo! Transform back into Beatrice. I'll say this. As much as Beatrice doesn't want to admit being caught impersonating Cannon, I will say this. This would be the single most unprovable thing for Battler that she could ever do. If all of a sudden the servants are like, yeah, there was something that came, that seemed to be the heavily damaged corpse of Cannon came in, but then we held a spider web to it, and it transformed into Beatrice and became a woman. So, I mean, yeah, Beatrice may not like that sort of failure there, not what she intended, but at the end of the day is this: how would Battler explain how the dead corpse of Cannon transformed into a woman in a dress? Pushed the handkerchief up against Cannon's face. There was a sound just like setting meat on a red-hot iron plate. Of course, the smell was the same too. As he was horribly burned, festering in filthy red and black, and crying out death throes, Cannon's body burst open and scattered. It was almost as though a balloon filled with gold leaf had popped. The entire servant room was completely buried under a storm of gold leaf. No, a cloud of gold butterflies. Those butterflies began to softly fade as though into water, or rather into empty air itself, and afterwards all that was left was the three survivors sitting on their butts stained with blood. However, not everyone was merely stained with blood. Some of them were lying on the ground spurting out blood themselves. Kumasawa, Dr. Nanjo. Slits so sharp they looked like they'd cut your finger if you touched them opened wide, and large amount of blood there's no way to stop that pouring out. What was that just now? Goda, have you been injured? I am fine, but what did we just see? What happened? I know I pushed the thing against this wall with my own hand, but even I cannot understand what happened. Goda looked at his own hand. The bright red blood left from the scuffle with Cannon definitely remained, and yet Cannon was nowhere to be seen, because he had disappeared. He had transformed into gold butterflies and scattered. Goda kept screaming alone, without a clue about what was going on. Shannon sobbed in front of Nanjo and Kumasawa's remains, as Genji watched over her, silent as always. That's a zoom in on the clock. Is the clock going to move? Did the game freeze? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were... Okay. That's not healthy. The finishing touches are yet to come. What on earth are you talking about? Shannon? Thank goodness you're safe. If something had happened to you, George-sama? Ooh. George-kun, be quiet for a second. A murder occurred before your very eyes, right? Did you see the culprit? Or not? That is, how should I explain? Genji-san? Even we cannot adequately explain what happened in front of us. It certainly, happened right before our eyes. It was right in front of my eyes. However, it was, what was it? Even I don't understand. What are you saying? You couldn't have met anyone except the witch Beatrice, whose location has been unknown since yesterday, or Cannon-kun, who's gone missing. Was it a man or a woman? You should be able to tell me at least this much, right? Aunt Rosa, calm down a bit. Anyone would be confused if two people were taken out right in front of them. Goto-san, Genji-san, there's no need to rush. Tell us what happened, one thing at a time. As to that, how should I say it? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san had been killed. We understood that much. And it seemed that it had occurred right in front of these people's eyes. But even so, they spoke awkwardly. They admitted that they had definitely seen the crime with their own eyes. But when they asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths were suddenly shut. I could understand why Aunt Rosa was irritated and flaring up. Shannon, did you see it? When Dr. Nanjo was attacked? Yes. Tell me, just what you understand. What in the world happened? Someone came to the back door. That's right. Someone came up to the back door. Then, wondering who it was, I opened the door. Someone at the back door? Who was it? Let them finish. And after that? That person was stained with blood and had a large wound. We carried that person to the servant room, and Dr. Nanjo immediately began first aid. It was a very deep wound. Like I said, who are you talking about? I don't know. Certainly in the beginning, I thought that was the case. No, I still think that. But what in the world was that? I don't know. I don't know. In a manner that didn't match his large body, Goto held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue if he was confused because he couldn't remember, or because he had seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. And Shannon looked the same way. If she let her guard down, what she'd seen just a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream, and she wouldn't be able to remember anything. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual, so the questions were naturally directed at him. However, even Genji took quite some time before he spoke, and he had to gather his thoughts. Genji-san, you saw it, right? Who came in through the back door? At first, we believed that person was Cannon. You see? He was alive after all. My theory was correct. By at first, you mean your impression changed later, right? Yes. I cannot explain with words what happened after that. He killed Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa and then disappeared. At the time, he was definitely not Cannon. Yes, that's right. It's just as Genji-san says. You really couldn't explain it with words. Do you have the same opinion? Yes. I can only say the same thing. If we give their claims the benefit of the doubt, it means that Aunt Rosa's first conclusion was correct. Cannon had appeared near the back door to the kitchen with a serious injury. Then he had been taken to the servant room and cared for. And after that, something terrifying had happened. So were these people so convinced that Cannon-kun couldn't possibly have done such a thing, that they'd started to suspect whether it had been Cannon-kun at all? In other words, that means Cannon-kun did appear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how muddled the words are, that's what it means in the end. So does that mean, after all, that Cannon-kun used some trick to escape the room, even though it was locked? No, that doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed. Aunt Rosa has claimed that Canon-kun was behind this from the very beginning. No matter how confused these people are, no matter how much they try to deny it, they're halfway confirming that she was right. But even so, for some reason I felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained by confusion alone. What did they see? Like they said, did they really see something that couldn't be explained with words? Aunt Rosa, who decided that further talk wouldn't get us anywhere, concluded her questioning and said that she wanted to check the two bodies. That was something I'd been wanting to do too. The witnesses had been able to figure anything out, but they had been shaken. If those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the corpses, we might find something. But it was a little surprising to learn that Aunt Rosa was also concerned about the bodies. Even at this point, I still wanted to see any clues I could find to expose the culprit and the truth myself, but it should have been different in Aunt Rosa's case. Hasn't Aunt Rosa prioritized staying safe over finding the culprit? I couldn't really see why she would go all the trouble of leaving our barricade in the parlor just because she wanted to check the bodies. We will all go to the servant room together. If we all move together, it'll be safe. Maria, stop playing with scribbles. Ooh, not scribbles. I'm solving Beatrice's puzzle. Ooh. Beatrice's puzzle? What's that? Show me too. Aunt Rosa, are you bringing Maria-chan too? It seemed that George Nikki was against the idea of bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. But considering that Maria would be all alone if I left here, it'd surely be much safer to take Maria with us. In the end, it was just Niki's irresponsible humanism. We decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room. The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. No, not just the bed. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless bloodstains. The dreadful scene alone was enough to give us an idea of the repulsive sight they had been trying to describe. Ooh, I want to look too. Maria-chan, wait here with me. George Nikki was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes, with his back to the room. He didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas with the repulsive blood in this room. That was surely the correct decision. I was acting tough right now, so I didn't mind. But for the rest of my life, whenever I see red paint scattered around, I'll probably remember this room and start to vomit. My retinas have already had this room burned into them. In other words, it's already too late for me. Huh. Well, where did they... Right after they entered the servant room, Goto-san and Shannon-chan trembled. We shook, wondering what horrible news situation had arisen to make them tremble again. What happened? What is it? Aunt Rosa also shuddered, raised her gun high, and searched for whatever it was that had made them shudder. But she couldn't find it. It was only natural. They were trembling because they couldn't find it. Hey, what in the world's going on? The two bodies aren't here. What does this mean? That can't be. Those two were definitely here. Wait. What the hell are you saying? The corpses just walked off somewhere? That couldn't happen, right? I mean, wasn't the servant room locked? Didn't you unlock the door when you came in just now, Goto-san? So what does that mean? Isn't this the same as Jessica's room? Someone's disappeared from inside technically everyone... the corpses that were in here both had keys on them. So even if they were both dead, you just take the keys off their bodies. But did Nanjo have it? It doesn't matter. Kumasawa would have had a key. That's ridiculous. I don't have a clue what happened either. When we left this room, we definitely locked it. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. There was a timid, pitiful smile on Goto-san's face that he definitely wouldn't have let me show normally. Two corpses disappeared. Shannon was the same. Okay. And furthermore, they disappeared while the door was locked. Even if Canon-kun was the culprit, he shouldn't have a master key anymore. That's wrong. Canon-kun isn't the culprit. Shannon. I believe Shannon. Canon-kun is not the culprit. This must be the doing of someone who looks a lot like him. No, Canon-kun could have gotten a master key. After all, his master key was found in his pocket of Jessica-chan's corpse. And who took that key? That's right. It was Dr. Nanjo. That's right. Back then, it definitely was Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key, so if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Aunt Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I understood what that meant. If you assume there are two culprits, this can easily be explained. The first person was Cannon-kun, or maybe an imposter who looked like him. He finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. That person hid under the bed in the servant room beforehand, and while Dr. Nanjo's body was enshrined here, they waited for Genji-san and the rest to leave. Then later, they crawled out, took the master key back from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, carried the two corpses away for some reason. If they then locked the door with the master key, they would end up with a closed room. You constructed that one pretty fast, basing your reasoning off from Jessica's room. With that method, you could create a closed room even without magic. Should I give you passing marks? However, interesting enough, there's one thing you mustn't forget. If the culprit took back the master key as you suggest, they must have known that Nanjo took the master key from Jessica's body. You don't have to tell me that. You're probably trying to say that as information only the people in that place at that time could know. Ha! This third closed room was crushed so fast that you stuck trying to make harmful remarks like that. There's no art in repeating the same content over and over. I may have managed to bluff, but that move of the witches hurt bad. I can tell that I'm cracking under the thing I want to deny the most. This person's trying to close in for me in two directions. On the one hand, there's the frontal attack where she tries to force me to believe that there's a witch using closed rooms that only a witch could do. And on the other hand, there's the rear attack where she tries to lure me into wanting a witch to exist by strengthening my suspicion of those close to me. In the first closed room, the chapel, she used the frontal attack, but it didn't work on me. So by the second closed room, now the third closed room, she's definitely changing the direction of her attack. However, the fact that she is changing the direction of the attack proves that my resistance is having some effect, and she must have given up on the frontal attack because she clearly can't win with it. I tried to settle my unease by thinking these things, but apparently the witch had seen through me long ago. I will not abandon my frontal attack. A rear attack only has meaning because it advances at the same time as the front. If I were to degenerate into only using rear attack, it would merely result in a foolish plan where my means have become my goal. Really? Well then, won't you repeat someone was hiding in the servant room using red while you're so proud of it? There is no need. The premise of your theory is about to be destroyed. Oh, really? You refuse. So someone really is hiding. Rosa will destroy your premise right now. Laughter noises. Come, let's listen in. Please believe us, Rosa-sama. The two corpses were definitely lying here. The bright red blood on the floor is theirs. Aunt Rosa began to search through various objects around the room, her back to Goda as he cried out in supplication. Eventually she found something and for a while stopped moving. Rosa-sama, we definitely aren't lying. Those two corpses were definitely here. Be quiet. The person who hid the corpses has confessed that they took them to another place. With this. Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder. What on earth is that? Could it be a letter in the sealed envelope just like the chapel? Yes, that's right. It was set here out in the open. I'll read it. Members of the Ushiromiya family and its household, have you now reached the climax of the riddle of the gold's epitaph? There is only one way you can stop me, by solving the epitaph's riddle. There are no other options left to you that will result in the suspension of my ceremony. I humbly ask that you take care not to misunderstand your current situation. Searching for me will prove useless. Attempting to escape will prove useless. Trying to deny me will prove useless. Beatrice the Golden. P.S. I borrowed those two corpses for my ceremony. They will be returned to you in due time, so I crave your indulgence. Also, these keys belong to you, so I return them to you now. As Rosa read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand. They were two master keys, the master key Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which had originally been Kanen's and Kumasawa's master key. What the hell? So what does that mean? Damn you again. You're saying I can only suspect the servants with keys again. I won't say it in red, okay? I won't deny the possibility that after the locked door and left, someone was hiding this room, okay? If they hid under the bed, it still would have been possible for them to carry the corpses somewhere. but they wouldn't have been able to lock the door. The master key they went all the trouble to get was left right here. That's right, I'd forgotten. What about the keys specifically for this room, the servant room keys? Indeed, those are kept in the key box in the center of the servant room. There are several servant room keys, but all those are inside the key box, which means the situation is exactly the same as Jessica's room. It's not like the servants would walk around with an unnecessary key when they have those convenient master keys. I can accept that they're all kept in the key box, and the other conditions remain unchanged as well. Entry and exit are impossible except for the single door and the single window. Therefore, hidden doors and irregular methods of entry cannot exist. Rejoice and great detectives. Cackle. And those were both locked. The door and the window do not permit any kind of entry or exit when they are locked. So it wouldn't work to remove the door and make a crack to slide in through, anything like that while the lock is still set. And obviously it is impossible to unlock the door without a servant room key or a master key. It's a pain having to read all these aloud every time. Sooner or later, I should think of a word to put this all together and abbreviate it, but you can't repeat that someone was hiding in this room. However, that alone won't break open the door of a closed room. Ah, damn it. It's useless, all useless. Cackle. What happened to the spinning the chessboard around thing you're so proud of? Please announce your boastful, strange theory. Spin the chessboard around. What would I do if I were the culprit? I carry the corpses off somewhere. I leave a letter. I lock the door from inside. Then just have to escape the room by some means. Damn it, is that even possible? I was told and read that you can't get outside except through the door and the window. Ah! At that moment I got it. That's right. The culprit carried away the corpses, left the letter, and since they didn't use a hidden door, they weren't able to escape. That's it. This isn't a question, it's an answer. Beato, before I ask you to repeat anything, I want to check the definition of hidden doors that you're using. What have you thought of? Very well, I'll explain. A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized as such by those who don't know of it beforehand, of course. Even children know that. So in other words, if you can't get outside the room with it, it isn't a hidden door. Oh, so that's your game. I kept thinking there needed to be some way for the culprit to escape from the closed room. That's wrong. The culprit couldn't escape, so they decided to hide until we all left. During the second closed room, I tried applying this theory to Cannon-kun, but after hearing Cannon-kun was killed and read, I gave it up. After that, I proposed the third person might have been in the room before escaping through a hidden door. And then, for the first time, I was faced with the red claim that no hidden doors existed. But yeah, it's only a door if it actually leads to an outside. If it's just a closet that's hidden inside somewhere, it's not actually a hidden door because it doesn't lead outside the room. It's just a place inside the room where you can hide that technically takes you out of the room, but not out of the room. Now, move from there to what I've just learned. The term hidden door refers to things that make it possible to enter or leave a room, so rather it's just a hidden closet. In other words, that category doesn't cover things that don't actually lead in or out of the room, even if these things can never be recognized by people who didn't know about them beforehand. So if we had something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, for example, that wouldn't count as a hidden door. That means the third person from Jessica's room is hiding here, waiting for us to leave. How pathetic, it was all just a bit of wordplay. Looks like that technique should be enough to handle even this third closed room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed, or anything like that, that'd be enough. The culprit's hiding somewhere waiting for us to leave. The culprit is also trapped in the closed room even now, which means at this very moment, the culprit is still hiding in the server room holding their breath. And that means, what the hell? Even though we've been tortured by closed rooms 3 times, at this very moment we've actually gotten the culprit in checkmate. I'm finally starting to see it. Eat this, Beato. Repeat it. There is no one in this room other than us. By us, I mean George, Nikki, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan. Got it? What do you think? Can you say it? Right? Ho. Ho. I'll bet that hit you where it hurts. If you refuse, then say it, damn it. You can see her ego being not feeling the best. Here comes the next one. Repeat it. I don't know how they're hiding in this room, but if they are, then this solves the riddle. Solves the second closed room, Jessica room at the same time. I finally caught her by the tail. But this, I can explain everything. Witches don't exist, and I don't have to suspect anyone. Alright, starting now, I'll spin it all around. Now I'll have to repeat that. No one exists in this room except your group. Your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. What? Let's go back to Jessica's room. When Jessica's corpse was discovered, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were in Jessica's room. Whoops, the corpse of Jessica is also included. Therefore, both in the case of involving Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that you were not aware. Humans. Are you saying you don't count as a human? No one is hiding. Does no one only apply to humans? I'm not sure. And I'll say more. No method exists by which the door can be locked from the outside without using a key. Regarding the window, no methods exist by which it can be somehow locked from the outside. And let me also say this. You are incompetent. Well, that was just not necessary. Why do I feel like you just were offended and upset at something and you're just... I feel like you're lashing out at me in order to make me not... continue down this line of reasoning. Okay, why is the laughter in red? The dumbass. So it's really a closed room, isn't it? And just when I finally managed to think of a way out. If you were hiding, that would fit everything. Just when I thought I'd broken through your trick, damn it. Crying noises. Useless. All useless, useless. For a second, I thought I had it. It was all useless. Damn it. I was so sure that I'd finally seen through her, that I'd seen how she distracted me with her clever red wordplay and fooled me. Just when I thought I'd found a light in the darkness, it disappeared, swallowed up by a blood-red sea. Why am I thinking of Metalocalypse? Red. Red, red, red. No one is hiding, and there is no hidden door, and there's no way to get past the door window when they're locked. Have you just proven that it's all impossible? Has the devil's proof been fulfilled? With a frontal attack, impossible. That's impossible. What's wrong, Ushiromiya Battler? Weren't you so confident in your ability to deny witches? Why are you groveling and wringing out bitter tears in a place like that? Yes, what a truly splendid tactic. Truly splendid how you're trying to make me fall over and drown in the sea of tears from my own laughter. That is what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to make me laugh and laugh and laugh myself to death, right, Ushiromiya Battler? What are you calling magic? I'll definitely prove that witches don't exist. I definitely won't believe in you. You used the power of magic and bullied and killed everyone for fun. I definitely won't accept that. Hey, Battler. Sorry for bullying you so much. I'll spin the chessboard around from my side. I'll stand in your place and show you the best possible move you could make. Want to hear? Don't screw with me. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear. Consider Jessica's room. You were off to a good start, you know that. You know that? All that about hiding and waiting for everyone to leave? That truly was well spotted. But why did you only think of Cannon and me and the 19th person? I see, so the hide part of hiding and waiting got in the way, which prevented you from getting any further. Come on, you see what I'm getting at, don't you? It's Jessica. Jessica. If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could be easily constructed. She killed Cannon-kun, carried him off somewhere. Then she played dead, let us walk by, but that's ridiculous. Dr. Nanjo definitely confirmed that she was dead. So was Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? That's wrong. I also confirmed that Jessica was dead. Of course, I've never examined a corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I think she was dead. No, that's probably surely definitely what I thought, but certainly wait. She was dead. She was dead. Jessica was in on it. And Nanjo, who examined her corpse, was in on it too. And that makes the third closed room a farce, doesn't it? Yeah, then it's simple. Dr. Nanjo was in on it, so in other words, he's on the culprit side, which means he was never dead in the first place. We thought his body disappeared after he was killed, but what if he was never in the servant room to begin with? So if Kumasawa Ba-chan disappearing with him, does that mean she's in on it too? That's not all. The servants who all agreed to keep to the story, Genji-san, Goto-san, and even Shannon-chan were also in on it. Then the one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica? No, it couldn't even been George Nikki. After all, Shan-chan is on the corporate side. That automatically makes George and Nikki on the culprit side. Just wait a second. They're all wolves? They're all wolves? Not only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red blood, there are packs of wolves clamoring on the banks whose blazing eyes tell me they'll eat me if I crawl out? Which way should I die? Should I deny everything and drown in bright red sea? Or should I learn the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by wolves? It's either one hell or the other. I can't choose. Gah! That's why I'm here. Come, Ushiromi Battler, and kneel. Swear your eternal loyalty and lick my shoes. Why are you shadow clone jutsuing? If you accept me and all my riddles will be resolved. With my power, any kind of closed room can be created or destroyed. Battler, don't you want to abandon yourself to the joy of surrendering to one with power? I think my biggest problem with that is that you aren't really someone I consider trustworthy. Are your clones getting their ears burned by the... Why are we suddenly playing Naruto? Is she going to say believe it in all red? I'll make you my favorite furniture. I'll love you so much and make you my toy until you turn to ashes. Cackle, cackle, red text. Now it's clear. There's no longer any reason to doubt. Huh? What are you saying? You kept saying those two were dead, but they aren't here. And now we have this letter from Beatrice where she's been kind enough to confess that she's carried the corpses off. It's as simple as that. I've had enough of this farce. As Aunt Rosa yelled, she looked at all of us with a fierce expression. What do you mean by farce? I said it in Jessica Chan's room. You can't trust anyone but yourself and those whose corpses have been found. And since we can't find the corpses of those two people, we must not accept that they've been killed. But please, wait, Aunt Rosa. What do you mean by that? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san aren't dead. They're alive. We're supposed to believe that they've been killed, but they're definitely hiding somewhere in this mansion, so that they can attack us. How could you know that? Are you saying that Goto-san and the rest are lying? Rosa-sama, I go to know all of the Ushiromiya family servants. We all swear that nothing of that sort happened. You all say that those two were killed. But since there are no corpses, we mustn't believe you. There's a chance that you worked out a story beforehand and that you're lying, or that you were tricked. There's a good way to prove your innocence, isn't there? Find Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's bodies. If you can find them, then maybe I'll start listening to your story. But until you do, you cannot deny that you are all wolves. You. And you, I'll bet you were all bought by that witch, that your eyes were blinded by gold. Do you really want that money that much? That's right, isn't it? You want to live the easy life for as long as you live? What value could a life like that possibly have? Rosa-sama? We couldn't have. Be silent. And Shannon, don't get any closer. To think you'd repay a 10-year-long debt of gratitude with betrayal, I'll pull the trigger without mercy. How could you? It's too cruel. Aunt Rosa? That's horrible. A murder occurred in this room, and then the culprit carried the corpses away, and all they're doing is honestly reporting what they saw. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Ushiromiya family. She had sacrificed 10 years of the most brilliant years of her life. She'd believed she'd built up a friendly relationship with Rosa. This is what she got in return. And this is what she got in return. You can kill a person without using a knife. I didn't have to be a Georgianiki to realize that Shannon-chan had been stabbed deep in the heart, that she was shedding tears like blood. Shannon-san, stay back. Rosa-sama, is it true that I go to... It is true that I go to have not served for many years, and I understand that I have not earned your trust. However, could you not believe in Shannon-san at least? She has sacrificed a full 10 years in service to the Ushiromiya family. I'm not telling you to believe me. At the very least, can't you believe in Shannon-san? But even I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. We can't search for an answer without suspecting them. Yeah, bit by bit I'm starting to understand. It's because we've been searching for an answer. That's why everything keeps going wrong. We don't need an answer. There are all strange murders committed. These are all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th persons, the witch Beatrice, in accordance with some creepy ceremony. Isn't that enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Shannon-chan and Goto-san were protesting their innocence, half crying. Genji-san quietly put a stop to that. Enough. What Rosa-sama says is quite sensible. Until we find the corpses, we cannot prove Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's innocence. That's right. By Rosa-san's argument, if their corpses can be found, then the innocence of those people alone can be proven. But that only counted for the corpses. Even if the survivors searched the mansion and found the corpses, in the end, their own innocence would never be proven. They kidnapped Dr. Nanjo Kumasawa-san, killed them in another place, locked the closed room door with their own master keys. Unless the closed room could be broken in by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. But that couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That can only happen if they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are then reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't that strange? They're innocent if they die, but guilty as long as they're alive. Just like a witch trial. Oh right, the enemy's a witch. So everything's cool. Is that it? Rosa-sama, we are furniture in service to the Ushiromiya family. Whether you trust her or not is no business of ours. No matter what assessment you give us, we will merely continue to serve until our final hour. You really are a model servant. I deeply understand why Father trusts you. It really is heartrending that I must suspect even you. Genji-san stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. Then he set it on a nearby table. I believe I was given this as a sign of the trust placed in me. If that trust has been lost, I think it is only natural that I return it. That's a good decision. Those master keys are the main reason you've been suspected several times today. It may seem elementary that letting go of those might clear away the suspicion, but I don't think it's a bad thing. You two, Genji-san, looked at Goto-san and Shannon-chan. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. Aunt Rosa laid the two master keys that had come on the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all the servants' service until today had been negated, with even the final honor they should have been permitted stripped from them. Maria, give me that handbag. Ooh, give it back. Aunt Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held up one of them for all to see. She was showing us that she now has all the master keys. Are you satisfied now, Aunt Rosa? Now you have all the master keys. Doesn't that satisfy you? Yes, I'm satisfied. Even if I can't trust anyone else, I can at least trust myself. I've been able to get the gun and all the master keys for myself. Now I don't have to suspect anyone. You all are happy too, I take it. Now you don't have to be suspected anymore. Ah ha 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 ha. Laughter noises. At that moment, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this, as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. Aunt Rosa reacted nervously to that laugh and turned around. Keys don't have anything to do with this. Beatrice can open doors with magic. She doesn't need keys. It doesn't matter who has or doesn't have something like that. Kihihi. Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Hello? What is it, Battler-kun? I had just cut in between the two of them. No, that's not it. I was on my knees and hugging Maria's head. I was crying. Just stop it already, Aunt Rosa. Maria was right. What are you talking about? Maria, I'm sorry for doubting. I'm sorry for not believing. Battler? It was all the witch's doing. The witch's doing. All that stuff about tricks and cloakroom didn't matter. It's just the witch's Beatrice actually exists, and she's really a witch. And because I didn't believe, it's been so painful and so sad. You believe in Beatrice? Yes, I believe. Beatrice exists, and she's a witch who uses strange magic. Battler? Maria let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding my head. That's enough, Battler. Beatrice existed. You had so much trouble believing, so you couldn't see her. Witches exist. They exist, and will come soon. You believed in Beato, so you'll surely be invited to the Golden Land. Very soon now. It will happen very soon. So, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. There's no need to be afraid, okay? Stay with me, hands joined, okay? Let's think about the riddle of the epitaph together. Let's think about Beato's puzzle. Beato has been saying it from the beginning. She hasn't said anything other than let's play and solve this puzzle. Right, she did. Searching for the culprit was just a waste of time. If only we had just believed in the witch. After gently brushing my cheek as my tears kept dripping down, I have to go pee. After gently brushing my cheek as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead as softly as a feather. For just that instant, Maria's smile, which had once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel. We have returned the master keys, but our loyalty to the Ushiromiya family will not change. From now on, we will not enter the parlor without permission. Rosa-sama, please lock the parlor from the inside. You truly are an admirable person. When the typhoon passes, if the cries of the seagulls return to this island again, I wonder if we'll be able to trust each other once more. If you were to grant us your trust once again, there could be no greater pleasure. I see. We'll definitely be able to understand each other. When the seagulls cry. It would probably be best if we left this room as it is until the police come. Rosa-sama, if you would please lock it. We will return to the kitchen. If you need anything, please command us at any time. Thank you. If you are a wolf, how shamelessly you speak. And if you are a sheep, then I'm sorry for throwing you into the cage of wolves. Furniture entrusts its fate to the family. If I could regain your trust by giving up this life of mine, I would consider it a great honor. I hope you all manage to remain safe until the typhoon passes, if such a thing is possible. This is all a rhapsody of blowing winds and pouring rains performed by the typhoon. When the performance ends and the curtain closes, we will surely be able to grasp hands together again. When the seagulls cry. Aunt Rosa nodded in response. Genji-san turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goto-san's face was still streaked with tears, but maybe he'd managed to sort out his feelings as he listened to Genji-san's words. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goto-san we knew well. I will also be waiting in the kitchen. If you need anything, please command me at any time. If you wish for some warm food, I, Goto, will have the very best prepared for you. Thank you. I can't wait for your breakfast tomorrow. And the boat will probably come by midday tomorrow. Thanks for everything up until now. Your cooking was my only pleasure on Rokkenjima. Certainly. I, Goto, will prepare a supreme breakfast. Please look forward to tomorrow morning. Thank you. And Shannon-chan, tomorrow morning, let's make up and have some delicious coffee. Question marks? George-kun? I'm going with them. It's all right, George-sama. Please return to the parlor. There are no more master keys, so if you're with Rosa-sama in the parlor, you won't be threatened by anyone. You're right. That's how things have sorted themselves out, isn't it? Objectively speaking, I'd say you'll be safest staying with me in the parlor. But I won't force you to stay with us. George-kun, you may stay in any place you feel is safe. You're already an adult. It's up to you where and with whom you spend the time until tomorrow morning. Yes, I will decide with whom I'll spend this night. Aniki? Battler-kun, stay with Aunt Rosa in the parlor. I'm sure you'll be safest there. Everywhere outside of the parlor is dangerous in comparison, so I can't leave her in a place like that alone. It's not like I suspect Shannon-chan and the other servants, or anyone at all. I don't want to suspect anyone. The inheritance? The gold? That's all nothing. There's no way people are killing each other over things like that. Yes, I know better than anyone how pure your heart is, Battler-kun. No one will blame you. No one. Aniki? It's all right. I'll protect you, Battler. If you're with me, even Beatrice won't be able to lay a hand on you. I may be small, but I'm still a witch. Why do I feel like there's going to be a situation where Beatrice starts being very brutal to Maria, and Maria's like, but you said, like, and it's like, I feel like, and then again, Beatrice was the one saying, oh, it's wrong to betray a woman's expectations, but like, I feel like Beatrice is going to like drastically betray Maria's expectations at some point. Maybe not in this game, but like eventually, heck, there might be multiple times that Beatrice outright murders Maria. And Maria will probably feel just a tiny bit betrayed. I mean, technically, she was still killed in the first game, but it wasn't like directly by Beatrice's hand. Not in the way the others were. So, but I feel like there's going to be something bad there happening. Eventually, like, Maria's going to be very, very brutally dispatched. And I feel like Maria herself will feel very betrayed by this. Yes, Maria-chan, I'm leaving Battler in your care. All right, Shannon, let's go. Well, I hope you guys have time to have plenty of sex. Rosa-sama, if you would excuse me, if you have an order, please call me at any time. unless I'm riding George's dick. I'm sorry for saying something cruel just now. I don't expect you to forgive me until tomorrow morning. But when tomorrow morning comes, let me apologize again. Yes, thank you very much. George and Nikki and Shan left the servant room together. Now only Maria, Aunt Rosa, and I were left in this room, this disgusting, blood-stained room. Until Genji-san disappeared, until Goto-san disappeared, until George, Nikki, and Shan disappeared, we stood there, shocked. After their presence and their footsteps had completely disappeared, Aunt Rosa giggled, as though she just remembered something pleasant. Yes? You can't trust them for a moment. That damned furniture. You know, kinda sound a bit like Beato right now. Just saying. If anything, I would say you look like Beato with her hair down. That one sentence made me choke. What are you saying? Something like that. Why? There are 5 master keys in all. Who would believe that? It's obvious that some duplicate keys exist. As if we could trust them just because they pulled the keys out of their pockets. You don't mean that, right? But by setting down those keys, they weren't just letting go of them. You made all their hard work count for nothing. You disgraced it, trampled it. And in the end, you made them give up their keys. What's with that parting line? They've shown that they're willing to go this far and you still can't trust them? Too much. That's just too much. It's a devil's proof. There are 5 master keys in all. It's impossible to prove something like that. You can show that there are 5 master keys by placing them here, but you can't prove that there are no more than 5 exist. Only a demon or a witch could prove something like that, right? Crying noises. Stop it already. Stop it already. Please, Beatrice, show yourself right now and tell Aunt Rosa in red that there are only 5 master keys. Please, I'm begging you. This can only be proved by devils, by a witch like you. Please, Beato, show yourself here and tell Rosa that those are all the master keys and that there are no need to suspect anyone anymore. There are only 5 master keys. There are only 5 master keys. How's that? No matter how often I say it, it won't reach Rosa's ears. After all, it seems that there's still someone who denies that I exist, right, Ushiromiya Battler? I accept it. I accept you exist. You exist. You definitely exist. So I'm begging you, stop this already. Stop it already. Stop it already. Words alone are not enough. Show it with your actions. Swear from your heart that you will become my furniture. Can you do it? Take off your clothes, be naked, then put your hands on the ground and crawl. Clothing is proof of one's humanity. This kind of reminded me of Trigun, Vash the Stampede. From now on, you will become furniture, so it's only natural that you will lose that right. Then kneel, make your tongue crawl my shoes. Can you do it? Can you do it? You can do it, right? When you do, I'll appear and say it in red. I'll tell Rosa there are only 5 master keys. Oh, but of course you'll never abandon that lordly pride of yours. But you've done well. You've done more than enough, and you're starting to get that tingly feeling, aren't you? For just an instant, you thought maybe licking my shoes wouldn't be so bad, didn't you? And you immediately denied that and felt ashamed, right? Just looking at your expression feels just heavenly. That face of yours is so pathetic. So go look in a mirror. You'll see how low you are naked and licking my shoes, right? Can you see it, Ushiromiya Battler? I can't believe it. Are you saying that that's the truth? Yes. We've told you everything as we saw it." George folded his arms and started mumbling again. And the kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence. "George-sama, I'm fully aware how hard it must be for you to believe all that so suddenly. After all, even though I saw it with my own eyes, I grow less and less sure of what it was I actually saw. I'm sure I saw it, and I'm sure I got into a fight too, and yet I almost feel like it was all an illusion." "I see. So that's why you couldn't go into the details in front of Aunt Rosa. If you actually told her what you've just told me, you'd probably be in even more trouble." "Yeah, Genji-san really did handle that one composedly, didn't he? If only I had the power to explain it myself." George had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural. Because even the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was. Let's rewind the story a bit. Shannon, you said that when you thought Cannon-kun was an imposter, you picked up some spiderwebs and came back, right? Why did you do that? That's right, I was thinking about that as well. Why spiderwebs? I happened to hear it from Kumasawa-san once. A long time ago, evil spirits lived on Rokkanjima and they, feared spiderwebs. And they say there's a legend that people treasured spiderwebs as amulets. And, right at that moment, I think I was also a bit confused. When it comes to those old stories, Kumasawa was very knowledgeable. Well, spiders are very useful bugs, after all. Yes, it wouldn't be at all strange for a belief system like that to come into being. I'm sure that the Torii shrine was suppressing the power of those evil spirits, and because the spirit mirror was broken, that power came back. That power must be what allowed Beatrice-sama to revive. If I, weak-hearted as I am, hadn't done such an outrageous thing, Shannon, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't blame you for it. Since long ago, Shannon had often suggested that there was some kind of occult cause for a meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. He did think that smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Torii shrine was taking it a bit far, but he'd laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking of it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed the fate of our meeting, and it would never cause any curse. He'd tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust. Ever since I started working on this island, I've heard the story of a spirit called Beatrice-sama from several coworkers. In the beginning, I thought it was ridiculous, but since it would appear indiscreet to say anything out loud, outwardly I conducted myself as though I also believed it. But could it really? Since she existed, Beatrice-sama was in the mansion all along. But she had lost her powers and wasn't able to appear before us. She did exist all this time. It's just that we couldn't see her. I'd like to hear Genji-san's opinion. I have no opinion. All I want to say is that, at the time, there were 5 of us in this room. Then I thought that Cannon had returned through the back door. After that, we carried him to the servant room. Something happened, and now Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa will never come back to us. That is all. We have already explained everything we saw. I understand how unreasonable it would be to try and force belief from one who didn't witness those events such as yourself. How could he believe it? I was sure it was Cannon-san. But it got up from the bed, and that's right when it started to grope about that wound in its chest in that manner. I felt sure that it wasn't Cannon-san, but something else. I doubt you'll be able to understand, George-sama. The terror of that moment when that person I thought I knew well exposed that it was in fact someone else entirely. I can't explain. I can't explain it at all. I understand. I can tell that whatever happened, it was terrifying enough to give you such a shock. Thank you very much, George-sama. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been the mistake that ruined everything. The witch who whispered these things to you loses her power if that mirror exists, right? I think she explained it to me a little, but I don't really remember. I think she said something about how she couldn't release her power as long as that mirror existed. What happened to this mirror that you broke? I don't remember. I left it behind when I broke it, so it's probably just how I left it. So when, as they say, the reef was struck by lightning and disappeared, it must have sank to the bottom of the ocean. Why doubt picking it up and taping it together would make it start working again? Ha 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 ha. What have I done? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. He didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her actions had been the root of the cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little of the pain in her heart. Come to think of it, though, it's surely different from the one in the Tory. I have heard that Madame keeps a spirit mirror as a charm. Really? Aunt Natsui? Yes. I believe she received it as a memento from her grandfather or something, and that it functioned as a powerful ward against magic. A spirit mirror of high pedigree, I think. I have also heard the same story. Something about the mirror having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back. If we had that spirit mirror, could we resist Beatrice since she's a witch? Huh? When George proposed this, the servants looked up. The shrine and the torii where it was kept are gone now, but the important thing is that there's still another spirit mirror. I've heard that Aunt Natsui's family is descended from Shinto priests. Maybe that isn't just a simple mirror. I'm sure that I've heard Madame say she keeps it in a treasure box. It might not be very large. I don't think its size is the problem. Even the mirror I broke was just a small, insignificant-looking thing. If our opponent is a cult, then we'll have to use the occult to fight back. Sitting around here won't solve anything. It's worth trying, if only for some peace of mind. Of course, this didn't mean George had accepted the witch. However, he thought it would be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. So this story about Natsui's spirit mirror was really convenient. Let's go. I won't say anything crazy like let's go get it and finish off the witch. However, I think it'd be useful to have some sort of charm that can protect us from her. Can we call the Ghostbusters? Maria-chan told me about it earlier, but the door to grandfather's room is supposed to be able to repel magic, right? That's our grandfather for you. It means he was pretty good on defense when it comes to the occult. Let's go to Aunt Natsui's room. But I think Madame's room is locked. We returned the master keys to Rosa-sama, and even the key box in the servant room is now locked away. In that case, Aunt Natsui should have had a key on her person. Aunt Natsui's corpse should still be in the chapel. We probably shouldn't be disturbing it before the police come, but we can give a full explanation later. However, the entrance to the chapel is also locked. The chapel has windows. We will break the fucking windows. It's kind of like the same, like if we're in a fucking apocalypse, I am not putting money in a vending machine. I am just breaking out the fucking glass. I am not paying for Doritos in the fucking zombie apocalypse. Why would you think to make jerky out of the zombies? Koda-san, can't you break a single glass window with your physical strength? You could smash it with a nearby rock. Would it really be okay to break the window of that important chapel? When grandfather gets mad at us, I'll take responsibility. From the beginning, I've been ready to fight the whole Ushiromiya family today. I've got to get them to accept my engagement to you, so I've been prepared from the start. Let's break the glass. Then, let's borrow the key from Aunt Natsui's corpse. George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shannon and Goda looked at each other, then looked at George's face again. Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he'll understand. It's the power of Aunt Natsui's spirit mirror we're talking about. I feel like my Pepsi isn't doing enough to give me energy. Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he'll understand if it's the power of Aunt Natsui's spirit mirror we're talking about. Don't worry, he won't get mad at you. I wonder if Madame's mirror will really be able to seal Beatrice-sama once again. I don't know. Why does this feel like it's going to be like fucking Freddy Krueger? To where at the end of every movie, they find some way to like beat him by like, you know, using holy water and praying over his skeletal corpse or doing all sorts of stuff like that. And yet there's some technicality, so he comes back the next time. I feel like all those horror movies are like strong things about the importance of the nuclear family. Because you look at like the childhoods of like Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger. They're not exactly good childhoods. I mean, I don't think any of them actually have a proper family or a good upbringing. Or like a father figure that's, not a piece of shit. Plus, there's a lot of other stuff going on in their lives that are just really shitty. Not that it excuses what they become, but I'm just saying, I don't know. I feel like there would have been like really easy ways to prevent all of those things from happening by just, I don't know, not having the beginning of that story be so shitty. I don't know, but I think it's worth trying. So, let's go. Heck, it would make sense that the rich people like Kraus and Natsui, not only would you find a mirror, but I'm sure Kraus probably keeps some guns in his room too. So, that's extra defenses. It's getting darker and darker out. So, do we even have flashlights? Quickly. Shannon, get a flashlight. Goto-san, find something that looks like it can break the glass. Sorry, Genji, but can you be on umbrella duty? Yes, sir. The servants who had been rejected by Rosa gained a new master and started to move. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight. Shouldn't you guys have like an emergency like fucking lamp? I mean, a flashlight's like, you can't see very much with one flashlight, especially it's 1986. It's not like you have like really bright flashlights. Also, how strong is the battery? Do magical witches like drain the battery energy of like electronics? Just in case you change the batteries. You should probably bring extra batteries. Goto was testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a highly praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose. But now he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one who he accepted as his master. After some worrying, he took a large, thick-feeling frying pan as a cast iron. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3 of them. Genji-san, I cannot go with you. It would be embarrassing for me as the head servant of the Ushiromiya family if we were all gone when an order is given. But Genji-san, even you must understand how dangerous it is to be alone in this mansion now. I cannot go. I must remain here so that the master can call for me any time. Is he even alive? Do you know if he's alive? When was the last time you spoke to him? Genji-sama? Heck, here's the thing. Go and obey George-sama. Be careful not to make any blunders. Goto, I am counting on you to set an example. Yes, leave it to me. I will surely fulfill my duty. You're sure about this, right, Genji-san? Yes. I am already at this age. All the days of my life until now have been spent repaying the debt I owe the master. The roulette will decide the fate of a senile old man like myself. I will sit here and see what the result will be with my own eyes. As Genji-san said that, he sat down, as though saying that he didn't intend to discuss this anymore. His gaze fell to the chessboard that he had played Nanjo on. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there. Let's go, everyone. It looks like the wind has died down for a bit now. When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and Goto chased after him, each holding a tool. I feel like Beatrice won't let this happen. Like, it's definitely a good plan, and it's definitely good we took the initiative, but I feel like she's going to take the chance to go on the offensive here. After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold. From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared softly and silently. It was almost as though it had seen George and the rest off and was trying to secretly chase after them. Did you stab a butterfly? Did you, throw a toothpick at him like you're a fucking superhero? It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly flapping its wings was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji threw, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. The gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking it like it was in pain. It accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder, then smoke, and disappeared as though it had melted into water. Genji still gazed down at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think up a brilliant move very soon, but no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Even though he knew Genji searched for a brilliant move, it must have been the perfect way to kill time, during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what the result of the roulette would bring about, but that decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold on to her gun. I didn't know what was what anymore, and even though my body and mind were worn out, I played Maria as she wanted. Maria had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold, so we had to try to figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested in trying to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue where to start in this weird text. I didn't doubt that there was some riddle hidden there, but I seriously doubted that I'd be able to suddenly leap to an answer. In the middle part of the epitaph, we see lines going from 1st to the 10th twilight, telling us to journey to the Golden Land. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen of the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders, and that had already occurred in the chapel and Jessica and Cannon Kuhn's murders. If this was being followed, we still had prepared for 5 more people to get killed. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Dr. Najo Kumasawa Bachan's corpses still haven't been found. However, if this follows the pattern, they're the sacrifice of the 4th and 5th twilights. They'll surely be found in a pitiful state with their head and chest gouged. So, can we expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg and killed? Who will it be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but how should I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strange, I didn't feel frightened. As I leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body gazing up at the ceilings, Maria noticed. Apparently she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough. Hey, Maria? Ooh? What was it again that Beatrice said she'd do if we solved this? I'm sure the witch wrote in her letter that she'd give up on collecting the interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean she'd give up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe even if we did solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants, and it'll all be wasted effort. No, that's not true. If you solve the epitaph, Beato's ceremony will end. So after that, no more people will die. Really. Isn't that rule just something she made up? Whoever solves this riddle will probably learn the location of Grandfather's hidden gold. Then she'll definitely go after it, and... Ooh, she won't go after it. How can you be so sure? The gold has been Beatrice's from the beginning. She wouldn't go after something that's hers. Then why is Beatrice giving us all these big hints? Not just that, why did she even set up a game thing? Risk is essential for magic. Risk. I don't really know what you mean. For example, in a marathon, do you think a medal anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as a medal given only to the person who gets first? No, I don't. So what does this mean? In the end, she's just playing with us? Purposely giving us a chance? Wrong. That's how magic works. No matter how great a work of magic is, it'll always have risks and weak points. No, it must have them. No, I don't get this stuff you call magic, but I think of it as a gamble I can understand a little. If you aren't prepared to lose big, then you can't win big. And the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff. That's right. And Beato really did explain the risk of the ceremony to everyone. So if this riddle is solved, the ceremony will be suspended. After all, if she breaks her promises, there wouldn't be any risk. If we solve this, will she really keep her promise? Why are flowers beautiful even though they wither? Why is it that an artificial flower isn't beautiful no matter how elaborate it is, even when you can't tell the difference by looking? Humans can bring about miracles by gambling on their deaths. If an undying human existed, there'd be no way of bringing about a miracle. That goes for us, life, the witch, and the ceremony too. If we don't bear a risk, we can't succeed in anything. What do we do if we solve the riddle? Should we raise a hand and cry, "I got it," tell the witch our answer and see what she says? Ooh, I don't know about that. But if we solve it, the ceremony will surely end automatically. You sure know a lot, Maria. Did you learn all of that from Beatrice? Ooh. So, if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained, is that it? That definitely is the way of the world, but it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least when making moves in chess, players grope for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hoping for an advantageous turn of events. True, but I mean, anytime you move forward in a game of chess, you are opening up your own king to attack. So, heck, many of the moves of chess are about baiting your opponent into making moves that are risky. They don't trust a chance like in gambling. That's right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. Why am I imagining Mike Tyson and Merriweather? Hayweather? Can't remember the other guy. I can't remember that other boxer's name. But I'm like imagining them playing a game of chess. This person called Beatrice has created such an outrageous crime. And yet, or maybe a ceremony, while purposely imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move. So, by putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, we can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles, but according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said that this was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, therefore proof that this was a formal ceremony for magic. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why did she go to all the trouble of exposing the conditions for her defeat? No matter how I spin the chessboard around and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why I should give up if this riddle is solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? Of course, chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? If she just wanted to massacre us all, she could have done it quietly without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for that kind-hearted advance notice, all the self-aware closed room stuff, or any of the rest. It's all overacting. I've got no clue what it means. Will I be able to understand anything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? If I don't accept her as a witch, will my chessboard thinking be stuck before I've even lined up the pieces? If she really is a witch and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building a discord and searching for the culprit has all been pointless. We should have all gathered in the dining hall, combining our knowledge to solve the riddle. By combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least a thread of the answer. The greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifices one by one without gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought they were using their brains, but they were actually thinking only of their greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique where you project yourself on your opponent, so greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension all this whole time. She couldn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in space. Aunt Rosa had announced that we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Aunt Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone, and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit from my dad. Aunt Rosa was originally a very obedient child, but her age was far too separated from the other siblings, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she had undergone a lot of psychologically harsh experiences in her youth. Often when she copied one of her siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. True, Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive, but that means those words were once showered upon her, which is why they were engraved in her vocabulary. The many abusive words that she had spoken were also words that she had been showered with in the past. Now that I think about it, I've picked up traces of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Neva in her style of speech from time to time. I assume they were similar because they were siblings, but maybe it's more than that. For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, who I'd once thought was warm and gentle all the time. Then what about Maria? Maria's been making a certain claim for a while now. If we can solve the riddle the witch displayed to us, the ceremony will be halted and will definitely be saved. And I think she also said Beatrice will never break a promise. But this is Maria we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises, and she has the most innocent heart. So she believes Beatrice will live by her principles. By Maria's principles. Also won't break her promises. She's able to believe that. The same way we were very strongly against the idea of wanting to doubt any of the servants, Maria is very strongly not wanting to doubt Beatrice and ascribing her own morality to Beatrice. And also, like I said in the first game, especially when Rosa was dead in the first game, it's a survival mechanism. If anything, it's basically Stockholm Syndrome. Even though she's not directly around Beatrice, she has been exposed to her quite a bit. So simply as this. You're understanding this person has a lot more power than you. Heck, even though she's not a witch, she's an adult with a lot of power. So at that point, you're basically going to Stockholm Syndrome thinking as a means of psychologically protecting yourself, as well as, even if you're not aware of it, subconsciously, you're on the wavelength that, hey, as long as you believe in this person and do what they say, they're not going to hurt you. So I think it's part idolization of Beatrice and part just her own naivete and part just like Stockholm Syndrome, her, self-soothing. Apparently a big thing with people with autism. That being said, I feel like this just means that she has a lot more trust and faith in her. And I feel like whenever Beatrice does betray those expectations, I think Maria will probably have a very broken heart. I feel like that would be probably requiring a lot of therapy. But isn't that just the image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? Why does this feel like the episode 26 of Evangelion? There's no proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right? I keep my promises. If you solve the riddle of the epitaph, you should be able to reach the Golden Land. When you do, the ceremony will end. No more people will die. So you're saying a complete monster like you follows the rules. I won't deny that I am brutal and unjust and a monster. Well, I mean, I appreciate you admit it. Because, you have been murdering people. And those probably aren't the first people, even before the time loops. But, I mean, you've been killing people and you've been enjoying it. However, I am a witch. I use magic. In order to use magic, there are some rules that must be followed. Because I am a witch, I cannot neglect those. You should believe at least that much. So even after all the crazy stuff you've done, you're still telling me to believe at least in the rules. I do play tricks. Of course, I also deceive people. I'm no different from humans in that regard. But not once have I disregarded a promise I've spoken. What about humans? Do you always keep your promises? Since we have catchphrases like keep your promises, it's hard to imagine that we always follow them properly. From my perspective, humans are truly selfish monsters. Isn't that just survival instinct, though? Like, here's the thing. I've at least been able to live a life where I don't murder people, and where I'm not, like, going out, like, robbing people and, like, Mad Maxing the world. But that's also because I don't live in a Mad Max apocalypse. Like, at the end of the day is this. Yes, I have my own feelings that, I'd prefer to live the life of pacifism. And heck, I've only ever hurt anybody in self-defense or defense of another person. That being said, that's only because, I've been lucky enough in life that I've not been in, situations where I couldn't find an alternative means of avoiding. Like, I've had my share of really fucked up shit happen. And I definitely have a lot of PTSD from a lot of things. But I've never been pushed into a situation where I was absolutely had to kill someone to survive. Now, if it ever came down to it, yes, I would do that in order to survive. But I would be really fucking sad about it. Like, take the people who were, like, soldiers drafted for, like, World War I and World War II. I'm sure most of them didn't want to go. And most of them were in situations where, on both sides, regardless of what country you were from, or what side you were in the war, I'm sure there were people from every country imaginable in both of those wars, and in many wars, that would prefer, to not been there or not hurt anyone. But they didn't really have a choice in the matter. So at the end of the day is this. I can say, yes, I have my ideals about doing right things and living honorably. But at the end of the day, I can also say I probably only can live as honorably as this world allows me to be. At the end of the day, there's many people in the past, whether it be people that just didn't have access to the internet because it was 1,000 fucking years ago and electricity didn't exist. Like, there's plenty of people that either didn't have information available to them, or they just were put into a very brutal, dangerous situation, and they had to take measures for survival, or maybe even their free will was taken away from them. I mean, a lot of people were basically treated like furniture in terms of the way kings treated people in the past. So at the end of the day is this. Those people in the past, I really don't blame them for that stuff. Heck, I can't blame people in the past for being, like, really pissed off, angry people that would be less... Like, there's people in the past that would be given to drink and alcohol and stuff. But I can't blame those people, like, way back in the past. I mean, they didn't have ibuprofen. So if you, like, hurt your leg or something, how would you kill pain? I mean, at least nowadays you have, like, ibuprofen and Tylenol. Or what if you were having a fever? Or then the fact of the matter is this. People didn't have access to, like, air conditioning and anime and books. Or, social media. I mean, heck, think of all the music I have available. I have so many bands I can listen to CDs of, and so much art. And also, many people either had a constant state of war, famine, diseases, pests, natural disasters, all sorts of horrible things happening. At the end of the day, I can't blame people for being much more crass and violent in situations that demanded it of them for survival, or just where, I mean, imagine you live in a world where you can't take a shower, there's no clean water, you're in constant pain, there's no anime, there's no air conditioning, and, like, I don't know, there's, like, wolves flying through the air that are on fire or some shit. Okay, that last part was being a bit facetious, but you get what I mean. Like, if you were living, like, 1,000 years ago, even if you were a king, that's a really shitty life. I mean, you don't have any video games. You don't have, like, electric fan to have it on. You can't, like, I mean, you can't go get ice cream from McDonald's. I mean, seriously, you're like, oh, you're the king of England? Yeah, but you don't have an M&M McFlurry. Okay, again, I'm kind of being a bit silly about this, but you guys get what I mean. Just really fucking shitty for people in the past. Heck, even these people in 1986, video games weren't even a thing yet. I mean, imagine if Beatrice had a fucking Super Nintendo. Play some fucking Super Mario World. From my perspective, heck, if Super Mario World was on Steam, I'd fucking let's play it. From my perspective, I don't want to use an emulator, though. From my perspective, humans are truly selfish monsters. They're not dubious as a human's promise. I feel like you probably were betrayed by relying on someone else's promise, and you're kind of bitter about that. Can't blame you. I'm kind of jaded about shit, too. There are humans that have let me down and turned out to, well, as far as I'm concerned, turned into fucking demons. But I think the issue with this is that I think the issue of humans as opposed to a witch is that the humans are in a situation where they have much less power. So the question is the lie required for survival? Or even just limited information? Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but you wouldn't imagine how strict an agreement must be made just to grant a single foolish wish. If there's even a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like increases the number of wishes to 100 or go turn yourself into a bean. Why would someone do that last one? There's this thing Dad always says. He says there's nothing as scary as contracts. According to him, it's only natural that people who sign without reading them thoroughly will get chewed to the bone. He's made a killing through vice. Imagine it. When people are born, they know nothing of fraud. They get it from somewhere, and so they learn it. Yes, the crimes of the human world where people must press up against each other. Let me see, I've heard that from a witch somewhere. Oh well. All right, we're quoting Higurashi. I'm not as heartless as you think, you see? Liar, you killed so many people, and you did it in such horrible ways too, while laughing and enjoying it. How could you not be heartless? You say you keep your promises. Don't say stuff like that. I won't accept you. Ever. I believe my only way to resist you is never giving up on that. I see. So you're saying this eternal torture will be the same for me? Cackle. Perhaps 1,000 years is a long time. Maybe a witch's true strength is decided not by the magical power, but the strength of their endurance. Yes, I can accept how terrifying Lady Byrne is. Damn you, babbling on and on about this incomprehensible stuff. Let's quickly get back to this eternal torture. I'm prepared to stick around for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Good, good. It looks like you've regained some of your will to fight. It would be boring otherwise. Come now, don't you often see it in competitive games? Sometimes one player intrudes on their opponent's territory, but the opponent is so weak that it's a bit of an anticlimax, so the first player loses on purpose to extend the game into the last round, during which they get serious and shower their opponent with blows, right? Are we making a Tekken reference? I don't get what that means. It's the same as wine. If you don't let it age well, it won't sparkle. You're the same as that wine. I'll carefully make you age. I'll raise you to be the best alcohol to adorn my elegant time. So don't give up after only this much. Keep on denying me. After all, as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion. No matter how many times I see it, it's awful. I truly sympathize. Shannon-san, please get the key. Even though she is dead, Madam is a lady. I cannot touch her. Of course. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they'd searched for another way in, just in case. But in the end, after proving once again there was nowhere else they could slip in through, it only became more obvious that this chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they had left it. Even George wasn't able to approach that gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once. And Goda, thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible ways, now that a half day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her, but now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Even though Goda had prodigious skill, he had gotten dragged into trouble, losing his job, and ending up let out on the streets before Natsui gave him a new life. Though it had been just a casual employment decision for Natsui, Goda must have thought it was a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsui, so he probably didn't want to lose that feeling even after her death. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsui and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. It really wasn't something you'd want to look at directly. Madam, excuse me. Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsui kept the key to her room in. It would probably be this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here. The key to Madam's room. Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. That's not good at all. After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from afar, noticed it first. When Shannon had held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped up from around the table. They were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion. But Goda already knew. He knew that those gold butterflies were far from beautiful, and that they would bring about some kind of misfortune. And that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in. Shannon-san! Run! Huh? Kya! Shannon also realized that gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. As she did, the gold butterflies danced around her all at once. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up. Shannon! Damn it, what is this? Are these the gold butterflies you guys are talking about? Outside, quickly! You bastards! Damn it, damn it! George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies, and while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed a good footing to get out of the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. We are inside. Can't we not unlock the door to the chapel from inside? When they'd entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none. Let go through the door. There's no time to look for a footing. It won't open. It's stuck. Give it to me. Damn it, this piece of crap. George-sama, quickly. Damn it, don't take me lightly. Woo! Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. But saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was undoubtable that it even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. Its age showed and it didn't turn well. I can't leave it to strength. It needs the right angle, or there's some trick to it. George-sama! Damn it! You monsters! At that moment, Goda saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table, with the stained glass behind it, floating, laughing, was the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with the gold butterflies fluttering about at the ready. But Beatrice! It should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself. Cackle. Ha. It's almost time for dinner, is it not? I am the host of this mansion now, so I must give you a warm reception before your wonderful dinner. And look, we even have 3 people fit to order. My, how truly convenient. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah, ooh. Goda became Crash Bandicoot. It's open. Goda-san, quickly. Beatrice-sama? Huh? Question mark noises? Are you sure it's a good idea to just stand there? If you think this place will make a fitting cemetery for yourselves, then be my guests. I must praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's sides and serve them even after death. The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch burst. It was like an evil hand that literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound. Hurry! We can't stay here. George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to their senses. Standing here now would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal, frightening order in which Rakanshima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The three of them dashed out into the pouring rain. The three of them never realized because they didn't turn around. But the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the humans. The three people ran from the golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. Cackle. How nice, how nice. It wouldn't be as fun any other way. I feel like Beatrice is behaving like Freddy Krueger at the moment. They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent of Natsui's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let them calm them now. Where is it? You said it was in a treasure box, right? It's just a story I heard. I never heard exactly where it was. I think it'll probably be in the dresser or next to the bed. Shannon's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that, but next to the bed there was only an incense burner and a half-read novel and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she kept some of their valuables there. Ah, Natsui, sorry. He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for the makeup looked like a treasure box, and the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel dizzy. Or maybe it's this box. It's locked and I can't open it. At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled, as though various small objects were inside, but it was locked and didn't open. Normally, you'd hide a key somewhere nearby, though some people would always carry it on their person. I don't know. There's no choice. Break it. We can't do it with force, right? We might break the... But we can't do it with force. We might break the beer inside. Could there be a tool to pry it open? Damn it. Goda looked out of the room, trying to see if there was some tool that they could use, and he noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they'd entered. He approached the door to close it and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, it wasn't shadows of people, because they weren't human at all. George-sama, hurry! Goda's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew all of the servants working for the Ushiromiya family, but he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants, and not servants working for Ushiromiya Kenzo or Ushiromiya Kraus. Yeah, you could have given them different designs. These new servants, who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, had goat heads and bright red boiled eyes of lava, and Jedi lightsabers. That's not good. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants, that's kind of outnumbered. He saw them approach, piercing the darkness as they came. Of course, she was clad in gold butterflies that were her symbol. Goat hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though the spring or something had knocked it back. Okay, she might be able to unlock it with magic, but I can stand there and just keep repeatedly relocking it. It gave the illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. They couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. So who was doing it and how? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click, boing, click, boing, click, boing. Ooh, ah, it won't lock. Even if I lock it, it unlocks. What's going on? Damn it. Haha, did you think a lock would stop me? Did you think the door to that room could hold back the room's new master? It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even now, the footsteps continued to approach, and when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard. Goda gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large body. George-sama, quickly! George-sama, what about this? A letter opener? That's better. Let me have it. The fountain pen isn't working. George took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. It looks like it's working. Quickly, quickly. You must go faster. Eep, gwa. The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. This wasn't a war cry during a test of strength. He was terrified. He was simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly, because they were on the other side of the door. So if he were to touch them directly, Goda's cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream, and therefore one that was more real. Why are you... Goda couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Why are you phase shifting through the fucking wall? Coming through the door, an arm was slipping straight through the wood like it was water, as though doing this was the most natural thing in the world. And it rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. It slid up his arm to his chest and then up to his chin. By now Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact that came from someone not of this world. You know, I shouldn't be, but I'm just like staring directly at her vagina. So cute. Hey, you see it, right? Your life flashing before your eyes? Let me know when it's over, okay? Eep. Thanks. It's over already, isn't it? Giggle, giggle. Why does this person's like, why do all the Sin's faces, they look like Chibi Doki? This looks like Chibi Doki. Well, that's a thing. That lewd arm burst. Then they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small like steel, maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped, they realized for the first time that its true form was something like that of a steak, with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, welcoming in its new master of the room. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted her. Hi, goat people. The goat attendants came in one after another, 6 of them. Then that witch came in, and the gold butterflies came in. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it more and more into a world of gold. Shannon, the roulette has chosen you and George. Thank me for the day of release. For your day of release. Do you have any regrets? You don't, do you? Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for, and then being killed before spending your first night together. That hardly counts as a regret at all, right? You wanted him to hold you, didn't you? You wanted him to teach you a woman's joy, right? I had laughter noises I don't know how to pronounce. Ah, no, Shannon. You're dribbling, see? Your regret is dripping down from your mouth. I can see it dribbling down from your mouth, Shannon. Crack. It was the sound of the lid of the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessories, charms, very small objects not to be treasured, when girl felt, mixed with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was immediately sure. This was it. I found it. This is it. So close and yet so far. Die. Damn it. All at once, the gold butterflies attacked George, who hurriedly tried to remove the contents of the pouch. Okay. At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. Did you, use a magic shield? That red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of butterflies, raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. So the resulting scene looked truly divine, almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George, who was curled in a ball trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. Then he noticed that Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him. As she glared at the witch, the rest was with a serious face she had never shown him before. I'd forgotten. You're another sample of Kinzo's outstanding furniture. And you've matured much more than Cannon. How could you do that to Cannon-kun? I don't mean killing him. How could you erase his remains and even try to disgrace his honor? Come now, Shannon, is that why you're mad? If you're lonely because Cannon hasn't been around, just let me know and I'll let you see him whenever you like. When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goat attendants glittered gold and changed into Cannon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Cannon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Cannon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes, and he finally understood why Goat and the rest had been unable to talk about what they had seen in the servant room. Are you enjoying this? Yes, I am. It's always fun to reunite a pair that have been torn apart by death. After all, I get to enjoy tearing them apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again. So, Cannon, go and play with your sister. If she knocks you about, let her see you suffer with all the anguish you can manage. You're not a nice person, Beato. From the imposter Cannon's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. He planned to tear Shannon apart with that. With a single stroke, he would attack Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, and... I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you for dishonoring the dead, not just once, but twice. Enough babbling. Go get killed by your brother, Shannon. I'm sure you'll bear witness to a wonderful dream. The imposter Cannon certainly seemed to lunge at Shannon, drawing several purple curves, but when he flew at her, it was as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. No, it didn't repel him, it smashed him. It knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, and into little bits, scattering him. That foolish furniture who had taken Cannon's form and even disgraced his honor and death broke into countless gold butterflies, and then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces, until they were no longer butterflies but a golden splash and faded away. So Shannon, George-san, please don't move from that spot. I don't want to shift the central axis. You seem surprised. Well, for a second. Well, this is certainly a surprise. So, though your face makes it look as though you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power. I see. So that spirit mirror is lending you strength, but you don't have the tools or the time to draw out its true power. I won't let you have either of those. Cackle. The spirit mirror George gripped had let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough not to submit to wicked forces. But that glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature. This is why furniture can be frightening. That feeling like unexpectedly stubbing your toe on the corner of a cabinet. Yes, this is why furniture can be frightening. You're furniture, furniture, furniture. I am not furniture, and right now you seem very pitiful to me. What? Huh? What did this furniture, who hasn't even lived 100 years, just say to a 1,000-year-old witch? You're a very pitiful person. Of course, two people in love will have regrets when they're separated, but they'll feel none of the kind of regret you're hoping for. You dare to speak, furniture? Have you forgotten the days when you were so desperate to be tied to George that you licked my shoes? Living with love and crawling through the muck is what humans do. If you sneer and look down on them for that, then you're far inferior to them. Especially now, I pity you. How precious is it for a loving couple when they bring their love to fruition by sleeping together on their first night? It does have meaning, it definitely does, but it's completely different from what you're saying. It means something so sacred that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly. So I no longer have any regrets. George Sand and I have sworn our love to each other. As proof, I accepted his ring. With that, our eternal vows were completed. No matter how you tortured us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace eternity. Ha! Don't speak in cheap ideals like some poet. Love is lust, totally meaningless unless you're sleeping together. You know, there are some people I've met like that feel that way, that there's nothing to relationships other than physical and that there is no emotional thing behind it. And that's all they see it as. And then they judge you according to that same principle because they can't see any romantic love behind it. But me, I feel physical intimacy is supposed to be a reflection of emotional intimacy. The point is about, actually trusting and feeling safe with another person. Says the person who's been betrayed by everybody. So. But the main point is, the stuff mattered. Still matters to me. Probably also why it, bothered me so much, too, to be betrayed in such ways. But hey. But yeah. Like I said, definitely you should have physical romance in a relationship. After all, that's largely what it makes it a romantic relationship, not a platonic relationship. But it's not entirely about lust. It's supposed to, if anything, the physical stuff is supposed to be an expression of the emotional love. But yeah, I feel like there's people out there, not only cynical people, but I also think that there are very religious people out there that view all sexual pleasure as just pure lust, that they can't view it in a romantic way, so that they then project their own narrow-minded views on other people. Granted, I'm talking about people that are kind of an inverse of Beatrice, because she's a witch, yet I know people that are extremely religious who would probably agree with Beatrice completely about this stuff. But I disagree with it strongly. But those people can't see any sort of emotional feelings about anything, so they can't feel the stuff, so it's non-existent to them. It's like the person colorblind refuses to admit that the color blue exists just because they can't see it. So then they judge you as being immoral because you can see blue. Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crowd around you. Do you still not understand that at your age, you'll despair the very first time you witness the dark lust of the glasses man behind you? You'll be crushed, shocked, dumbfounded, stupefied, and it's all useless, Shannon. Are you saying that he's just going to cheat on her? Or just that... Or that she'd be weirded out by how much he's be into sex. Like in general, like when it comes to a romantic partner, you want someone who has, you want them to be attracted to you, and you want to be attracted to them, and you want to delight in each other. But yeah, I mean, maybe she's talking about like people cheating on people, but again, I can definitely understand that just because every relationship I've ever been in, girlfriend, marriage, everyone has cheated on me. So obviously, that's a sad face. But at the same time, it's not all people. But still, it's not all people in the world that'd be like that. But I could definitely understand feeling a bit jaded about that. But just because whatever guy you were fucking in the past, Beatrice, cheated on you, doesn't mean, George will cheat on Shannon. So yeah, if you're trying to say that George would cheat on Shannon, I think you're very mistaken. I don't think George is that kind of person. Laughter noises I don't know how to make. Yeah, that's enough talk out of you furniture. Who the hell do you think you are, talking like that? No matter how beautiful you try to make love sound in the end, it's a fraud because love is filthy filth. Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, you trash. Furniture scrap. I'll turn you into filthy maggot, then we'll see what that glasses guy still loves you. Are you making a joke about the whole would you love me if I was a fly thing? Was that even Was that even a meme back when this was written? How old am I at this point? I feel like I'm older than dirt. But yeah, love is actually very pure and good and all that, but yeah, there's a lot of people that do corrupt it. But love itself is good. It's just, yeah, there are a lot of people who do corrupt it. But love itself is still pure. Die, you piece of crap. Don't you tell me about love. Ow, this hurts my eyes. The invisible column of light that was Shannon at the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over at once. What are you using, like the fucking Zenbone Zakura from fucking Bleach? The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that tried to corrode in on them from all directions. You're not a nice person, Beatrice. What, do you actually think you're resisting? You're insignificant, you're frail. Just like your cheap ideal is just a frail pretense. You're just hiding what you don't want to see by covering up of a veil. Do you still not understand why you furniture, see, it's being erased. Crack, crack, smack, crack. How thin, how shameful. What the fuck would be harder to cut through than your frail resistance? Again, this hurts my eyes. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shade the walls of the column, protecting Shannon and George. Here's the thing, Beatrice. I understand there was probably someone that was a really fucking big-ass jerk to you in the past, but that doesn't mean you're justified in being mean to Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern, but that just turned it into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the two of them up. Ow, my eyes. George-san, I'm sorry. I ran out of MP. It was too much for me after all. Yeah, thank you. You fought for my sake. That alone makes me happy. The round wall that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream, and it began to suck the two of them up instead. George-san, can I ask a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her, so George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. What is it? In the end, please let me hear you say, I love you. Yeah. Sayo, Ow! My eyes. You're not a good person, Beatrice. Yes, I don't understand what the fuck happened to you over 1,000 years of using your heroin magic. But you're not a nice person. Like, I've been through some shit, but I'm still nice to people. Because I would legitimately feel bad if I wasn't. So how is Kenzo and Genji doing? After Genji finished his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. He'd eaten some reheated soup that Goda had made, along with the random leftovers from the refrigerator. Those are all things that Goda had made himself and were, of course, delicious. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner. You know, I'm going to go get something with caffeine. Heck, normally I would have a Red Bull that's just normal, but like I said, I would see no point to have a sugar-free Red Bull, but apparently there's a new type of Red Bull called Red Bull Zero that has like monk fruit extract and other stuff as a sweetener instead. So, probably the only one I ever try of that, but I at least want to try it to see what I think of the different flavor. So I'll be back. I'm going to go downstairs and grab one of those. I got one of those because it's usually you buy two to get, a deal to save a little money. So I bought 2 Red Bulls, a similar size. One's a Red Bull Zero and the other is just a normal Red Bull. Probably save the other Red Bull for like tomorrow at work. At least I have tonight off, so yay. So, heck, I've had a few days off. So yay. That's why you guys have gotten so many videos. I'm going to go downstairs. This video is going to be long, by the way. I just feel like making a long video. Oh. Yeah. Red Bull Zero with monk fruit extract and other sweeteners. Let's see, has 10 calories, a bunch of niacin, B vitamins, 12 fluid ounces, has 114 milligrams of caffeine. Not recommended for children, pregnant, or nursing women, or persons sensitive to caffeine. Contains carbonated water, erythritol, taurine, citric acid, lactic acid, natural artificial flavors, colors, caffeine, sodium bicarbonate, baking soda, sucralose, magnesium carbonate, monk fruit extract, malic acid, xanthan gum, niacinamide. Okay. Well, it smells like normal Red Bull. It doesn't taste bad. I'd say it's like its own unique flavor. I really don't know how to describe the difference. Like, it tastes like Red Bull, but different. But not in a bad way. I can't help but imagine what it would be like to mix it half and half with normal Red Bull. But he had been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they had would be enough, and the door wasn't even open for him. So ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do that rounds all by himself, even though all the crimes had been committed and many people that had already met a brutal end? Judging by his appearance, as he carried out his usual tasks without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal, you might think all this horrible events might have been more than dream than an illusion. Was he taking a philosophical view, or had he just accepted his fate? Genji must have considered it a virtue, when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable. Also, the fact that he's old. I imagine I'd be more calm about accepting a fate if I was really old. Like, oh no, I'm only 38, guys. I have so much life ahead of me. He carried out his duty systematically until the last moment. The depths of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master's key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking on to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his rounds go a lot faster than usual. Was he just silently accepting, oh, there appears to be a giant chainsaw flying at me? Well, fuck. At least I had good soup. Like, it's just like, that's the impression I got. Like, he just looked over like, oh, is that Beatrice running through the sky? Well, shit, I'm about to die. Manager's like, hey, Beatrice, can I have more soup real quick, please? Let me eat more of that good soup. At the sound of a reserved knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a daze, jumped up and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled. Who is it? I was napping on a sofa, and that voice also brought me back to reality. Rosa-sama. It is I, Genji. Do you have some business? Don't worry about opening the door. Tell us from there. Yes, ma'am. In that case, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I have found Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses. What did you say? I see. Very well, let's go and check them. Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anyone. Ooh. It's okay, Battler. If you stay with me, it'll definitely be okay. Maybe my face seemed to be dark with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Since it was Aunt Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of the sofas. When I finished, I took a backward glance at Aunt Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door. Genji-san, where are their corpses? In the courtyard. I shall guide you. Is it still raining? Battler couldn't wait. Just in case, let's check the doors and the windows in this room. Wait a second. Aunt Rosa called to me, halt to prevent me from going ahead, and began to carefully check the locks of each of the windows. But those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Though it was called a courtyard, it really wasn't a pretty place you could take a walk in like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you that there would be no escape from this mansion, no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, that meant that even though we could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji, held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. She was probably hinting that the gun took two hands, and it would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. We didn't need Genji-san pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening the umbrella. So Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers. Maria? Is this, you know what? Ooh? It's the 7th and the 8th twilights. I see. Certainly, just as Genji-san and the others said, there are horrible wounds on their necks. The cuts are quite sharp, almost as though they were sliced with a katana or something. Those gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes. But after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs, to Dr. Nanjo's knee, to Kumasawa-san's ankle. Driven to each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic design. They must have been the same as the thing that pierced Jessica's back. What is this? It's just like what happened to Jessica-chan. Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ceremony, I wonder? I do not know. The last time I saw their bodies, there was nothing like these. Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servant room. The one stuck in Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect, but the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa-san's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. So, by the look of it, at the one that had fallen over for the first time, I realized it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. Even without touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, and was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances that Western knights used on horseback. Probably you could use it in like a crossbow. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it also look like a small drill. Huh. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off of a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices. There's no mistake. They're meant to be sacrifices. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Wait a sec. That means they've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. Could it be? Of course. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this has happened, why aren't George and Ikki, Goto-san, and Shannon-chan here? Why was Genji-san alone? What's going on? Where did George-kun and the others two go? They said they wanted to search for something in Madame Natsui's room and they left. They have not returned yet. What did you say? You say they left, but when was that? 2 or 3 hours ago, I believe. No way. Why didn't you tell us something like that? Wait, no, why didn't you think that was suspicious? There must be at least one servant on standby at all times. It was my duty to wait for orders until they returned. Was Genji-san really this much of a robot? This is bad. This is bad. It's really bad. Yeah, sometimes following orders implicitly like that is not good. Dr. Nanjo Kumasawa-san were killed like this, which means that 3 people have already been killed. We ran toward Aunt Natsui's room with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Before we even saw the inside of Natsui's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On that door was a bizarre scribble, no filth. Anyway, the room wasn't in any ordinary state, and without any opening the door, we can imagine what we'd find inside. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Handprints, done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before, had banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood. Genji-san, please open it. Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji-san to open the door. Genji-san approached it without seeming particularly troubled by the stuff on it, and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. At that moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will, Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. After frowning slightly for a second, Aunt Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door. Battler-kun, would you open it for me with this? Just trusting Genji, son, with something like that, it wouldn't. Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would only make the mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole, clunk. There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Horrible. As I thought, it's a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. Ooh. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Drawers had been flung open, pulled open, and had their contents thrown about all over the place, leaving the room so cluttered you'd never believe it belonged to the methodical Aunt Natsui. But the very first thing that caught our eyes was Goto-san's corpse lying face down in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest was almost as though he had been struck to the finish off a vampire. It was one of those demon stakes from before, exactly how far it could have reached before being stuck in that deeply into his chest. Just imagining it would make anyone's chest hurt. Wasn't gouging the chest the 5th Twilight? Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal, but maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where the 3 corpses lay. And along the wall farthest the room, George and Nikki lay dead. This time, one of those stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the 6th Twilight? Shan-chan's corpse was face down on the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. Had she seen her own face at the end in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? Because she was lying that way, I couldn't see her face, but I could guess without even seeing it. Nearby, in a sea of blood, lay a demon stake had fallen. Only the 4th Twilight was left. Gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was totally worn out. Even though I knew I was wrong, I lifted her head and checked, and I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shan-chan's head, and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, but you could even see inside her. After seeing that, I finally realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Hey, Battler-kun, you mustn't touch anything until the police come. What do you think you're doing touching it? What will you do if our precious evidence on the scene gets disturbed? Aunt Rosa got violently mad at me and even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt and gazing dimly up at the ceiling. Maria? Ooh? With this, even the 8th Twilight is over. What was the 9th Twilight again? Oh, the 9th Twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. I see. So we lost. It's a game over. Neat. Why has this gotten darker? That is... The cook was cooked. Really? Really? Well, we're down to our last 5 people. Well, Kenzo, you survived this time. In fact, the only 2 same survivors as last time is Battler and Maria. I see. After this, the Golden Witch Beatrice will be revived. What then? On the final 10th twilight? On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasure once and for the last time. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be open. Very soon. The witch shall be revived and none shall be left alive, huh? We're gonna die now. Or does this mean the ceremony of sacrifice is over, and that now the journey ends will reach the Golden Land? What is our journey? We've spent the whole day trying to find the culprits, spinning our heads as though we tried to break out of the situation and we haven't gotten anywhere. It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping. That's right, we've spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. We were so sure we could only trust the dead that we came all the way here just to confirm these 3 deaths with our own eyes. If we're like this, why should we be able to make it to the Golden Land? That's right, if we couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway, it wouldn't have been so much better if we'd locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather's the wisest of us all. He's been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all. It's okay, Battler. If you're with me, you'll be okay. The witch is very fickle, and she's a terrifying being who might kill humans, partly for fun sometimes. However, you're with me, you'll be okay, so don't be afraid. Thank you. Even if you're just saying it to console me, I'm glad. After Aunt Rosa finished investigating the corpses, she announced that she'd sealed the room again, and chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she'd lent me, and locked the door again. Apparently, George Niki had been holding the key to Aunt Natsui's room. She also collected that. Wait a sec. She's got all the master keys on her person. Natsui's own key was locked up inside this room. Doesn't that make it another closed room? So what, is this the 4th closed room? Now that the suspicion surrounding those 3 had been cleared, we returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent, and everyone alive is a wolf, that leaves only me, Aunt Rosa, Maria, and Genji-san. And besides us, there's only Grandfather and that 19th person, the guest, we've seen no trace of, Beatrice. 13 have died and 6 are left. How would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people has been reduced to 6, I can't think of an answer. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door, but thankfully we didn't find anything like that. Thank you, Genji-san. This is far enough. Please rest for the day. Certainly. Then please excuse me. Hey, Aunt Rosa? Are you saying you'll leave Genji-san all alone in a situation like this? That's right. I do think it's quite dangerous. But in that case, why is he safe? After those 3 headed to Natsui's rooms, he was alone the whole time, and yet he's safe. It's wolves and sheep puzzle. Why would a sheep be safe if it was all alone and therefore in its weakest possible position? But probably because, by coincidence, there weren't any wolves around? Wrong. It's because it wasn't a sheep. Are you saying Genji-san's a wolf? He said he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove. The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo Kumasawa corpses who could have killed George on the rest were him and Beatrice, right? But wait, with that argument, anyone. Battler-sama, thank you for your concern. I believe trust is won not with 100 excuses, but with simple faithfulness. Even if I am not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end. Genji-san? Then we're decided. If you truly are innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. So until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion. After your long years of service, I find it truly painful to treat you so poorly. But please understand about tonight. And when tomorrow comes, please let us make up again. Didn't you say the same thing to all the people that are currently dead? Genji-san gave his head a small shake. Today and tomorrow, I will continue to be a servant of the Ushiromiya family. If you need anything, please say so at any time. Then, if you will excuse me. After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji-san bowed deeply and left down the hall. Then, when we entered the room, even though Aunt Rosa still held all the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how should I say it, I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I'd waited just long enough and entered the parlor behind her. If she doesn't trust anyone but the dead, why doesn't she go around killing everyone with that gun she's got in her hand? And then in the end, she'll realize that she herself is the wolf. Then she can just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I had been encamped before, rudely resting both of my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet. What is this? Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was that envelope from before with the seal of the one-winged eagle. It was unopened. But wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this and when? Until I went with everyone to check the corpses, I was sitting here the whole time, and there wasn't anything there then. And when I returned, it was here. It's okay. Everything's still locked up securely. This room is safe. I heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked the windows were all perfectly locked. Then we locked it up and came back, and the windows were still locked. Then wait, who put this letter here and how? I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like blood. Okay. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant, and there was writing on the other page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? In just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The night twilight will begin soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice. Ooh? Battler, what is that? When we came here just now, it was sitting right here. What happened, Maria? Huh? Battler-kun, that letter. Waiter, it was sitting right here. Why? Even though we checked to make sure the room was locked. Why? Maria, come here. Aunt Rosa closed her eyes just a little, and after thinking silently for a moment, told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. Aunt Rosa pointed the barrel of the gun at me. Battler-kun, I've concluded that you are a wolf. But why? When I came into this room just now, I saw that there was nothing at all on the table. And I know that Maria did not approach the table. We're talking about a short stretch of time, but the only one who claims to have approached the table and found the letter is you. How can you... Wait, that's screwed up. Why would I put something like this here? Wait, I just found something suspicious and reported it, right? Why are you suspecting me? Because only you could have set that letter there. That's right, this is all a charade. You pulled an envelope from your pocket and then acted as though you just found it. To create the illusion that the witch entered this closed room, set down a letter, and left. Dumbass. Are you thinking like that again? Are you going to suspect me because of something like that? Cut it out. My dad and everyone else were killed. Why would I take part in the culprit's scheme? True. Even if you were offered a large sum of money, I don't want to believe in the existence of some sort of demon who could sell out their own parents. Then again, maybe such a demon does exist. No, that's a bad way to say it. What if you didn't view Rudolph's Nissan, Kairi-san as your parents? But what? Think about what you're saying. Dad is dad, right? Of course I'm not related to Kairi by blood, but she's like a big sister to me. No way in hell I'll let a comment like that slide, you bastard. Ooh. Stop it. Ooh. Stop saying ooh. I'm sorry. That was a bad way to put it. True, Ushiromi Battler-kun may be Rudolph Nissan's child, But are you really that Battler-kun? What the hell are you talking about? If I'm not Battler, who else do I look like? All of us, including Rudolph Nissan, are seeing you for the first time in 6 years. No one can prove that you really are Ushiromiya Battler, right? Maybe you aren't Battler, but someone who snuck in, making a skillful bid to steal the wealth of the Ushiromiya family. Can you clearly prove that you're Ushiromiya Battler? Right here, right now? Cut it out, damn it. I'm me, Ushiromiya Battler. We're going to suspect even things like that? Are you really Ushiromiya Rosa? I myself? No one else? Yeah, that's right. Just as you say, you can't trust anyone but corpses and yourself. If you're going to go that far, let me make an objection. George and Nikki and the others were found dead, and Aunt Natsui's room was locked. George and Nikki had the key to the room, right? And by now, the only one with the master key is you, Aunt Rosa, right? Aren't you the only one who could have unlocked the room? My theory goes like this. You're in contact with the real culprit, and while I wasn't looking, you lent them one of the 5 master keys. I didn't do something like that. See, there are 5 of them right here, right? As if that matters. You could have had them set in a prearranged spot and collected it, right? And weren't you the one who doubted whether there really were 5 master keys? So how do you suggest that someone other than yourself placed the letter there? Until you find proof someone else did it, you're a wolf. Shut up. Then why don't you show me some proof? How do you claim the culprit killed George and Nikki and the rest in that closed room? How did they lock it? That's exactly right. Natsui's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. There were no frauds or tricks or no means of secret passages nor places in which to hide. Natsui's own key was in George's pocket and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. And let me say this parlor is the same. The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room, so unlocking it without a master key is impossible. The definition of a closed room remains the same as always. Here's the thing though, Battler is in the... is he also in this, or are you just talking to me, the reader? Come on, now there's only one suspect. Or are you still playing innocent Ushiromiya Battler? Shut up. You shut up too. You're the one who should shut up. How do you claim the letter was placed here by anyone other than you? Unless you can prove such a thing happened, you're a wolf. If we can suspect me, then we can suspect you too, so show trying to me prove yourself. And anyway, weren't you the first person to enter this room and start checking the windows, Aunt Rosa? Then you guessed that I'd go back to where I'd been sitting and secretly put the letter there. It's possible for us to suspect that this is a trap of yours, right? Why would I use a trap like that? If I was a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question. That proves nothing. Maybe you chose the roundabout way of setting up clever traps because you couldn't commit a murder in front of Maria. All the master keys are in your hands. So what happened, both here and in the last room, was all you're doing, right? If you think you can talk your way out of this, then let's hear your excuses. That's right, you've been suspicious from the start, Aunt Rosa. Why is it that even though 6 adults in the family conference were killed, you were the only exception? Why were you the only one not in the chapel? There can only be one reason. You invited Dad and the rest there and killed them. Damn it, damn it. That explains everything, doesn't it? Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. Stop saying things that don't make sense. Was that a gunshot? Did you shoot me? Ooh. Stop it. You mustn't fight. Mama too, Battler too. Stop it. Stop it. It's no one's fault. It's not Battler or Mama's fault. The witch did all of this. It was done with magic. It's no one's fault. Ooh. Maria thrust herself in between Aunt Rosa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I had acted shamefully just now. My eyes filled with tears. That's right. It's all the witch's fault, isn't it? All this about keys and tricks and alibis, all of it is stupid. Even though it was the work of the witch, we weren't even able to trust each other as humans. Right, Aunt Rosa, from the beginning? There wasn't a human culprit. It was all the work of the witch. So there's no way you're the culprit. And there's no way Maria, Genji-san, or I am either. Why has it come to this? Why am I screaming at Aunt Rosa, who I loved? Why am I having this fight with the kind aunt I loved so much? Why does everyone have to suspect each other? I'm not going to suspect my aunt. I'm not going to suspect anyone. It's all the work of the witch. It's all the work of the Beatrice. It's all a crime that Beatrice committed with magic. Beatrice, please show yourself and confess to us that you did everything. I'm sorry already. I'm sorry we've been suspecting each other like this. So forgive us, release us from this hell of suspecting each other until we see each other die. Give me my kind relatives and cousins back. I hate it all. You definitely exist. It's your victory. Show yourself. Ooh, Beatrice. You know, you sound a lot like a Kenzo. Because he's been doing a lot of that too. Am I still alive? Apparently, some time ago, Kenzo had fallen into a doze. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 o'clock p.m. That person's ceremony, let's see, how far has it progressed? It must have come quite far by this time. Kenzo has lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he had gazed at every day. Beatrice, very soon I will have a chance to be reunited with your smile. I care not if I die. If I can just see your smile one more time, I will not regret this life. So, for heaven's sake, let me meet with you one more time. Then, let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes. Ooh. But I won't let you escape. You are mine. From your hair to your toenails, to the dirt under your toenails, you are mine. That's okay. Every fragment of your flesh is mine. Even the broth of your corpse is mine. I won't let you escape. This time you won't slip away from my hands. I'll make you mine for eternity. I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time. Kenzo howled in rage and suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant he had started sobbing and then had a heart attack. Ah, heck, that's wrong. I didn't want to say something like this. Beatrice, please, let me see you one more time. Even if you only let me apologize. Ah, Beatrice, heck, crying noises. You are my beloved yearned for. I was mistaken. If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else. I made a mistake. I made a mistake back then. I did something that I cannot be taken back. In atonement, I offer all that remains of my life. In order to apologize to you, in order to atone for my crimes, I offered everything. Please, even if it must happen as I die, at least let me apologize just once. Beatrice, hick, crying noises. As Kenzo shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere behind his small back like a flake of gold leaf and softly descended. You fool, Kenzo. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Kenzo, do you remember that game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing? Kenzo, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. It was as if it had been during the game he played with Nanjo until yesterday. Knocking all the pieces off the chessboard, he began to line them up again, one by one. It was set up for an ongoing game. That's right, like this. I advanced to my queen. That was quite a spectacular move. Perhaps it was a little too intense for you. I worried whether you would abandon your piece or not. Worried for so long. Kenzo waited, with the opposite seat empty. Surely very soon his opponent would appear there, and he would be able to restart the game again. You fool, Kenzo. You want to apologize. You want to see my face again. You want to make my smile an eternal thing. Why can't you say a much, much simpler word, even though that is the sole element of this world? At the time, Kenzo muttered, was it a prayer? An entreaty? It was probably best to just call it muttering. I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say, without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kenzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right, not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this. At that moment, Kenzo definitely heard a small knock, one with a tempo that differed from those of the servants. Who is it? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. I'm asking who you are. Will you not answer? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. Could it be? Ooh, could it be? But Beatrice? Beatrice, Beatrice! The woman beyond the door answered, "On the 9th twilight the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive." It's a nice clock. Hey guys, look at the clock. This clock just really close to the screen. Well, we got a half hour till midnight. Battler's figure was in the dining hall. He didn't feel like going back to the guest house in the middle of the rain and wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search of any place where he could sit before setting up camp in the dining hall. He didn't even lock the door. He thought the shapeless murderer, or maybe the Golden Witch, might come to kill him now that he was isolated. But he no longer had any desire to resist. He didn't even feel like using a locked door to hold off the culprit. He wanted the person to come at him openly from the front. If it was the killer, he wanted to ask them about some of those wonderful clothes room tricks as a parting gift. If it was the witch, he'd hoped she'd at least take his life with some spectacular magic. However, ironically, neither of these two came to meet him. Battler opened the liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content. No longer was there anyone to scold him for drinking alcohol. He boldly rested his legs on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liquor, which probably had a mind-boggling price, drinking it down straight from the bottle. Then, someone knocked. Battler realized that someone had finally come to greet him. "Hey, it's not locked. Whoever you are, please come in. And go ahead and introduce yourself. If you're human, please give me your name. If you're Beatrice, please tell me your bust size." I may not look it, but I'm well known as a breast sommelier, you see. Hick. "It is Genji, Battler-sama. Genji-san, huh? Sorry, I've got no interest in your bust size. Please come in, it's unlocked." "Excuse me." Genji-san opened the door and bowed. So, is Genji-san the criminal after all, or maybe an accomplice? That theory would probably explain most of the tricks. "Did you come to give me my last rites?" "Nothing of the sort. I apologize if I am disturbing you." Hey, saying I'm sorry without even telling me what you want is actually pretty creepy. What do you want? Are you going to tell me that drinking alcohol is forbidden for minors? I'll just die anyway. Please, let me do what I want, now that it's all about to end. Battler-sama, do you love alcohol so much that you would spend the little time you have left drinking? Those words pierced me. That wasn't true. I just can't cope if I don't drink. I can't even taste the alcohol at all. You are just like the master. Indeed, you inherited the master's blood strongly. You mean grandfather, the heavy drinker, was drinking to drown his sorrows the whole time? First I've heard of it. After several sad incidents, the master's life was reduced to one of atonement alone. What is it you know? Beatrice's ceremony was completed when the 8th twilight ended. I believe I can tell you everything now. Well, what did you say? My drunkenness was completely blown away. I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to hear what Genji would say next. Battler-sama, I shall guide you to the master's study. It would probably be best to hear it directly from both the master and from both grandfather and... Hey, what in the world do you mean by that? Come, this way. I shall guide you. Battler-sama. After Genji-san told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. I threw my drunkenness off completely and went after him. We climbed a big staircase toward the 3rd floor. Genji-san stopped walking halfway. He then turned back and spoke. Battler-sama, from here on, you will probably see things you will not be able to understand. Am I going to walk in and see them playing like Jenga or Twister? It's like, oh god, grandfather's naked. Ah. Then he just yells back, BioWare, bust size is Like, God damn it, Grandpa. Don't think that'll scare me. I've already seen enough incomprehensible things today to make me sick. Please, accept what you see as you see it, and accept what you hear as you hear it. Why? What? There's no need for questions like that. You will learn the truth. And that is all. I will leave it completely up to you, Battler-sama, whether to accept it, believe it, or deny it. Genji-san checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to know the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended. And on the 9th twilight the witch would revive and nobody would be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already been revived, and it probably also meant that none of us would be allowed to return alive. If I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. It didn't matter how hard it might be to accept. Yeah, even if a demon or a witch shows up, I'm prepared. Indeed, you are just like the master in his youth. Battler-sama, please be diligent in your studies. In the future, you will surely have great aspirations. And when that time comes, see to it that you are never forced to regret a lack of study and training. I'd be happy to, assuming I ever get the chance to work hard in my studies. Genji-san's silence felt like it was further confirming a certain resigned feeling I had. And then the door to grandfather's study, surrounded by a sweet smell, came into sight. Genji-san took a gold key with an elegant design out from his pocket. The master keys had been confiscated by Aunt Rosa, but he kept the key to the study alone on his person. He put it into the keyhole, and it made a heavy, clunking sound. Master, it is I, Genji. I have brought Battler-sama with me. There was no reply, but it seemed that permission to go inside had been given. Come, Battler-sama. Please, go in. Okay, I'll go in. I readied myself and threw the door open. Okay. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was unbelievable, a swarm of butterflies that shone gold. Gold butterflies that completely filled the inside of the study poured out all at once. What is this? It was almost like golden leaf confetti. The interior of Grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And on a sofa, like a reception chair in front of me, on the study desk, I could see Grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from Grandfather. It was in shadow, so I couldn't see it well. Master, I have brought Battler-sama. Battler, is it? I'm busy thinking now. Be silent for a while. Kinzo declared that, unhappily, his back still turned. It seemed he was enjoying a chess game with a visitor. Apparently the opponent had counterattacked him with a superb move. Kinzo seemed to be enjoying himself as he thought deeply while occasionally laughing and groaning. I have thought for 30 years. I have thought for 30 years about how to counter this move. Have fun with the move I have fermented for 30 years. Indeed, this is a deeply matured move. What fun, what fun! Cackle, 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 cackle. I see I'm no match for you. What is this? So you came, Battler. I have been waiting for a while. Be silent for Kenzo's sake. Isn't it too early to resign, Kenzo? I could have countered that move in several ways already. Cackle. It should have been my first meeting with that witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was our first meeting, I knew her from the portrait. Genji, serve some alcohol for Battler. Because fuck his liver, apparently. What would be an appropriate liquor for this man? that which the master has loved since the days of his youth. Good, good, serve it. You did well coming here, Ushiromiya battler. First, sit down. You called my name many times, did you not? In deference to that, I allowed you to meet me. So, what will you ask me? What will you inquire? The door of the Golden Land will soon be open. Soon, we will have a banquet to celebrate my revival, at which I will be welcoming in the witches. In the meantime, I'll answer your questions, as many as you like. I've got a bunch of things I want to ask. What happened on this island? And why did incidents like these occur? I want to ask about the closed rooms, too. What about the chapel? What about Jessica's room? And the servant room? And Aunt Natsui's room? And the parlor? There's so much I want to ask. About the witch's true nature? Is Beatrice really a witch? What's your goal? What do you want to make us do? Why did you call me here? Answer me about everything. Ah, be quiet. You think you'll get answers if you ask? Don't say that, Kenzo. A fragile and fleeting spider web did offer protection from King Herod once. Just like there are no useless things in this world, there are no useless questions. Very well, I answer all of your questions, but only on one condition. What is it? If you hear everything and are able to accept my existence. Then you will kneel and kiss my shoes. I called you here because I wanted to make you surrender to me. Kenzo and I made a bet. We bet on which would come first, Kenzo thinking of a new move, or me making you surrender. I don't think I'll lose. Damn you, talking so tough. Yeah, alright. Try and convince me. Try and convince me that you're a witch who can use weird, awesome, powerful magic. If I surrender, I'll kiss you or do anything else. The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly with eyes that said a man can't go back on his word. Well said. So, from what question shall I begin? I'll answer everything. Come, what will the first one be? Then the witch started to tell everything. She began answering all of Battler's questions. Everything made sense. He was convinced by all of it. Then Battler had no choice but to admit it, and the witch certainly did exist. What followed is a story that needs no retelling. When the king falls and you are defeated, it's time to start reflecting on your finished game, and then all you do is set up the pieces one more time. Second game, Turn of the Golden Witch. Result. Kraus died. Natsui dead. Ava dead. Hitty dead. Rudolph dead. Kyrie dead. Jessica, dead. Asmodeus. Canon, Satan, dead. Shannon, Mammon. Goda, Beelzebub. George, Lucifer. Nanjo, Belphegor. Kumasawa, Leviathan. Beatrice revived on the ninth toilet, opens door to Golden Land. Kinzo, missing 10th wife. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to Golden Land. The witch did not invite the woman who denied the witch's existence to Golden Land. She acknowledged the existence, prostrated herself, the witch invited her to Golden Land. Genji invited Golden Land. Battler, will he acknowledge the existence? Don't know. Which shall praise the wise and bestow the four treasures of Golden Land. Until the desire of a mountain of gold would not been able to receive it. Kenzo chose the person he had loved and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Genji chose a peaceful sleep. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice because the time ran out before 18 could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. That being said, it does mean that there was one person who, even at the very end, Rosa, who refused to admit Oh, we're in the chapel. Where are you, Beatrice? Show yourself. Beatrice! Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. She pointed her gun around, screaming the witch's name, but there was no way she would receive an answer. After grimacing slightly, she noisily approached the table where her siblings' corpses still lay exposed, and stretched out her arm toward a gold ingot. It was very heavy, but Rosa didn't mind. She wrapped that one up in a blanket and threw it over her shoulder. At least just this one. This alone should be worth over 10 million. Without letting go of her gun, Rosa picked up the gold as well. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't mind. Kihi? It will happen very soon. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will open. Stop laughing with that creepy voice. Where is Beatrice? Yeah, I know she's around here somewhere, right? You know where, right? Where is she? Kihi? I don't know. Even if you don't search for her, you'll be able to see her in the Golden Land. Kihi? Ouch. Stop laughing like that. It almost makes me want to laugh. That's right, that was definitely a witch, definitely a witch. I didn't understand, I thought she was human calling herself a witch, but I was wrong. That really was a witch. I won't be fooled by something like that. You're here, right? You're there, right? Come out, show yourself. Beatrice. I told you she'll appear very soon. The door to the Golden Land will be opened. Key? That's right. Isn't that splendid? I care not, I abandon that rook. You, woman, are a king that cannot be reached without resolve to lose everything one has. I'll corner you, Beatrice. Ha 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 ha. At least call me a queen. Oh, what a brilliant move. So your blood, no, the Ushiromiya blood is bad at giving up. How pleasant. What a truly elegant night. Ha 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 ha. Master, Beatrice-sama, it will soon be time for the banquet. Already? That was fast. Every night I pass with you goes by swiftly. The moon falls like an apple, and the sun leaps out of the river like a small fish. It is time, so let us go. Rise, battler. The banquet to celebrate my revival will now begin. I'll introduce you as my new furniture, no, as my toy. To the dignitaries among the witches. The witch was relaxing elegantly, her feet thrown out from the sofa and resting on top of a footrest. However, the footrest wasn't a part of the sofa, but a human down on all fours. Beatrice-sama, your silk dress. You are the guest of honor, but I am the host. I will go out first. It would have been nice if Shannon were here to help dress you, but unfortunately it seems she no longer remains. She's never around when I want to use her. An entirely useless person. However, you did well to remain here. I'm happy, my friend. I am grateful for your words. Good. Wait downstairs, you two. Genji, good work. Set the dress down over there. Certainly. Well then, master. We will go first. Beatrice, I will see you later. Indeed. Kenzo and Genji left the study. After that, the witch and the dress and the furniture remained. Do you know why I'm not embarrassed to show myself to you naked? It's because you're furniture. Furniture. You understand? Furniture, just furniture. Who would feel shame in exposing their body to furniture? So there's no reason for me to feel shame in front of you. Cackle. The witch rose and her jacket slipped off just from her shoulders. After that, the jacket fell to the ground with a thump. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up those clothes, the witch gave it a small kick and it fell over. The furniture was afraid of what misconduct it might have shown. Do you, as furniture, plan to force me to unbutton myself? Stand and undo the buttons, one by one with care, quickly, gracefully, with no mistakes. The guests are being kept waiting, so change my clothes quickly. Yes. Cackle, cackle. Undo them with care. Those buttons are each worth more than one of your eyeballs. If you make a mistake and break them, I'll sew your eyeballs instead. Cackle. No, you're kind of abusive. The entrance hall was bustling with a crowd of shadowy people, and it sparkled gold with gold butterflies flying about. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedos and ladies in dresses looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball, but they all had one thing in common, and that thing was exceedingly bizarre, because all of them had goat heads. Was it a goat masquerade, or did they really have goat heads? It probably could have been the latter, but in this bizarre world, I really didn't know which was true. Kenzo was among those goat nobles, greeting them. Kenzo's greetings were more respectful than would have been expected, as though these were all honored guests. At that time, Genji's voice rang out through the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. That voice stopped the idle chatter, and everyone turned to face Genji. Tonight, we celebrate the appearance of our golden witch, who has achieved her revival, the Lady Beatrice. Everyone please welcome her with your applause. When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread through the guests and became a roaring ovation. Then the Golden Witch appeared from the top of the large staircase. As she gracefully waved her hand, followed by a piece of furniture which she was fond of, she slowly descended the staircase. The goat nobles offered unanimous words of celebration in some long-forgotten language, and those who were deeply intimate embraced, filled with joy at their reunion. As the witch offered greetings and union, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain around its neck. The other end was gripped in the witch's hand like it was a trained dog. It wasn't there to restrain him. Those chains were a restraining device whose only purpose was to wound the furniture's dignity. He wasn't permitted to wear anything else on his body. One of the young women, goats, mixed in with the goat nobles. Hi, Bernkastel. Quietly removed her goat mask as the furniture passed in front of her, and she spoke with eyes that had no light in them. That face seemed to belong to a long-haired young girl. How pitiful. Oh, Lady Bernkastel, welcome. Do you like my furniture? That's a nice hobby. After saying only that, the witch Bernkastel once again put on her goat mask, and was swallowed up by the shadows of the other tall goats. Ha ha ha, sore loser. She's ticked off, isn't she? You're not wrong. Cackle. The young women, goats, giggled, and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh. Thank you for gathering here for my sake. Why don't we enjoy to the fullest this banquet of the witch, where old friends have gathered from the past and present, east and west? Come, we will eat all night, drink all night, slurp all night, and chew to bits all night as we enjoy ourselves. Look at the clock as it marks when the ending hour and the beginning hour melt together. Come, let us begin the banquet of the witch. When the witch announced the beginning of the banquet, the large clock pointed to 24 o'clock, and the sounding of a bell began to ring out. Come, now is the time. Open the golden door. All at once, the butterflies leafed in gold, flew all around the inside of the room. Amidst the golden storm, the brilliant gold-colored light, the barrier between this world and another, was cut open. Surrounded by the goats' delighted voices, the mansion of the human world and the mansion of those not human overlapped, and the members of the household who praised the resurrection of the Golden Witch scattered into golden butterflies. And poured out of the depths of hell. It was a golden tornado, a rondo of golden demons. Come, tonight we will put aside rank, throw open the wine cellar, drop the snake's head into the liquor pot, throw cows and chickens into the furnace alive, drink and eat and sing and dance, sneer and kill and desecrate and degrade. Ah, Beatrice, take me to the golden land now. To the golden land, ooh, ah. The goat nobles were suddenly crushing in around Kenzo, almost like they were kids demanding the signature of some famous movie star. There were only two differences. First, these were witches, not kids. Second, what these witches demanded was not a signature. The sea of goat nobles began to drown Kenzo. Only Kenzo's laughing voice echoed throughout the area. Okay, they 5 nights at freddied him. It was a grand mixture of laughter and his death throes. And Kenzo became wine and meat and bread. An aroma if slurped, a rich taste if gnawed, and pleasant to tear to bits. Okay, first off, they have just 5 nights at freddied him. Second, is everyone partaking in this? Because if that's the case, does that mean Bernkastel, the evolved, ascended version of Rika Furude from Higurashi, is she also eating his flesh? The sound of his death throes lingered on sweetly. Here's the question. Why? For what reason was he devoured? Like, what did he do to deserve this? And if adorned with melted chocolate and golden argent, it would make a wonderful dessert. I don't know what argent is. And if you took the bones home, you could also use them in a soup. And the remains could even become toys for children to play with. I don't know. And they could also become splendid tools for fortune-telling that also brought misfortune. That entire scene was watched by the furniture. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. Was the quaking of its supposedly paralyzed heart proof that it could still feel fear? At that time, its knees buckled and the furniture's body fell down in the middle of the carpet. After all, the witch had kicked those knees out from behind. You are a bitch, Beatrice. Kneel and show respect. It's just like, you're a very abusive, psychotic person, Beatrice. Rub your forehead against the carpet to show how vulgar you are. Put your hands behind your back and swear that you will offer all your flesh and blood to me. The furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most basic emotion humans have. Was that emotion reviving his sense of self, which should have already been slain? Huh. So you are still far from suitable for my furniture. Very well. I will carefully finish you, making you into the kind of furniture I like, the kind fitting only for me. As you are now, I doubt you can offer more than entertainment. For our guests. The goat nobles were surrounding the crouching furniture. It seemed their blazing blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this new young food they had been given. And from the ugly teeth that stuck out of countless mouths, saliva, or maybe the traces of meat and wine that they had just eaten, dribbled down. Eek. As the furniture let out a wild scream, it retreated. still sitting on its backside. I mean, I really don't blame him. I'm pretty sure I would be fucking terrified too. But the circle of goat nobles was closing in. Then the furniture looked at the witch's face. It had surrendered to the witch, so, believing that the witch would show some compassion, it stared at her face in the end. But there was nothing but scorn on the witch's face, and she wasn't even facing the furniture anymore. The witch went off to greet an honored guest with whom she had crossed gazes. So this is what happened if you basically chose... And again, this is what I was saying before, like, she was a bad faith argument. Like, she had proven that she wasn't a very good person. So it's like, not like, okay... surrendering to the witch and just, okay, even if, like, yes, it's very obvious she's a witch who has magical powers. But at the same time, it's proven that by doing that, by admitting to what is obviously reality, you're giving her more power and you're surrendering your protection. And it's not like she's proven that she would, you know, be good about that. Plus, you know, she's also being very humiliating and condescending and treating you like less than a person. It's not very nice. My question is this: in the future, how is Beatrice going to atone for all this? The goat nobles looked down upon the furniture. Actually, they had been waiting. Just like how one must remove the cork in order to drink champagne, they had to wait for the one thing before partaking of the offerings served at this banquet. Of course, the furniture didn't know about this thing, but it came out of his mouth all by itself. Just like the unavoidable pop of a cork, it inevitably came out of his mouth. Yeah. It was a scream. It was a sign that marked the beginning of the modest banquet at which he was to be served. Yeah. And here's the other thing. At the end of episode 1, we did see everyone else Banquet of the Witch complete episode 2. In which everybody else did get eaten up. Though we were just seeing like them get covered with blood. So basically, they were eaten by invisible. So this time, the only thing that's happened differently is we're seeing what's happening. So what about Genji and... Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, in episode 1, everyone, the 5 remaining people, were still eaten and devoured. But it was said that, hey, the reason why everyone was eaten, you know, we didn't see what was eating them. And apparently they didn't see it either. They were just like, hey, apparently just random bite marks are happening and screaming in pain. But it was blamed at, oh, this happened because Battler refused to believe. And if only he had believed and admitted she was a witch and she had magic, you know, these horrible things wouldn't happen. But, well, we removed that clause and, well, it got worse. By now the garden was one of both roses and gold. A gold-colored garden where gold butterflies and gold fairies and gold lizards rampaged and flew about wildly. Maria, quickly. Run. Quickly, 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 quickly. Rosa grasped her gun and the blanket wrapped around the ingot and ran at speed Maria couldn't match, sometimes pausing to call to Maria to run faster. So she saw it every time. She saw the golden pursuers chasing them from the mansion. The massive gold butterflies was chasing after them like a massive crawling hand, and the strange-looking shadows of goat heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Mama, wait, wait. Ooh, ow! Maria fell down. For just an instant, Rosa was ashamed by thoughts of abandoning her daughter and running away. At the instant her feet touched the ground, she ran back. The goat head that had sprinted over to get the first bite grabbed the hold of the back of Rosa's own child's hair and pulled. Mama, no. Huh. I mean, here's the thing. Beatrice technically didn't lie. She did take people to the Golden Land. However, turns out what you do in the Golden Land is be devoured by monsters. It's like saying, hey, I'll take you to Disney World, but then, you'll be brutally murdered at Disney World. And you won't even get to ride any of the rides. Like, hey, look, it's Mickey Mouse. Everything's cool. By the way, you're being stabbed now. Then again, here's the thing. If you have an individual who is brutally murdering the vast majority of a group and saying they're going to take the rest of the group with them, why do you think they're going to be nicer to the rest of the group that they didn't murder? It's like all of a sudden, hey, Freddy Krueger's going to be nice to this one person. Like, no, I'm pretty sure he's not exactly proven to be benevolent. I mean, it's not like you're going to walk in and see Michael Myers doing charity work, like working for the Salvation Army. Rosa rammed into the goat head with her shoulder, spun, bashed back elbow in the goat's jaw, and buried her knee into the protruding chest. And she thrust the barrel of the gun inside the goat's mouth as it doubled over the pain in its gut. Just try laying one finger on Maria in front of me. I'll show you just how lukewarm the hell you came from is. The blast from the Winchester 45 caliber long Colt bullet exploded inside the goat head's throat, and its medulla oblongata was instantly pulverized. The goat head hadn't understood. It had thought women were like pre-opened wine bottles. It had thought that turning them upside down, it would immediately make their deep red contents come out. Mama! Mama! Maria, who had been released, hugged Rosa. But the pursuers were still coming. They could see the giant goat heads, who had given up pretending to be human, running towards them from across the rose bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets, which had been in her pocket of her coat, all over the place, and told Maria to pick them up. Yes, pick up. Maria, if Mama falls down, run. Go to the shore and swim and swim and swim. There's nowhere for us to survive on this island. No, I'll stay with Mama. Ooh. Rosa's gun roared 4 times, but even though 4 shots really did hit massive approaching goats in the chest, they didn't even flinch. The goats ran with a violent vigor, as though they planned to crush Rosa and Maria with those massive bodies. Put the bullet in. Quickly. Ooh. Rosa grasped the blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted, pulling it along, without even an ounce of fear of those strange-looking giants. If it is to protect my daughter, I'll overcome even hell. I'll show you this golden dream. Rosa roared. The goat heads roared. The terribly heavy ingot, after picking up some fearsome centrifugal force and speed, slammed the head of the goat head. Rosa pulled a fountain pen from her pocket, but she held it crooked. She placed it in her palm, and the gap between her middle finger and her ring finger so that it stuck out when she made a fist, almost like a stinger, was growing out of it. That stinger sliced the left eye of the goat head as it fell over. Was the goat head's roar a scream? But Rosa's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was still sticking into the goat head. The pointed tip was gouged into the depths of its head. Mama, the bullet went in. Good job. When Rosa grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, how did Maria throw that? The giant finally tumbled on the ground with a thunderous crash. However, at the same time, I saw the goat head pursuers on the other side of the rose bushes increase in number. I've gained enough distance for now. I held onto the blanket wrapped around the ingot and the gun, and once again ran with Maria. Why am I running with a gun in my right hand and the gold in my left? Why don't I let go of one hand and grasp Maria's hand? Maybe because the gold makes a pretty good blunt weapon. Because at the end of the day, you can do more damage swinging that gold Then you could swing in the gun. Can't let go of the gun that protects my body, and I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. But even so, I've let go of the hand of my daughter, the one who is my future. Run. Run, run. She got out of the rose garden and began to run down a staircase through the grove of trees. But Rosa knew. This path through the grove turned and twisted many times, and only seemed to be long. She tore straight through it. She had played here often since her childhood years, so she knew. To the beach, to the beach. To the sea, to the sea, to the sea. And after reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim, swim, swim. And if Maria can't swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There's nothing but death on this island. Kia, how are you going to swim with the gold? Mama! As she raced down the stairs, she took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle, and her mind went completely blank. Rosa fell down several stairs, shocked by her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle. Well, that's not good at all. And the blank with the gold ingot wasn't there. She had let go of it the instant she fell, and it disappeared somewhere out into the darkness. Only the gun was left. Tremors in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the goat heads flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be, or how strange they would look. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa and Maria, waving and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here, the prize is here." Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great that she couldn't ignore it, even in her last moments. Ah, what am I doing? I had the gold, which would have been worth several million yen. I might have been able to start over with that. And yet I fell, lost it, and now my own life is in danger. And Maria's too? What has my life been? I was born into an incomprehensible family, with irritating older siblings since the day I was born. What did I do? No matter what I did or didn't do, I was always in trouble and bullied and made fun of. What has my life been? Mama, mama, mama. The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. It disappeared when she heard Maria's crying voice, as she sobbed and clung to Rosa. Maria? Mama remembered something she's got to do. Please go on ahead. No. I want to stay with Mama. I don't want Mama to die. Maria, even though I'm such a bad mama, you still say you want to stay with me. Yeah, I want to stay with you. I want to stay with Mama. I made it look like I was putting you first, but I was always putting you off. I went to your athletic meet. I went to Parents' Day, but I was always thinking about how I appeared to the world and you were never in my eyes. Are you saying that you want to stay with that kind of mother? Even though I've been such a bad mother. Hey, Mama, did you know you're my only mama in this world? There's no good mama or bad mama. There's just one mama, so I don't need any other mama in this world. And I want to be your one and only Maria. The Maria you want to spoil when you're in a good mood, and the Maria who's a nuisance and you don't want to be around aren't different people. There's only one Maria. So the scary mama and the nice mama are the same. To me, they're my one and only mama. I was such an idiot. I didn't need gold. If only I had just pulled you by the hand. I was such a stupid mama. The shadows of the goats covered the sky even more thoroughly than the trees of the forest. Their roars blotted out the whole world. Out the world with fear, and Rosa, I pushed a button. Rosa, still hugging Maria, readied her gun with one hand. Maria, let's go together. I'll never leave you. Let's always stay together so that Mama never gets lost again. Yeah, we'll be able to see each other soon. We'll be together forever. We'll be able to see each other in the Golden Land. And then we'll play together. Play with the wolves and sheep puzzle. Mama hasn't solved more than one of the puzzles, but I've solved them all. So I'll be riddle giver. She had bought it as a birthday present and then hadn't played it with Maria after the first night. Yes, we'll play together. I promise. Mama. Those eyes, sparkling like red-hot lava, looked just like a group of fireflies. They danced, closed in, and attacked. Ah, come on. Let whoever wants to eat the bullet Maria chambered for me step forward. Ah. When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. Well, that's not good at all for anyone. That sucks. A Five Nights at Freddied, everybody. New features. Prepared a gift for you in the commemoration of your stay. You can... Need I say more? Musuwawo. Okay, cool. Okay, nope. This. Episode 2, Tea Party. Purgatorio. Rosa awoke from her doze. It must have been a very deep sleep. Her mind was hazy and she wasn't thinking clearly. Where is this? It felt like some mansion, but it didn't seem to be the Ushiromiya mansion. She could see a room that looked like a parlor. Oh, yep, everyone's dead. Missing. Selfless furniture seeks nothing but repose in the Golden Land. However, since a fool obstinately rejects the Golden Land, it seems his time of repose is unlikely to come soon. Afterwards, he was torn to pieces and eaten by demons and went to hell. In the Golden Land, she learned that her mother still truly loved her. At least for now, she is satisfied. In the Golden Land, she finally found a treasure more precious than gold. However, in the last every time, because of a fool, she was forced once again to lose what she had finally found. She was chewed to a pulp by demons and went to hell. Afterwards, crushed to bit and eaten by demons and went to hell. Why is this? And there was some tea that had been prepared. It had probably been made for her. Around the room, some glitter that looked like gold leaf drifted about, making the scene look quite fantastical. When she eventually realized that they were gold butterflies, it further strengthened that impression. There was someone across from her. A woman. A lady. It was the portrait's witch. She seemed to be having a one-sided conversation. She was probably talking to Rosa. But Rosa, whose mind was clouded up by a deep fog, didn't have a clue what was being said. Choose whatever you please. If there's anything you want, I'll give it all to you. You can think of it as a reward for your good luck, or else a proper compensation for how you've answered to my demands. It may have been a truly trivial matter for your perspective. However, the deal was important enough to me to be deserving of this reward. What is she talking about? I don't know. It's just that I am very much a witch. Perhaps you'd best ask for something only a witch can give you. What a rare chance this is, to actually receive the favor of Beatrice the Gold and me. Cackle. Finally, Rosa started to feel the blood flowing through her body. Her movements were still sluggish, and she couldn't even voice the words she was thinking. I am commonly called the Golden Witch. Bestowing a mountain of gold like the one I gave Kenzo is trivial to me. After all, you can measure all the pleasures of the human world with money. Therefore, gold is no more or less than a manifestation of the human world's pleasures. Can you imagine it? A mountain of gold that you couldn't use up as long as you lived? As the witch blew on her pipe, multicolored smoke enshrouded their surroundings. As she did this, the inside of the parlor was suddenly filled with stacks of gold ingots. It looked like a shining gold-colored wall. If each ingot was worth 10 million yen, how much would all of this be worth? It seemed sinful to even think about such a number. However, the human world is difficult. I know there are some things that cannot be settled no matter how high into the sky you pile up gold. I know there are cracks that cannot be filled. I won't make light of that, which is why this is a gift that only a witch such as I can give. Why don't I fill those cracks in for you? Yes, how about this? It's something only I can give. You should be very happy. No need to thank me out loud. I can tell right away. It's written on your face and in the corners of your heart. Rosa felt a touch of discomfort at this witch, who kept on talking even though Rosa hadn't uttered a single word. But since she still couldn't manage to speak and was so helpless that it was difficult to even move a finger, she couldn't do anything but listen. How far must the deep wounds in your heart recede before they can be healed? This is deep. Quite deep indeed. Sometimes wounds close up, while a fragment of foreign matter remains inside. Even when such wounds appear to have healed, they continue to throb for all eternity. Sometimes you have to cut open the wound once more in order to heal it completely. As the witch spoke, she stared deep into Rosa's eyes. What in the world was she peering at? Rosa felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't look away. So, your pain was already faded by the time of your birth. How heartbreaking. You don't have to say it. I understand. I understand. Rosa was gradually being sucked into the witch's eyes. Then the world grew dark, spinning round and round as she was sucked in. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Kraus Nissan's voice. Kraus Nissan is a real adult, so he's very smart, so he hated the stupid kid, Rosa. He was a very scary person. I was often hit and my toys were taken from me and broken. I was apparently being punished for something bad I'd done, but I had never really understood what it was or why I was being punished. I was always punished suddenly and then later told what the punishment was for in a forced manner, but it was always something I didn't remember doing, so I really hated Kraus Nissan. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Ava Nissan's voice. Ava Nissan is a real adult, so she's very smart. So she hated the stupid kid, Rosa. She was always a very sly person, and she often lied to me, tricked me, bullied me all the time. Apparently I was stupid, and she said it was only natural for stupid people to be swindled by those smarter than them. So I wanted to become a wise person like Ava Nissan and listen to what she said, but when I obeyed her, for some reason someone always got really mad at me, so I really hated Ava Nissan. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Rudolph Nissan's voice. Rudolph Nissan really knows how to get things done. So he hated the stupid kid, Rosa. When Kraus Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Kraus Nissan. When Ava Nissan around, he would be friendly with Ava Nissan. And when Kraus Nissan wasn't around, he would be violent like Kraus Nissan. And when Ava Nissan wasn't around, he would play dirty like Ava Nissan. And even though he was also bullied most of the time, when Kraus Nissan and Ava Nissan were around, he gave me 2 people's worth of bullying. So I really hated Rudolph Nissan. Oh, but these were my memories from when I was a kid. It's common for unfair things to happen between kids, and you mustn't hold on to grudges for such things forever. With time, those memories get buried away, and forgetting them bit by bit is supposed to be part of growing up and becoming an adult. So becoming an adult is the same as separating yourself from all of those memories, and because of that, no matter how much time passed, Rosa couldn't become adult. Even though she had been blessed with a daughter called Maria and was called a mother, she didn't at all feel like she had become an adult. The witch pitied her for that, and she smiled, saying that she could heal that pain herself. "How can I heal you? It's possible, but not easy. I might rewind time, giving you a world where you have no older siblings. But that way, your memories of being hurt by your older siblings wouldn't remain. And in that sense, while you might call it a gift, you wouldn't be able to accept it. A person is only satisfied when their starvation is healed. But if you make it so they never starved in the first place, none of them will thank you." Just how there are no young people who give thanks for their daily gluttony. Understand? I think she's telling me something really complicated. In short, even if she makes it so I never had older siblings, that wouldn't remove my pain. Maybe that's what she's saying. Strictly speaking, that's not quite right. Healing isn't the same as removing pain. It's the pleasure we earn as compensation for withstanding pain. Therefore, removing the pain isn't healing. To know the joy of healing, you have to know the pain. Which means you must know joy in order to compensate for your pain. You should be proud of your past sufferings. After all, they were what makes it possible for you to know pleasure that those without pain will never experience. Those who experience this pleasure cannot help but pass on the same joy to others. Cackle, cackle. When the witch snapped her fingers, even though the room was still filled with a mountain of gold and had already lost all semblance of reality, a fabulous tablecloth appeared on the table, and a wonderful meal was laid out almost as though it was the opening of a banquet in a castle from some fairy tale. For an instant, Rosa truly did feel a pleasurable surprise at how fabulous it was, but at the same time, she felt a bit of an anticlimax. After all, she didn't think being bullied by her siblings could be wiped away by just one meal, no matter how delicious. Food is the source of many human pleasures. You simply must eat like a pig as long as you live. If one meal is enough, then have as many as you want. I feel like that's a bad coping mechanism. Like, granted, like I perhaps eat a bit of junk food here and there, but at the same time, it's like I don't feel like I eat like a pig. But like, yes, you can find pleasure and a bit of solace in eating something delicious. But it's not a healthy coping mechanism to over-rely on such a thing, to where you're just like constantly eating and eating to try to heal the pain you feel. I mean, it's not really healthy for you emotionally. And really not, it's not a... At this point, it's like saying, oh, you're really depressed? Why not just drink all your troubles away? Or to do a bunch of drugs or some shit. Like it's not good advice. Until the pain of your heart is healed, why not continue this gourmet banquet? Begin it, furniture. Again, you don't seem to be somebody that cares about other people, Beatrice. You're just a very self-centered person who does everything for your own enjoyment and entertainment, and you're just a very abusive, condescending person who doesn't view other people as people. Not a nice person. As the witch clapped twice, there were suddenly 2 goat-head servants there, and they began to prepare the meal. From the beautiful dishes adorning the table, they efficiently took some food and began to pile it up on Rose's plate. It really did look delicious, but Rose's body still felt heavy as lead, and there was no way she'd be able to eat. Are we talking like Hannibal Lecter shit here? Like, are you going to be like feeding her siblings? Like, oh, you see this food here? Enjoy this. Like, oh, it's delicious meat. What's it made out of? It's made out of Krausnisan. And this is the Battler Soufflé. Maybe they also understood that. The goat-head servants tied a napkin around Rose's collar and gallantly brought a glass of before-dinner alcohol to her mouth, tilting it for her. This also seems almost like a type of psychological torture. Heck, it's making me think of Danganronpa. Like, you're doing things to have power over somebody, and you're doing it in a way that's mimicking comfort, but you're doing it in a way that's torturous. That you're taking something that's supposed to be comforting and turning it into a source of pain and suffering. Like, I feel like fucking Pinhead from the Hellraiser movies would be like just a little bit disturbed by just how fucking sadistic and evil Beatrice is. She remembered an old servant who had once carried rice porridge to her mouth when she was laid up with a high fever. What? Okay. Anytime I've ever had a high fever and was sick, I don't think any sort of rice or porridge would have been healthy, because anything heavy like that would have probably instantly made me vomit. My personal experience, anytime you're sick, things like 7-Up, Sprite, Sierra Mist, lemon lime sodas are very good. Aside from that, normal tap water, bottled water, even alkaline water I find sometimes settles better in a stomach if you're so sick that even 7-Up won't stay down and normal water won't stay down, because it helps to balance out. Because usually if you're really sick, your stomach's more acidic than normal, so the alkaline water helps to lower the acidity inside your stomach. But even then, you have to drink very slowly. Aside from that, normal crackers, or even those chicken biscuit crackers that are just normal wheat crackers that are flavored like chicken. I think those things usually settle a lot better in your stomach. I know there was one time that I was sick for, I think probably like 5 or so days, to where I really couldn't eat anything. And then once I was feeling better, like I tried to eat something with a little bit of ranch dressing, and I could not even do it, because my taste buds had changed so much in the time of not eating anything that the ranch dressing just tasted like pure salt, and it just made me gag. Now, of course, it didn't take long for my palate to readjust to eating the food that is, again, perhaps a bit greasy and salty, but still. Just saying, porridge and rice, or rice porridge, I don't think would be very good for someone who's ill. Usually, water, alkaline water, 7-Up, lemon lime sodas, crackers, chicken flavored crackers, soup. Those usually tend to be the best options. And usually a light soup at that, with low sodium and not a whole ton of fat. She couldn't drink it well, and it dribbled down from her mouth, but she felt the fragrant sweetness spread throughout her mouth. It's a sweet aperitif of noble, wrought, German-made wine. A wine cocktail of white wine mixed with a crimson, golden drop. If I had to give it a name, I'd call it a bloody Kraus. Soaked with just a golden drop of your brother's blood that was squeezed out of a compressor. Rosa coughed violently, and the bright red that stained her face made it look as though she had coughed up blood. You know a lot about black teas, so you should know what it means, right? Golden drop refers to the last drop in a drink. It's called the most precious drop in black tea, so a golden drop of blood is the same. That's the last and most precious drop of blood squeezed out of a human. We squeeze it using that. As the witch snapped her fingers, a bright red veil that had been set up before something large was removed. The solemn and massive machine there was just like a coffin for a large-sized person, with many large bulb-like things stuck to it, and it looked like a sinister torture device. Okay, so you're a psychotic person who treats people like they're furniture, removes people's dignity and humanity. You're abusive and violent. You murder people and enjoy toying with people's feelings. You're also a cannibal. You eat human flesh and you feed it to other people. Even Hannibal Lecter would criticize this as going too far. by its unnerving shape, she could tell that with a human strength it could be used to tighten and compress something, and it seemed that there was still some squeezed dregs remaining, because of the bright red remains that stained it. But you can't take more than one golden drop at once. No matter what kind of human you take it from, you can't get more than one drop. But I am a witch. Reviving a person is easy for me. When the witch snapped her fingers, the human compressor suddenly began to shake. No, she could also hear a groan. It looked almost as though someone sleeping in that man-sized coffin had woken up and was now struggling to get out. But that was wrong. What was inside definitely had been squeezed dregs. Using her magic, the witch had once again revived the squeezed dregs to how they had been before they were squeezed. 3 goat-head servants with muscular physiques approached the compressor and forcibly started tightening the large bulb. As they did, an unearthly moan came from inside the coffin. Rosa thought she knew the owner of that voice. You're literally murdering people over and over in very not pleasant ways, and then reviving them just so you can kill them again. It is fitting for cooking to be done in the kitchen. Enough. Stand back. Do you understand how precious a golden drop is? To have it stained this crimson requires that several dozen people's worth be squeezed. The witch definitely said that only one golden drop could be taken from a single human, and yet she had dozens of people's worth of golden drops from a single human. Only a witch could do this. The Golden Witch Beatrice could kill a single human endlessly. In other words, before Beatrice, even death did not mean freedom. Do you need me to put it a different way? Have you forgotten the day this man hit you when you swallowed that drop of blood that ran into your mouth? That's right. Remember the taste? Remember that taste? Remember the taste of the tears you had spilled until they were dry? I believe this aperitif will be sufficient to heal that regrettable memory. Cackle, cackle. Once again, the goat-head servants tilted a deep red glass against her mouth. Rosa tried resisting by closing her lips, but the deep red liquid was relentlessly poured into her mouth, which hung open with shock, and the inside of her mouth was filled with ghastly sweetness. Okay, so you're offering to heal her by giving her more trauma. What are you, fucking Jigsaw from the Saw movies? Hey, look, it's people that have severe depression or have these issues, so they're like having emotional issues because they went through really traumatic things. What are you going to do? Give them more PTSD. You are not a nice person, Beatrice. It definitely was a fragment of sweetness. The living blood of her brother, who had given her such hateful thoughts and made her soak her pillows so many times, had been collected from his death, repeated dozens of times. How could the crimson-stained wine not be sweet? But Rosa tried to spit it out. Because of that, the deep red wine that spilled out of Rosa's mouth looked just like a bloodstain. Now that she knew that this ghastly substance wasn't a simple aperitif, Rosa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about what would happen if this banquet continued. This is a double-tongued salad made from vegetables in season. On your 9th birthday, you made a wish that you'd someday get it to chew this to bits. The salad made from Ava's tongue. When Rosa heard the true nature of the pink-colored meat piled up in the salad, she had a sudden impulse to vomit her guts out. Furthermore, the goat servant stuck a fork in and carried it to Rosa's mouth. How does your double-tongued sister taste? It must be quite soft and enchanting, right? Cackle. It probably would be quite sweet, soft, and enchanting in her mouth. After all, Ava's lies were always sweet, and young Rosa had always listened to them. And you might say the stimulating pepper seasoning expressed the truth behind those lies well. As the tongue salad that kept being pushed into Rosa's mouth was covered with saliva, she spat it out, but the goat-head servants carefully returned it to the plate and carried it to Rosa's mouth over and over again. It goes without saying, but I made this salad liberally using 5 of Ava's tongues. You can't get more than one tongue out of a person, but I can get them over and over, cackle. As Rosa's tears dripped down, she resisted frantically. However, the only way she could resist was by refusing to swallow. Even if she didn't swallow it, the taste of the French dressing increasingly permeated Rosa's mouth. Does it not please you? There's a lot more. Sea bass pie, wrapped in the skin of Rudolph's face. Soup, with boiled brains, liver pate. And look forward to dessert, cackle cackle. It's not just your siblings, see. I have lavishly assembled all those whom you have trusted, and yet by whom you were betrayed. Why don't we continue this banquet for all eternity, until your heart is satisfied for all eternity? You're happy, right, ushiromiya Rosa? Don't pretend you hate it. I know that you're actually happy, Kay. If you want to laugh, then do so. If she does at this point, it's because of a psychotic break. And if you won't feel better until you've heard of a raw performance of your annoying older sibling's screams, I'll let you hear them as much as you like. Fear not, your reluctance doesn't trouble me. That's just your personality, right? On the inside, you're actually so happy that your skin is crawling all over, and yet on the outside, you're merely pretending that this all causes you pain, yes? It's all right. Again, not a good person. Beatrice is not a good person. Here, there is no need to worry about the honor or your public image or anything. It's all right. Here, there is no need to worry about honor or your public image or anything. So laugh as much as you want and chew it to bits. Isn't this the best banquet, ushiromiya Rosa? Please, stop, cough, hack. Oh, I'm sorry, I wanted to leave dessert as a surprise, but let me reveal it now anyways. Maybe that will be enough incentive for you to eat up the full course. Your dessert is that beloved daughter that you had to keep pretending to love. Oven-baked Maria with apples. Doesn't that sound yummy? Once you eat this, you will be released from everything. Freedom, you see, freedom. Finally, Rosa will gain freedom as an individual person. Aren't you happy? You should be happy. Drool is hanging from your mouth. Just try looking in a mirror. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a muscular goat cook was holding Maria under his arm, and Maria gazed at Rosa with a face that was only slightly sad. Mama, was I a burden? You aren't a burden. As Rosa spat out the food that was continually being carried to her mouth, as she was covered with filth and saliva and blood, and she resisted filthily and screamed. If you think I'm a burden, I don't mind if you eat me. Well, that's heartrending. After all, I'm always doing horrible things to you. Even when you bring a man over, I can't stay quiet. When you spend the night out with a man, I get lonely and really I make a mess of my room. When I go to search by myself, I get lost. The police pick me up and you're shamed. When you don't come home for several days and I cry and have to be consoled by the neighbors, you're shamed. Because I'm like this, I'm a burden to Mama. Sorry for being born. So I'll become delicious oven-baked apples for Mama's sake. And then maybe Mama will be happy I exist for the first time. Maybe she'll eat me and think I'm delicious. Isn't it delicious? Be choked up with tears of gratitude. Your daughter is saying this much for you. Right? Oven-baked apples and your beloved daughter make for the best dessert. And here's the thing. It's not actually Maria, is it? It's Goat pretending to be her. Or it's her being, basically manipulated into saying this by Beatrice. Second one's actually pretty fucked up. Even more than the first. You managed to raise such delicious ingredients. Aren't you the best mother, ushiromiya Rosa? Again, that hurts my eyes. Mama, thanks for everything. Bye-bye. Wait. Wait, Maria, that's wrong. Stop it already. Stop it already. No, I didn't want something like this. Please stop. Please stop. Forgive me. No. Stop already. Don't put it in my mouth. Have you been satisfied with my hospitality? Then I'll have you accept it, that I am a witch. Proclaim it. Ushiromiya accepts that Beatrice is a witch. I accept it. Ushiromiya accepts that. Beatrice is a witch. So give me Maria back. Release me. Cackle. Haha. Finally made you acknowledge it. That crafty battler has already surrendered, and I made Rosa the fool who denied me, even after being invited to the Golden Land, accept it. Perfect. It's perfect. I have accomplished my perfect victory. Come, bring Maria. Prepare a delicious oven roast for Rosa. So again, regardless of the fact that, yes, it's very logical that you are a witch and you have magical powers. But here's the thing. You completely fuck up the whole good faith argument, because the moment anyone actually, acquiesces and gives you any sort of, open-mindedness, you completely abuse the power you gain from that, because it makes your power greater and it removes whatever protection they had, and now all of a sudden, it's okay. They agreed. They acknowledged you as a witch in power. And the reward for that is you become even more fucking sadistic, and they suffer even greater. Which means, well, you're not a nice person. No, Maria. Looks delicious. Slice up your cow tits and make me a sandwich. What? That voice. Oof. An arm grabbed the back of the witch's head and smashed her face into the table. As it did, the witch broke to pieces and turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and reformed into her body a short distance away. The battler? You bastard. I thought you'd surrendered so far that even your soul was furniture. Me too. But while I was listening to that gross recipe, I started to get a little hungry. Now I feel like eating a whole roast witch. And Maria, it's 10 years too early for you to talk about having someone eat you up. But in 10 years, you better say that to me, promise. Ooh, promise. The Battler-kun. Sorry to keep you waiting, Aunt Rosa. I had forgotten. This is a one-on-one fight between me and this woman. It's totally wrong for me to give in. Thanks to you for hanging in there. I've gotten my will to fight back. This person, he gave up down to the depths of his soul and surrendered me, didn't he? I see, he doesn't know when to give up, just what I'd expect from Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild. So, the chick of a phoenix is a phoenix after all. How dashing, how amusing. I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have you any other way, Battler. Try to deny me. I'll completely and thoroughly smash you to bits. Let me make you surrender over and over again. I'll teach you, one who has licked my shoes, the taste of defeat over and over again. No problem, I'll teach you that I, Ushiromiya Battler, am a man who can stand back up, even after crawling through the mud. I've never been invincible in a fight. I've lost loads of times. But I'll definitely crawl through the mud and stand up again. And then I'll finish this. In a man's fight, you don't lose until you accept defeat, no matter how much you get beat up. Don't think I'm out just because you took a shot at me. I'll give you a good show, Beatrice. I'll accept your challenge, Ushiromiya Battler. Furniture, begin preparations for the next game. While we're waiting, why don't you tell me all about it? There were a lot of closed rooms in this game. Using red, I've smashed to bits most of the methods by which you tried to talk yourself out of them. What other evasive quibbles will you show me now? The lock to the chapel, the lock to Jessica's room, the lock to the servant's room, the lock to Natsui's room, the lock to the parlor. Use your bizarre speciality. Those delusions, ranting daydreams, and bluffs. All slanted with ridiculous, incredible turns of events, and show how you can thoroughly deny me. Ah, it's useless. It's all useless. I can't read most of this. Well then, did you find that game enjoyable? When a game's that one-sided, it goes beyond riveting and becomes boring. My, but you're as harsh as always, considering how proud I was to have created a development so impactful that might satisfy even the boredom-hating Lady Burnconstell. This response is quite harsh. Well, I'll admit it was impactful. However, it was horrible, as a fair game, unless you make the conditions a bit more even. Are you saying there's no way to win? Not even for Lady Bernkastel? I wonder what you mean by that, Beato. There's no need to try and fool me. I already know that you're no bystander. Were you planning on hiding it? You're an outrageous person to come into someone else's territory from such a great distance to work against them. You came to watch from the sidelines and probably push strongly for my defeat. I've guessed right, haven't I? And if so, truly amusing that I should be granted a chance to fight against Lady Bernkastel, the strongest of the witches who defeated Lady Lambda Delta, is truly a pleasure. Yes, I'm also pleased. I came all this way because I really wanted to see you, brimming with confidence, fall apart and lose. What an honest person. Cackle, cackle. Even so, it would be a shame if the contest between me and the great Lady Bernkastel was resolved with at least one observer. You called her here, didn't you? That kid. Ho, 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 I found you. I finally found you, Bernkastel. The Witch of Miracles, who has lived for 1,000 years, her power creating all kinds of miracles, but her heart has been broken a bit as a result. Back when she was human, Lambda Delta once imprisoned her within a cruel fate, toying with her this whole time. As a result, it seems she's unable to abandon others who are caught within similar fate. Theoretically, she's the witch with the greatest powers, but in practice, this is no more realistic. How are you, Lambda? Looks like you've got lots of spare time, too. I wonder if it's fate that the pair who hates boredom should run into each other again. Stupid kid. Can't you see only one against me because of a little luck and a problem of compatibility? After that, you became such a brag, and now you're even picking fight with Beatrice. Shouldn't you learn your place? Beatrice is strong, and she is even more brutal than I am. Just a bit. And by the way, don't go shortening people's names without their permission. You're dumb too, Beato. This kid's in your game. She'll make a mess of everything. I certainly didn't just bring Lady Lambda Delta here to watch from the sidelines. After informing me that you were betting against me, she said that she would bet against you. You're still holding a grudge, aren't you? Because I'm the strongest witch in the universe. But I lost you, which means I'm not the strongest. So any enemy of yours is my ally. Cackle. And there you have it. With the great Lady Bernkastel as our opponent, this may not even count as a handicap, but it should make for good entertainment. Do as you like. Now that I've been exposed, allow me to get serious. That would be well. Going easy has never been written in my dictionary. Lady Lambda, let us enjoy our precious time together. Yeah, I'll be counting on you, Lady Beatrice. I've been betrayed pretty bad by her too. Till the two of us smash her up, pay her back double, I won't be able to rest. I'll be counting on you, Lambda. And you, Beato. No matter what we fight over, this will be a very significant battle for us all. That's right. Of course, I don't plan on losing, but we've got a goal beyond who wins and who loses. After all, we hate boredom. Three witches giggled, cackled, and guffawed. That's right. I should thank you, Beato. It looks like I'll finally be able to escape my boredom. Do your best to entertain me, along with Lambda Delta. Leave it to me. Cackle. If we decided, Beato, then let's start a strategy meeting right now. If we're decided. I know all this girl's weak points, and I'll teach you all of them. And yet, Lady Lambda, you were defeated by her. I won't tell you. Soon. Cackle. She's never boring, that Lady Lambda Delta. Isn't she? Take care of her. She gets lonely easily. I see. So she's one of those that are popular these days. As expected from Lady Lambda Delta. Quite cutting edge. Cackle. Go already. That kid's waiting for you to chase after her. Then if you'll excuse me. See you next game. I'm sorry. That troublesome one came, but don't mind it. More importantly, things sure got ugly. I thought I experienced a very tragic end in Lambda's game, but this one is exceptionally horrible. I can't say I don't understand why you're hugging your knees and closing up. I can't say I don't understand why you're hugging your knees and closing up your heart. If you meet a fate like that a few more times, it'll take a lot less than 100 years to kill your heart. Beato saw through me, so I'll confess. You are now just like I was in the past, when I was in prison inside Lambda's world. Shut up inside a labyrinth of cruel fate, tormented by a witch, in a manner of speaking. I am a witch who was born from there. So maybe I'm like an older sister to you. So I decided that I'd lend you my power. However, even compared to my fate, yours is truly brutal. Not only do I sympathize with you, I am almost brought to tears by your tragic fate. But please don't lose heart. Please don't submit to Beato, no matter what. Certainly that child's game is quite unfair. I have only been allowed a glimpse of the game board. But the unfair and clever devices set up on the stage are so disgusting that I imagine they far surpass those of Lambda Delta's game board. And what's even more frightening is that when the kid moves a piece, she does always make the best possible move. This is where she's very different from Lambda. Lambda always uses an overpowering number of pieces to make the best possible move in order to win, but Beato sometimes intentionally goes easy on her opponent when she moves her pieces. Since when we were in trouble, we tried to seek out our opponent's strategy by looking at their moves. With this creates a very formidable amount of noise in our information. That might cause a troublesome amount of disorder. However, as in chess, though a player might be able to create some noise to their opponent with a useless move, they'll still miss out on a more valuable move they avoided. In other words, it's not like your opponent's opportunities to take advantage of this are zero. Although you may not be able to believe it, that analogy holds true for this game as well. Even though those developments look so overpowering, there actually was a weak point that almost looks like she wanted you to take advantage of it, though I don't know if it's a trap or if she's testing us. Anyway, don't surrender. Don't stop thinking. Don't deny any possibility. As long as you continue to hold the will to fight, Beato will not win. What's the most important element in defense during a witch's battle? Rather than trying to win, try not to lose. If accepting her means your defeat, then you definitely mustn't accept her. Making you accept witches, there is no longer any doubt that this is one of Beatrice's victory conditions. Now that I have announced that I'm your ally, I too will make as great an effort as possible to lend you my power. Make an effort yourself as well. If you're still hugging your knees, quickly stand back up. In times like this, what did I used to say again? Go for it. Yay! Meep! Neepa! It's so embarrassing doing this. I've done this much for you, so quickly stand back up. Ah, there you are. I wonder where Burn shrank off to. Could she be any more lame? Even so, just like usual, the pieces Burn chooses are pretty shabby. It's the same with chess, right? If all your pieces were pawns, you'd have zero chance to win, right? If all your pieces were rooks and bishops, you definitely wouldn't lose. Well, last time, right when I felt just a little pity and said she could start with her pieces anywhere she wanted. That idiot Burn, without taking notice of my compassion, started with all of her pawns on my side of the board. What's up with that? That wasn't a loss or anything. Just remembering it makes me queasy. Because of that, I won't be able to rest until I see Burn's speechless face. And since your Burn's piece fucked up so bad, I'm feeling just great. Plus, she may not look it, but that girl really hates to lose. So I'll bet she's off somewhere grinding her teeth and crying her eyes out right now. How totally lame. Giggle. Come on, laugh with me. Wait a sec. Are you still hugging your knees? You're already like this just because Beato got a little serious? Could you be any more pathetic? You're so pathetic, I'll help you just a little bit. I, the great Lambda Delta, the witch of certainty and the strongest in the universe, will bring your hopelessly low chances of winning just a little bit closer to certainty. You should thank me. You know, Beatrice may really be cruel and powerful witch, but she's no match for me. Why? Because she's soft. Though she'll set up a board in a way that will let her win with just a few more moves, she'll intentionally avoid cornering you. She'll do things like that, take worthless pieces and place excess pieces on the board to make things more one-sided. Simply put, she's got the bad habit of playing around as soon as she thinks she's won. Almost all the various attacks that hurt you and Burn look like utter waste and overkill to me. In other words, she's got a weakness and you've got a chance. See? She isn't an opponent to be afraid of, right? She sometimes mistakes her means for her ends, and she has too much dark fun. Sometimes, that even ends up creating and exposing her own weak points. For a super powerful witch like me, it's hard to understand why she's able to act so tough, why she lowers her own chances of winning. But, well, because of that, a witch like Burn, who likes to thoroughly read her opponent, has a really bad affinity with her, because reading her doesn't work. Maybe it's really easy for Burn to read and handle a straightforward and honest type like me, annoyingly enough. Well, still, a super firepower type like me can flat out beat up a lightweight, wide-range barrage type like Beatrice. Why are you guys comparing yourselves to boats? I haven't played Azure Lane in a long time. So it's kind of like rock, paper, scissors. If I'm paper, Beato is rock, which means Burn is scissors. Well, maybe that doesn't matter. Even though my paper loses to Burn's scissors, if I was a sheet of super paper, which is way more awesome than normal paper, I could beat even scissors, right? Basically, I, Lady Lambda Delta, am super paper. Ho ho ho! It looks like you've regained a bit of your color. That Beato, she's having fun torturing some piece called Rosa. At a glance, you'd think she has really nasty taste, right? Wrong. She's just killing time, hoping that you'll stand back up in return. It's a move to fire up your righteous indignation by intentionally doing something detestable. Ah, man, I hate kids like that. Anyway, I'll head on back. Don't tell anyone about me helping you out. Just a little bit. I mean, it's not like I helped you because I wanted to save you, okay? I, the strongest witch in the universe, had my throne stolen away when I lost to Burn, so I've got to take that throne back from her. But if she loses to Beato here, then it's Beato who gets the position of the strongest next, right? Well, it's not like I'm complaining. It'd be easier to steal the throne back from Beato, but then I wouldn't be satisfied, you see? I will defeat Burn, and I'll take back my position as the strongest. It's not like I'm really helping you, okay? I won't forgive you if you make Burn cry. Uncle Mion, Squirrel Lord. New game board next episode. New features. I didn't get to read what that... I am Super Paper. Complete the second hidden tea party. Legend of the Golden Witch, Turn of the Golden Witch, Banquet of the Golden Witch. Good morning. I'm quite surprised to see you still haven't surrendered. The Golden Witch has extremely high hopes for you. Have you figured out the structure of this world by now? You have no chance of victory unless you know the rules. Please enjoy your game with the witch to your heart's content. The difficulty level is equal for both you and the witch. This story is stuff. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was a member of grandfather's favorite collection, so that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile beauty. I was always given strict orders to never touch it, but that just made me want to touch it. It looked light and yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave it an indescribable sense of dignity. I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as grandfather had said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Because of that, just the brush of a finger by someone like me would. Just like how a fun dream disappears with a poof when you wake up. Also kind of reminds me of in Evangelion, something Kaoru says to Shinji in the original version of Evangelion. It disappeared, fell, and broke into pieces. I realized that because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted, no matter how much I apologized, the broken vase would not be returned to its original form. Grandfather would probably scold me, probably very harshly. I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing, frightened. As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. A mysteriously glowing golden dots shone in the air. The butterflies began to gather one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice. Beatrice, that reliable golden witch, had arrived. Okay. This is different. Okay. She was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she'd always appear and save me. Good day to you, princess. Beatrice. Wah, hick. Oh my. Why are you crying so and on a day well suited for a tea party? I broke grandfather's precious vase. Wah, grandfather's going to get mad at me. I don't know what to do. Hick. I see, that is worrying. The master really treasured this particular vase, didn't he? Hello? Imagining how he'll punish you scares even me, Beatrice. Grandfather was a very frightening person, and when you failed to follow something he said, even once, he would become so mad with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry. I possess no magic that can scoop up your fallen tears, princess, but if you need magic that will prevent the master from scolding you, I might be able to manage something. Really? Yes, if you were gracious enough to believe in my power, princess. The power of belief is the source of magic. Miracles only happen before those of great faith. I believe in your power, Beatrice. So please fix this vase, please. If that is what you want, princess, then leave it to me, Beatrice. When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse of Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magical power. Magic power. She pointed her cane at the broken vase, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please show me that form one more time. Were they words, or was it a song? No, it had to be magic. After all, can't you see? The pieces of the vase are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they had been on display, reassembling into their original form. Incredible. See? Now it's back to normal. This way you won't have to get yelled at by the master. Beatrice, you really are amazing. You can fix broken vases like it's nothing. That's not true. Returning something broken to its original form is a very, very difficult thing to do. My magic can only make it remember what it once was for a short time. But the vase really turned back to the way it was, right? Correct. But that doesn't mean the vase has avoided its fate of being broken. All I did was temporarily get the broken vase to remember its form before it broke. I have not yet attained the high level of magical power that might be used to restore a broken fate to its original form. At that time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered and were cleaning up the remains of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and had climbed up on the vase, causing it to break. I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At the moment I broke the vase was broken. Beatrice let me see the vase being restored, but that was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she'd changed the fate of the vase being broken, and so the vase remembered its true fate and broke. However, the one who broke it wasn't me, but a cat that had snuck in. That's right. Beatrice never said, let's fix the vase. She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. The fate of the vase breaking hasn't changed, but the fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice cleverly saved me from danger with the magic. It is very easy to break something. After all, you didn't need magic to break the vase, princess. Then is fixing stuff very hard? It is. It's so hard that you broke down crying, unsure of what to do. Does that mean magic is easier to use when doing terrifying things? That breaking and killing is really easy, but fixing and reviving things is really hard. And again, I would have to agree with that concept too. Heck, the same is true of people. If a person's wounded in some way, it's much easier to hurt someone physically or emotionally than it is to heal a person physically or heal a person emotionally. Much easier to break a heart than to fix it. Much easier to kill someone than to heal them or even revive them. That's right. With magic, it is far easier to break and kill. That's why weak witches lose to temptation and become intoxicated with gathering easy power from themselves, neglecting their true magical training. Real power is the power to repair, to revive, to summon happiness that has disappeared, to summon love that has grown cold, and it can even summon a smile to the face of a princess who was forgotten how. Then Beatrice, since you managed to fix that vase, does that mean you're an incredible witch? My days of training are far from over. After all, I couldn't make the vase forget its fate even for an hour. I'm sure my teacher who taught me magic would have been able to restore the vase to its original form forever. So if it kept breaking and breaking, she'd be able to fix it over and over again? Yes. When one reaches that level, they are considered to be an endless witch. That is the endless level that all witches ought to reach. We offer the utmost respect to those witches and call them by that title, an endless witch. That's right. To witches with the power to mend things endlessly, the concept of breaking doesn't even exist. They are released from all the sadness caused by losing things and are promised eternal bliss. Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to gods and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, believing it to be a test. In other words, a human's life is a journey, searching for a way to withstand sadness. In that case, a witch, who could revive all things, would be freed from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss. I wonder if I could become a witch like you and gain eternal happiness. You, princess? Oh, it is a long, long, difficult path, you see. I want to become a witch. I want to find happiness. Beatrice, I want to become your disciple. Do you have even a trace of doubt in that feeling? No. I want to become a witch too. I understand. Then until you get tired of me, I will make you my disciple. Will you call me teacher? Yes, teacher. That's a good answer. Then from now on, learn the depths of magic along with me. I am also in training. Let us both learn the proper use of magic, doing our best to reach that blissful level. Yes, teacher. And then she opens her eyes. I have a question. Is the princess in this question the Beatrice that we are familiar with, and she just took the other Beatrice's name? Are we having a flashback of like your childhood? Ah, a dream. That face takes me back. An endless witch, was it? That rank I'd yearned for in the past as the highest possible achievement was now just another one of my titles. No, you might even call it my calling card. Every once in a while, being called that can be quite satisfying. I trained for many days to achieve that rank. It'd be a bit of a waste if I never got a chance to appreciate it. She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. An eternal dead end, the beginning of an eternal boredom. Again, I still say Goku is the same as Mayuri Krochki from Bleach. The speech he gave to Jiren is much like Mayuri's speech to Apollo, whatever. Like, basically, Goku doesn't want to be perfect. He just wants to constantly improve. If he was ever perfect, then what does he do next? He'd be bored. I remember what teacher told me. When one is released from all sadness, it is the same as eternal bliss. That's what makes me think that teacher couldn't ever have reached that level. Eternal bliss means eternal boredom, and that's the beginning of eternal torture. But it all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want. You can try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst sort of poison which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title Lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss they've reached. Now that I've heard the name of Endless Witch, I truly wish I could speak with teacher again. Is happiness really what lay at the end of our training? And just what is happiness? I wish I could talk with her about that now. Training has no end. When you think you've reached the eternal level, that's exactly the time to bemoan your own immaturity. I recalled those words as though she'd answered me directly. Cackle. I see, so I'm immature, am I? How amusing, how truly amusing. The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. It was coming from my furniture. What, did they break their toy again? Beatrice-sama? No, oh. Okay. High-quality furniture created by Beatrice. Just all of the goats. This guy has stopped moving again. And I haven't nearly had enough fun yet. What a pathetic man. But I haven't even got a chance to play at all yet. You know, I know it sounds really stupid, but given the way that they were made from Beatrice, and there's 7 of them, it's just making me think of Perfect Cell. You know, the Cell games. And then all of these 7 are like, we're looking at 3 Cell Juniors right now. Let me play, let me play. Be silent, filth. You keep devouring him like starving dogs, of course he'll keep breaking right away, no matter how well Beatrice-sama fixes him up. You broke him the most, Satan Knee. You just don't know what holding back means. My apologies, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive my stupid little sisters. Fix him quickly. I'm next. I'm next. How do I... Does it matter like where I click on the... Should I be reading this out loud? I'm just reading like quietly in my mind. Must you keep up that infernal racket? Eep! A single yell was all it took to make the noisy sisters of the Seven Stakes vanish. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want breaking him. They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hid themselves, all that remained was a sloppy mess, the last remnants of a broken toy. It had no form anymore. It's hard even for me to remember its original form in this state. Better to make it remember for itself, perhaps. Oh well. I waved my golden pipe, then I spoke. I chanted. I made it remember. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? After all, right now, you pretty much look like a huge lump of scrap meat. I have no idea which part is your arm and which is your leg. Unless you remember, I won't even be able to recall your face. Cackle. By the power magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been, which part should go with which, and where should join with where. That's right, just like that. No, you should be a finger on the left hand. That's the right hand. That's it, good. Good morning. Have you woken up, Ushiromiya Battler? How ironic that your true nightmare begins after you awaken. Cough, cough. Ow. You would just accept that I'm a witch. You'll quickly wake up from this nightmare and I'll send you to heaven. But we know that's a lie. I am the king of Mount Purgatory. There's no escape from this hell without my approval. But again, we know that just accepting you is a lie, and that you just become more cruel. So it doesn't make things better, it makes it worse. You call this hell, that's just useless. Oh, it's all useless. I'm impressed you can still talk like that after experiencing the pain of death, not once, like any normal human, but more times than I could count with all my fingers. This is why I never get bored. I never get bored of you. Yeah, no boredom problem here. After all, I get my pick of those massive tit Nachans with the dazzling asses in my harem. Thanks to that, I'm not likely to get bored for a while now. Cackle. That's splendid, otherwise I would get bored too. So, my furniture. I've fixed them so you can play as much as you want. Thank you very much. Kya, all mine. I told you, your turn's over. I'm next. Not really the harem anime we all envisioned. Death by Snoosu. A little bit too literal. Get away from him. Wata. Wonderful, isn't it, Battler-kun? Look how popular you are. Popular guys have it rough. Get in line, freaks. If you just stayed obedient instead of acting tough, this would go much easier. Nah, he's good like this. His screams feel so much better. Okay, let's not break him so quickly this time. Did you all... I feel like we're like getting training here. Like, imagine this is Goku. Okay. Though I imagine Chi-Chi might be a little upset. It's like, where were you, Goku? I was training with 7 women. You aren't running this show, Battler-kun. Let's continue where we left off, okay? After they locked Jessica Chan's room with the master key, how did they return the key to the corpse's pocket, which was inside the room? Well, maybe. That's it. They used a fishing line or something, sending the key into the room through the crack in the door. Kyahaha. Wrong. So naive. Of all the doors that exist on Rakanjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. He was wrong, right? Okay, this time it's me. It's my turn. Where should I strike? Me. Back of the hand. No fair. Okay, then I've got the back of his other hand. I'll take the tip of his nose. Why? Let me do it too. Let me strike too. Wow. Don't be so slow, Leviane. Leviane. We've always done first come, first serve. Okay, I'll take the top of his foot. Wow. Me too. I'll take his shoulder, okay? Okay. You're sisters, right? Play nice with each other, okay? Gah. I can't believe you're still resisting. Why haven't you realized that your false courage actually gets us fired up? Sorry, but false courage and being stubborn are my specialties. No matter how you all try to confuse the issues, I definitely won't accept witches and magic. Even though you can't explain anything with humans and tricks. Are you stupid? I mean, at this point, like I said, logically there's no reason not to accept the whole witches and magic thing, except for the whole fact that Beatrice has made it clear that if we ever do accept the witches and magic thing, that it literally just makes things worse. So while, yes, admittedly what's happening right now is really fucking horrible, it's not like if I suddenly admitted that, she's a witch and has magic, that my fate would be less horrible, or that I would go through less pain, or that she would treat me with more respect. So, yeah. Acquiescing does not make things better. Know your place. It's okay. We don't have to force him to accept it. Soon he'll want to accept it. So hard he'll start crying. Even now, he really wants to kneel down on the ground pitifully and beg our forgiveness. Noises that are incomprehensible. He's broken already. Beatrice-sama. Well, since they know I can revive him over and over, my furniture won't even hesitate to break him. Good grief. Giving eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. For the endless witch Beatrice, all death and life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage. Come, Battler. Remember your original form again. I'll toy with you to my heart's content. Understand? I see how truly pleasant to have a toy to play with for all eternity. Could this be endless bliss for the witch's gain at the endless level? And the other thing is this. Like, we understand, like, you're doing shit with, like, Rosa and all them, too, so... Is everyone else being tortured, too? I see. Yes, this bliss certainly is amusing. Cackle. Again, this kind of reminds me of Hellraiser, like, the whole point, like, Pinhead initially became Pinhead because he was so traumatized, being a World War I soldier, that, he was trying to find a way to deal with his depression and to feel emotions again. And well, we know how that turned out. And technically, she's gone the same route. I'll revive you over and over, kill you over and over. Let's see what kind of murder play will unfold on the next game board. Come on, bring it in. Let the next game begin, ushiromiya battler. Dang. Too bad Aneki hates cigarettes so much. Sorry. She's been pretty grumpy since last night. Please don't hold it against her. Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out onto the deck and took some cigarettes. Ava always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them. When they decided to smoke casually until they reached the island, the two of them had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but the strong winds gave him some trouble. Rudolph took out a Zippo with a smooth gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame. When did you start smoking cigarettes, Hideyoshi Nissan? Just after the war. In the beginning, I was rolling them. Then I started using what I sold. So you were already smoking when you met Aneki, but she always telling you to stop. I never listened to her, so she already completely given up on that. Men gotta be stubborn times like these. Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph snickered. After being scolded by Ava, they had escaped to the deck, together with their tails between their legs. There was little doubt who had gotten her way in that exchange. She isn't usually so short-tempered. In fact, she's usually a little more gentle, quiet woman. Every year she changes when this day comes. Is that so? To me, she looks just like the Aneki we've all known along. That's just it. She's back to being Ava, the Ushiromiya family. But that ain't the Ava I know. Well, I know why she's grumpy. This family conference is going to be a pain. Got that right. There's that plan to threaten money out of Kraus, Nissan. We may call it a family conference, but it's going to be just a sibling fight at this rate. Before the family conference, 3 of the siblings had made a secret plan without Kraus. They were facing urgent situations and needed a lot of money fast, and the only one they could turn to was Kraus, who spoke for the Ushiromi head now that Kinzo spent his time shut up in his study. For a long time now, they'd vaguely sensed that Kraus was taking advantage of the fact that Kinzo had lost interest in his own wealth, and they suspect that he had started embezzling that wealth to suit his own purposes. Despite being disgusted by this, they'd turned a blind eye to it while everything was still going smoothly for them. But now that they needed money, they really couldn't afford to let it slide. Ava had asked Rudolph and Rosa to form an alliance, and they were now scheming to take that money away from Kraus. Rudolph-kun, both you and I are company presidents. We're responsible for the livelihood of our employees. Rosa's a president, too. Well, as a hobby. That's right, sorry. Basically, we've all got responsibilities. Now that I've thrown down the gauntlet in front of the executive board, I've got to bring in the money, even if it means getting down on my knees or drinking mud. Same here. I can't betray the employees who've trusted me and followed me for so long. That's why I need to get some money out of Kraus, Nissan, even if I have to grab him by the neck. Aneki and Aniki have always been at each other's throats, and now she's got to challenge Aniki head on. It's no wonder why she's on edge. So Ava really has a bad relation with Kraus Nissan since long ago. Hasn't she talked about it? They were always at each other's throats. She never talks about the past, even if I ask. She probably doesn't want to remember. She's always been brainy and shrewd. Her grades were good, too. Compared to that, Aniki was just average. The simple fact she existed would have been pressure enough, but she kept boasting about it and driving him into a corner, that fool. Why drive him into a corner so openly? I'd hardly call that shrewd. No kidding. Aneki regretted being born a woman, so she probably couldn't forgive Aniki since he was chosen to succeed the head just because he was a man. She'd always boasted Dad, letting him see that she was better at every little thing. Father really is an old-fashioned person. Gender discrimination was part of his system of values. I'll bet Ava's eagerness to prove herself made him dislike her a bit. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? The taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. Since you can still drink black tea without sugar, he was in effect saying that there was no need for women to study. Those infuriating words were what Nissan hurled at me in my despair, when I asked to go to college, only to be denied by Father. I protested that I needed to build up proper dignity and an education as the oldest daughter in the Ushiromiya family, making college an essential next step. But when it came down to it, Father and Nissan's answers were exactly the same. How conceited for a woman. I've never taken the Ushiromiya name lightly, not once since I was born into it, and I've been even more careful not to take my father's name Ushiromiya Kenzo lightly. Our family is an old one, with many traditions, but it lost its wealth and business in the Great Kanto earthquake, pushing it to the brink at one point. This reminds me that the recent game Silent Hill F, a large deal of the story was, well, largely responsible to be done by the person who was responsible for this story, as well as Higurashi, reviving it to be even greater than it had been before. Not once did I forget I was the daughter of that great Ushiromiya Kenzo. That's why I always made every effort to become worthy of that name. I needed dignity worthy of the Ushiromiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I couldn't quite reach Father's levels, I deepened my knowledge in economics and finance, trying to improve myself so I could be of use to him at any time. However, in the end, Father never acknowledged my efforts. To Father, a woman was only meant to support a man, and nothing further than that was permissible. When was it that I came to understand that? It may have been as early as my childhood years, but I was going to have to wait until I grew up before I could truly accept it. Compared to me, you couldn't have said that Kraus, my older brother of 2 years, worked hard at all to become deserving of the Ushiromiya family name. He told me many times since my early childhood that he would naturally succeed Father simply because he was born a man. He kept on repeating that as though it formed an uncrossable gap between us. I couldn't stand it, even though I always got better grades than Nissan, even though I became class president when he never managed more than vice president, even so Nissan was considered to be an appropriate successor to the Ushiromiya family just because he was a man. Of course, you could find gender discrimination everywhere in those days. No, it was even considered a virtue in that era. During that despicable time, people said that when a woman is born, she obeys her parents, and when she gets married, she obeys her husband. And when she gets old, she obeys her children. But that was exactly why I wanted to turn that on its head. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, I eventually realized that all of my efforts had been doomed from the beginning. When you say schooling for women is like sugar and black tea, the taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. What do you mean by that, Nissan? Just as there are rules that only men can fill, there are rules that only can be filled by women, correct? I do believe giving birth to children, raising them, and supporting the master of the house are rules that can only be filled by women. Are you trying to say there's no need for a woman to work or study? I wouldn't go that far. Talking to an unschooled woman is tiring and nothing more. However, women are even more tiring when they're too smart. I do believe that a woman as violently assertive as you would bring no end of hardship to her future husband. Are you trying to say that a woman has to marry and hide in the shadow of her husband? Okay, my thoughts on this. I personally think that an intelligent woman is really nice. Unfortunately, I would say every woman I was with, while I did everything to be respectful of them, well, looking back at things, they were not very intelligent people. However, I really didn't care about that stuff too much. I just cared about actually caring about the other person and respecting them and thinking well of them. That being said, in general, I think it's good, the idea of, a woman who is mature, intelligent. Like I said, Kairi from this game is a very, very nice personality, very intelligent. Now, that being said, I would say the main problem is where you're saying, like the other person, like, well, when Kraus is saying, oh, if a woman's too intelligent, like, it's not an issue of intelligence. Intelligence is fine. In fact, it's good for a woman to have more intelligence. The problem is if the woman lacks certain aspects of femininity or aspects of, compatibility, not being a bitch. Like, it's good for a person to be intelligent. Like, what I mean by, femininity. Like, it's good for a woman to be intelligent, but at the same time, if the woman is overly crass and vulgar and aggressive, I mean, you want someone who is kind, who is actually caring to you. In the same regard, you don't want someone who is violent, you don't want someone who is aggressive or mean, or lacking the ability to be emotionally there for you. At the end of the day, the biggest thing is this. I would think anyone of either gender, regardless of sexual orientation even, whoever you're dating or in a relationship with, you don't want to come home to arguments and fights and abuse and being yelled at and violence. Now, I'd say my biggest complaint when it comes to the idea of, say, both parents working is that, well, who's there with the children? At that point, aren't the kids just alone all the time? And also, if both parents are working, then both people are really stressed out, and that doesn't really help the relationship very much. So the idea is, how are people supposed to get along as a married couple or as a family? Though also, with the way the current economy is, you kind of have to have both people in a relationship working in order to financially get by for most people. Then again, back when I was married, I was literally the only person who worked or made a cent for anything, and I paid for everything. Though that was also, heck, I basically had to do everything. I worked, I paid everything, and I was the one taking care of everything in the house too. I was the one doing everything to take care of my child. Changing his diapers, feeding him, giving him baths, taking him to the doctors. But the main point I'm just trying to say here with the whole thing here is this. I at least think on my hand that, you want a woman who is intelligent and, can think for herself. But at the same time, you want the person to actually, be kind to you, to value you, to be caring to you. You want someone who's sweet and doting to you. And of course, you're the same back to that person, again, regardless of what gender or sexual orientation you are, both people should be caring and supportive of each other. My main complaint here when it comes to the whole thing of man and woman is, especially from my perspective as man, no man wants to come home to a wife that's constantly yelling at you all the time and seems to hate you and resent you and want you dead. But this game is about a time in 1986, which I wasn't even born yet. This is even before, because it's actually a flashback of Ava's. So we're going further back in time. So it's probably the 60s or something. I don't know. I think the simplest solution is just for everyone to respect each other and be kind to each other. That's none of your business. Though you're my younger sister, I can look up to you for the respect you hold for father and your desire to become a daughter worthy of him. Even I am capable of feeling respect for such noble sentiments. That's just disgusting. What's this about noble sentiments? I'd call that flowery prose. Prose? I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. Coming from you. Are you pretending to be the head already? The decision that I should succeed the headship has already been established from the very beginning, and yet you seem to be laboring in the delusion that you might become the head, hence the useless and reckless efforts you've expended so far. Reckless efforts. Is it really bizarre for me to say I want to go to college? Yes, it is bizarre. You undoubtedly are the oldest daughter of the glorious Ushiromiya family. One day you will support that family crest by being wed to the partner most valuable for father. However, excessive learning is not what's being asked of you. What you need are gentle feelings that will allow you to care for your husband and the ability to handle housework in a humble demeanor that will reflect well on the matter of your master of your household. Again, I feel like that part's kind of like lost on me, given the fact that everyone's so fucking rich. You know, Ava, regardless of who she would marry, you're going to be married to rich people. You're going to like have maids and servants and shit. No one, husband or wife, is going to have to clean a fucking thing. It's not like you're someone like me who works in a factory to make enough just to pay rent. Even then, back when I was married, again, I was the one who cleaned everything because I couldn't rely on my wife to do anything because she wouldn't. It was up to me to make money to pay rent, and also up to me to actually take care of my child so my child wouldn't die, and also to protect my child from his own mother. Then again, perhaps my relationship was a little bit unhealthy. But then again, oh well, never really had good relationships. Heck, every person I was ever with, everybody cheated on me. So, yeah. But main point is this. I mean, again, regardless of what gender you are or what orientation you are, whether you're gay or straight or whatever, man, woman, whoever you come home to, you want that person to actually care about you. Like, it's saying here, oh, she has to care for her husband, but it's not like your husband wouldn't care for her too. Like, shouldn't both people in a relationship, be caring and doting for one another and actually trying to support each other? These are all skills you lack utterly. In the end, can you really call yourself a suitable daughter of the ushiromiya family? I have no intention of being some secluded lady. I just want to become the person most capable of assisting father at his work. Then shouldn't you do so in a manner befitting an ushiromiya family daughter? What is it with you? You're still mannish even at your age, and you've never learned how to wear makeup in a way that will please men, much less how to cook and do housework. It's a 7-hour video already. I hear you've even been learning how to brawl. That's rude. Again, my sense on this thing is this. Then again, my relationships were all shit, so I guess I'm not qualified. Then again, I can also say that, let's see, predominantly reasons why my relationships are shit. I'm not rich. I'm also ugly as fuck. The end. But, yeah, at least my sense of it is like, I don't find any issue with, a woman being intelligent. In fact, I would prefer whatever partner I'm with to be intelligent, but I also want them to be, kind and caring to me. I want them to actually, care about my thoughts and feelings. And, actually, I value the idea of friendship and getting along with the person. Probably even more, the fact that I feel that way definitely makes it more of an issue that it emotionally bothered me that every relationship I've had has been a complete fucking failure in those regards. Basically, I'm a hopeless romantic who really values the idea of someone actually caring about me. And all of my relationships have turned out to be with people that don't give a fuck about me. So, yeah. The martial arts aren't brawling. They're a perfect way to train and discipline the mind. And when it's needed, I take more than enough care to act as a woman should. What are you trying to say? That women should be slaves who work for men, so I mustn't be forward? It isn't elegant to say it out loud, but I think a few unpleasant words are necessary in order to correct your mistake. So let me say it plainly. Women exist to serve men, and men exist to provide for women. A woman's job is to protect a man's back, to protect his house and raise his children. Most women realize about this being told. They realize it on their own. But even after all these years, you still haven't realized that about yourself. So, I've decided to clear away that misunderstanding for you before you leave this family. You ought to thank me. This is an insult to all women. No, wait, I have never thought of myself as a woman. Never depended on anyone because I'm a woman. Okay, I feel like the author of this game is leaning extremely heavy into feminist ideals. And again, I believe very strong in egalitarianism and people being equal and treating each other equally. But at the end of the day, like even in a situation like Eva and Hideyoshi, it's not like Eva is Hideyoshi's slave. And it's not like he's not working and doing everything he can to provide everything to the best of his ability for Eva. But yeah, I certainly disagree with the idea of like a woman, should be like a fucking slave or some shit or not allowed to voice her opinion. But there's a difference between a woman being able to like have a discussion with someone as opposed to, if a woman's able to like just yell at you all the time and just be really mean-spirited and you have legal situations where the man really can't do anything. It's like, yes, I agree that men shouldn't be abusive to women, but I also don't think a woman should be abusive toward a man. Like, I don't think anyone, again, regardless of gender or sexual orientation, should be abusive or mistreating their partners. Now, granted, you have to understand a bit about, what it takes for society to function. But at the end of the day, I think everything should be about a balance. But at the end of the day is this. I think whoever you are, regardless of who you are trying to date, you should try to make whoever it is you're with happy. So if you're a guy with a woman, you should try to make that woman happy. But it's the same way if you're a woman with a man, you try to make the man happy. It should be like mutual respect. How am I inferior to you, Nissan? In grades and accomplishments and everything, I'm better. So how can you look down on me when you have nothing I lack except the fact that you're a man? It's about knowing one's place. Every day I have been raised with readiness of one who will be the head. In the future, that preparation will surely become essential. But you are different. Even though you will marry and lose the Ushiromiya family name, you're being trapped by this unnecessary illusion. Well, I also feel like it's kind of a moot point gender. Because, wouldn't Kraus just be the next head because he's older? Like, it's not like Rudolph's being considered for the next head. They're both guys. But, he's younger. So I think gender is kind of a moot point here. And I would feel that in general, like when it comes to everyone, regardless of gender, your goal should be predominantly to try to find, a spouse to have a family with from a young age. That includes men. Like if you're a man, you should be trying to have, find a good wife and get married before you even turn 20. Like when it comes right down to it, everyone on the planet in an ideal society, by the time you turn 40, you should be a grandparent. By the time you're 60, you should be a great-grandparent. By the time you're 80, you should be a great-great-great-grandparent. You guys get what I mean. It's not like I view it as a one-way thing. Like, yes, a woman should be respectful to the man in her life, but the man should be respectful to the woman. Both people should love and respect each other. But I feel like the author of this story is like leaning extremely heavy into like the whole feminism thing where like women are being mistreated. And like a lot of times like there's things about like say credit card debt in the past. Like a woman couldn't have a credit card, but that's because she wouldn't be considered responsible for the debt. So at the end of the day, the main reason why the woman wouldn't have the credit card and the man would because if the credit card got ran up, the man was responsible for paying it off. So regardless, if you take the whole gender thing out of the equation, if you have person A that's not going to be held responsible for paying a bill, and person B that will basically have their foot taken over the fire and be legally responsible for paying the bill, well, then why wouldn't you have the person have more, rights, so to speak, when it comes to holding that credit card if they're the ones responsible for it? Like, if you have to be responsible to pay a bill, I mean, at the end of the day, like, why would you have somebody who doesn't have to pay a cent for it be able to just freely use it? It's like, okay, like if you, because at that point that seems kind of abusive. Because if you're just like, okay, this person's responsible for paying for everything, but they're not able to have authority in that situation, then at that point, all of a sudden somebody else can just put more burdens on them. And like, oh, you have to pay for this and you have to pay for that. And it just, that seems like it has a lot of legal issues. But again, I don't think the issue is about gender here. I think it's just the fact that Kraus is older. I mean, it's not like there's a concern where Rudolph's going to be the next successor. I mean, they're both men, but Rudolph's not going to be the successor. What's your complaint? Even if you had been born a man, the successor headship was still probably wouldn't have been you. Why are you so unsatisfied that you insist on attacking me even now? What's my complaint, you say? Nissan, you're always like that. Looking down on me because you'll succeed the head. Even though, What's my complaint, you say? Maybe I don't understand this because I'm not fucking rich. Then again, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's from the perspective I'm at, of being somebody that has to worry about, like, paying rent and shit. But I imagine, like, if I was, like, in a position of richness, like, okay, like, I don't need to be, like, excessively well. Like, okay, we're fine. Then again, how many other people out there feel like it's, I don't know, a bit difficult to pay the bills sometimes? What's my complaint, you say? I've got a billion of them. Grudges, hard feelings, humiliation I'll never forget, kept floating through the back top of my mind. They've all built up at the same time, coming out of my throat as a shameful moan. What's all this noise? God isn't the only one who holds silence as a virtue. Father, Father. He'd probably overheard our sibling fight. Father entered with a clearly unhappy face. Kraus, are you fighting with your siblings again? Why don't you have the dignity to act as a leader for your brothers and sisters? How shameful. I'm embarrassed to hear this from my eldest son. In a flash, he struck Kraus's face. I read myself to be struck in the same way, but I wasn't hit. My apologies, Father. Dignity is the only thing you lack. There's much more. You're immature in everything. And even so, you pretend like you're an adult. Realize that it's 100 years too early for you to talk like that and devote yourself to your studies. Don't make me lament my son's incompetence anymore. Yes, I will continue to strive so I can become a person worthy of succeeding you, Father. And again, kind of have to say, Kraus, Ava, your dad's an asshole. I mean, then again, I would describe him as very, like, much the opposite of me in terms of, well, parenting style. I was described as someone who was a bit of a helicopter father, and I was overly doting to my son, and I was just doing everything I can to be a good father. I'd read him books, I'd sing him lullabies, I'd give him baths, take him to the park. I legitimately wanted to do everything in my power to be a good husband and a good father. Did everything I could to try to, do everything possible for my family. I was extremely happy and grateful for my family. The day my son was born was the happiest day of my life, and every day I was grateful for having a family, particularly for my son. Don't get me wrong, I loved my wife. I loved her very much. But if there's anything that kills love, it's contempt. Come home every day to a psychotic person who's neglecting your child, being violent toward you, and of course, the adultery and going through a divorce and the person being violent. And of course, eventually it became an issue where I had to agree for my son to basically be in custody of his grandparents on his mom's side as the only way to protect him from his own mother. Otherwise, he would have just died. So, granted, I still pay child support to them. And at least he's, I assume, happy where he is. But then again, I'm alienated from my son. I had my family stolen away from me. So I'm a little bit jaded. Like every time I'm at like a Walmart or something and I hear a baby cry or a child saying, "Hey daddy, daddy," like I don't express anything in public. I'll just keep like looking at what I'm thinking about buying in the Walmart. But at the same time, I feel like I just want to like fall to my knees and start crying. I feel really emotionally upset by it. I think I'd just be over it by now. Then again, here's the thing. For the first 5 years after I was divorced, I spent a couple hours a day sitting in my son's room talking to his stuffed animals. It's just... I'm grateful. Don't get me wrong, I'm still grateful and thankful to God that I had my son. And I'm grateful and happy that he's doing alive and well where he is. But I miss him, and I feel like I lost my family, that my family was stolen from me. Don't get me wrong, I don't miss my ex-wife at all. In fact, I feel more scared of her than a fucking SCP monster. Don't get me wrong, I'm physically stronger than her, but it's just... she's just really, really not a nice person. And the fact of the matter is that when I married the person, I thought the person would be a good wife and a good mother, and I thought it was someone I could be safe around and someone who would actually care about me, but... and then it turned out every nice thing she ever said had actually been a lie, and had been just to manipulate me. But hey, at least at the time, I thought all that was true, and it made me feel better, and I was nice. It was like, yay, someone actually loves and cares about me. But turns out she never actually fucking did and didn't actually give a fuck about me at all. And it's like, so that's... did kind of hurt. Like, there's someone you actually trusted and cared about, and they turned out to be like a monster. So, it's a mix of, I was betrayed by this person that I trusted. Heck, I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my last Christmas being married to my ex-wife by. And I still try to make that marriage work for like another half a year after that. And it wasn't until about a half a year after I was actually officially divorced from my ex-wife that I started to admit to myself, or even acknowledge that, hey, that counts as being abusive. When, at least until another few years after that, I was like, that kind of counts as domestic violence. Or among all of the worst things that were going on, but I've already discussed those things in videos. Main point I'm just saying is this. The way Kinzu and I are very different as being fathers. I was a very loving and caring father to my son. Not that it mattered, because in the end my son was taken away from me anyway, because everyone thought it was funny and hilarious. And I basically had to acquiesce when it came to certain things, because it was the only way to protect him from his mother. At the end of the day, as a loving father, I made one decision, which was, how do I keep my son alive? But yeah, an important thing you learn is never have a family ever again, because if I ever do have a family ever again, well, that family will just be taken away from me too. So yeah, I refuse to ever lose another family or have another family taken away from me. I can't go through that again. And also, like, why would I ever want to get married to a woman again? What, so I can go through another divorce? So I can stuck in a legally binding contract with a psychotic, abusive, adulterous person? So I can have another child taken away from me? so I can deal with the humiliation of a spouse cheating on me again, so I can deal with the fear and worry of knowing that my child's probably being neglected while I'm at work. And in the end, no matter what, my family is taken away from me, and there's nothing I can do or say in any regard to anything that would ever make anything better or make everything go well. That no matter what, everything has a 100% chance of failure. So no thank you. I'm not having any of those horrible things ever happen again. I'm just saying I disapprove of the way Kenzo is as a father. As for me, I did everything I could to be a good father, aside from, like I'd say, the only two ways I failed my son were I was never rich and his mom's a demon. So, but aside from that, I did everything I could to be a good father. Heck, I tried to do everything I could to be a good husband until, my wife was just really, really horrible. And it just, every time, and my self-esteem was really low, so I kept blaming myself that maybe I could just do something better. Maybe I could, there was something wrong and I could fix things. I could maybe just be more emotionally supportive. Maybe I could just, that maybe she was just having mental health issues and I could probably help her through it and make things better. And it never got better. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. To be fair, I think me, like a lot of people, we all have mental health issues, but my mental health issues are I have low self-esteem. I talk to myself. I'm depressed. I probably have autism and ADHD. Whereas hers is she's a violent, psychotic, disloyal, traitorous bitch who fucks other people and neglects and abuses our child and is violent toward me and always yelling and hateful and lazy and just psychotic and violent and always yelling and screaming all the time. So, yeah. Just saying there's a difference there. Even when he was being yelled at by father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special, about he was his successor. I just couldn't stand it and finally spoke what was on my mind, even though I realized that it would be improper for a member of the Ushiromiya family to do such a thing. Father, please tell me how I'm inferior to him. I've tried so hard, studied so hard to become a person who won't bring shame on your name. Please tell me how I'm inferior. How can I improve myself enough to earn your acknowledgement? That again? How many times do I have to say it before you understand? I expect nothing from you. Women should be women and just learn how to cook and sew. You aren't prepared at all as a woman. And you, I don't see a trace of the mindset needed to serve one's husband, to earnestly devote oneself to a man's needs. Kind of feel like you're just a really bad father, man. And even then, you're super rich, so if you really cared about her cooking or sewing, couldn't you have, paid someone to teach her? Kenzo? 1, punching your children is bad. 2, do you ever give them hugs? I feel like you're not a very caring father. What good are you as a woman? Don't you realize that you're a daughter of the Ushiromiya family, and yet you only want to learn things so that you can act like a man? Your duty is not to imitate Kraus. Don't you even understand your own duty? A member of the Ushiromiya family, I won't bring shame on your name. That's it. That's where you're already wrong. Your duty is to marry out of the family and bring me a man who is profitable to me. And then you will devote yourself to your husband and give birth to children and multiply. Be a good wife who brings praise to your husband's family. Just what is it that you can do to please a man? Do you think you can make tea? Do you have any talent in cooking? I mean, to be fair, you guys are fucking rich as fuck. It's not like But even then, it's like, most people nowadays can't fucking cook. Then again, I'm speaking from, the future of 2025. But I mean, have you seen how much fucking processed food is at Walmart? I don't think anyone of any gender remembers how to cook anymore. I think everyone just lives off McDonald's and instant made shit. You have nothing. All you've done is try to mimic Krause, haven't you? Krause will succeed the Ushiromiya family. And here's the thing, when it comes right down to is this. My advice to women is generally, men do not care about your career. Like if you want a man and to marry, generally speaking, most men do not have high standards. They just want someone who would be a good partner. I mean, yes, you want someone intelligent. You don't want someone stupid. But at the same time, the biggest issue is this. If a man's getting a relationship with a woman, well, he's wanting that woman to be there for them. So on the one hand, I will say this. Obviously not to this degree, but at the end of the day is this. Whatever man marries a woman, most of those men are not going to care about what college degree they have or what job they make or what money they make. They're going to want that person to be in their home and be part of the family and be there for the kids. You want someone who's actually a loving, caring wife and a loving, caring mother. I think the biggest problem here is a lot of people, especially the whole feminism thing, make that into like it's some sort of shameful thing. Like it's actually something extremely praiseworthy to be somebody who's there supportive to a family. But at the end of the day, it's also something that's not really economically possible for most people nowadays. I think a lot of people can't really pay rent themselves anymore. So, obviously some financial issues in society. But the main point is this. I don't think it's a role for like a woman to be like a slave or some shit. But at the same time, one could also say the man's a slave in a situation. Like the man's always having to like work himself to the bone in order to make sure there's a place to live. But at the end of the day is this. Both people should be mindful of what other people want. Like the question is this. If you're a man, you want a wife, usually what's valued most of you is how much money do you have and how violent you are. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like people look at, okay, do you have enough money? And are you like a very aggressive person who will like fight other people and shit like that? Whereas men generally don't really care about a woman having money or some sort of status in society. And generally they don't care about the person having a power to fight or something. Like, don't be wrong. If I met fucking Wonder Woman with giant tits and she had the power to like crush a fucking actual tank in the world, that's fine as long as the person wouldn't be abusive toward me. Same regard. Then again, I'd be okay with like Wonder Woman was Futanari as well. It's like we're just imagining her like she giant tits and also a giant cock. Like yeah, I have to do everything to make everyone out there very uncomfortable. But main point is this. Regardless of what gender orientation you are, one thing you have to keep in mind is this. If you're going to date anybody, what is it that whoever you're going to date, what do they want in a relationship partner? Obviously, you have things that you want in a partner, and obviously whoever you date is also a human being. So I guess the main thing I'm trying to say is here. Everyone should acknowledge that in any relationship you get into, both people in the relationship are a human being. They should be concerned about what you want, and you should be concerned about what they want. It's, again, mutual respect. If you are unsatisfied with that, then you are disobeying me. Are you saying you'll refuse to listen to what I say even though you're my daughter? Get out. You're disinherited. I won't let you call yourself an ushiromiya. This isn't how you have a discussion. Like, it's just you angrily yelling at her. Like, even if I said everything you said is okay up till now, Kenzo, the whole disinherited thing, like, this is how you have a discussion. Like, even, you're saying you won't, like, even though your daughter, like, what are you thinking? But, like, this is how you're having a discussion. But no, you just had a rant and just really angry person. Disinherited. Ooh, cough. Father, hang in there. Please calm down. Genji-san, could you bring him some water? Why are you old even in the past? Yes, immediately. Ava, leave this place. He doesn't mean what he says. I will calm him down. Cough. Disinherited. If you won't listen to me, you're disinherited. Cough. Father was coughing pretty badly, and Nissan patted his back, as if it was a duty that was naturally his. It was so vexing for me to let him take that duty all for himself right then. If I carelessly approached Father at that moment, then I wouldn't probably be the one to get hit next. However, I fearlessly tried to approach Father's back. Genji blocked me. Ava-sama, perhaps it would be better if you stepped outside for now. The master is not in a good mood today. Again, why are you such an asshole? You're so fucking rich. Shouldn't that make you happy? What is the point of being wealthy if it doesn't make you happy? And heck, what's the point of having a family and being rich? If, like, obviously you don't want to spoil people fucking rotten, but, you know, shouldn't you be, like, caring to your family? Heck, I feel like the fact that it's like even came to this point, like, implies that Kenzo has not exactly been, you know, behaving as a father up till this point. Why are my children so incompetent? Kraus is lacking in dignity. Ava is always a stubborn tomboy. I have no son who's like a man, and not even a daughter who's like a woman. Here's the thing: has Rudolph and Rosa even been born yet? How much older are these people? What is, like, Kraus pushing fucking 60 in the main story? Like, how far back in time are we? Is Kenzo like 1,000 years old himself? How old is everyone? Side note. Would be perfectly fine dating a tomboy. Then again, also a femboy. Or a twink. Or a woman. But in generally, most of my life, I'd actually consider myself 100% straight. But, heck, if you told past me when I was younger that I'd be bisexual when I was older, I'd probably be like, oh, that's impossible. Then again, biggest issue is my last relationship with a woman was really, really horrible. But I'm just saying this. Tomboys, like a busty woman who's a bit of a tomboy and all that, that's perfectly fine by me. But again, modern society, relationships aren't really easy to come by. Economically, everything's too hard to afford. Also, I'm just depressed and have low energy, work all the time, and I'm ugly as fuck. So, where did I go wrong raising them? You're an asshole. Why, Genji? When and where did I go wrong? Master, you haven't done anything wrong. Okay. Genji? Okay, it seems very much like I understand you were raised to be like furniture, but here's the thing. I know it's more like you were saying, oh, it's not your place to tell him how he's fucked up, but he's legitimately asking you the question. Then again, he would probably fucking blow a conniption at you if you actually gave him an honest answer. But I feel very strongly that he has fucked up. Kraus-sama has grown into a sturdy son, and Ava-sama is into a lovely... Oh, so you're actually trying to help them. You haven't made any mistakes. How can you say that? What's so lovely about her? Far from a lady, she's always acting like a man. Cough, cough, cough. Disinherited. Why are you... Father, that's just what I'm always telling Ava. Ava has promised that she will have a change of heart and act like a lady. Couldn't you postpone that decision for just a little longer? Who's a lady? Cough, cough. Disinherited. Go quickly and leave this to me. Kraus gave me a look telling me that. Again, there's nothing wrong with a woman being a tomboy. Heck, traditional gender stereotypes aren't really a thing that matters too much. Like, at the end of the day, is this. A woman being less feminine doesn't make her gay, in the same way a guy can be less masculine and not be gay either. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong with people being gay. Now, at the same time, yeah, if you're going to have relationships, yeah, you do need to actually be mindful of what other people like. Now, at the end of the day, I like what anyone likes, so it's obviously where I'm going wrong. But just saying, generally, I think anybody who has a relationship with anybody, you want someone who's caring to you. But again, if Kenzo was feeling so strongly about this, then why wasn't he more involved in the shit with Ava when she was younger? He's kind of an aggressive, hateful person. You think all the money would make him happy. But yeah, like I said, I see nothing wrong with someone being a tomboy. A woman can be a tomboy and still be a good mother and a good wife. Same way, you know. But hey, each to their own when it comes to relationships. At the end of the day is this. As long as both people in the relationship are happy with the other person, sure. Like Ava and Hideyoshi, but as long as both of them actually really love each other and accept each other for who they are, that's fine. Take the wrong path just like Father Nissan said, true, I never studied how to be a lady. Everything I've learned was done in the hopes that I could be helped father someday. But is that really true? Haven't I always been trying to compete with Nissan, with whom I've had a bad relationship since I was a young girl, because I wanted to steal his position as successor and show him a thing or two? Every chance he gets, Nissan tells me that men should be manly and women should be womanly. I've been tormented by this unfair discrimination just because of my gender, something people are born with and can't do anything about. I will feel this, like, in general, society isn't... Then again, maybe it's more of a thing when it comes to rich people. I don't know. Do rich people care more about gender issues? Maybe back in the 80s, like I wasn't born until 87. But I've always felt like it's not really a thing that happens in modern day. Like even when I was in high school, like generally, you know, men and women were basically treated the same. And by the end of the day is this, it just, heck, if anything, it always seems like, from my perspective, there's a lot more discrimination against men. But at the end of the day, we're reading a visual novel about super fucking rich people. Written about by some dude living in Japan. I resisted, endeavoring to this very day to study and prove that I'm not inferior despite being a woman. But that doesn't mean my love of learning comes entirely from the stupid complex I've got against Nissan. Again, I wouldn't say women are inferior to men. It's just, traditionally, for families in order to function well and work out, you know, people have to be able to be complementary toward each other. But again, doesn't matter what gender orientation you are. Whoever you are, in order for a relationship, you have to be somewhat complementary to each other. And I can say that any relationship I ever had obviously wasn't that, because Well, all of them went horribly wrong. And were awful and miserable. And yet I still try to make them work, in spite of all that. Father wanted me to become a lady with whom he could go out in public and not be embarrassed. Did I betray his hopes, earning good grades and threatening Nissan just to satisfy a childhood resentment? I mean, I think it's still good that you, as far as I got good grades and stuff. Okay, we have a picture of young Ava. Anyway, I should probably get some sleep. It's a long video. Later.